Yo. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I am back with some more Age of Mythology Retold Champions League season, whatever we're at, action. Today we're going to be watching 2 rounds from the Challengers League, following it up with 2 rounds from the two rounds from the Challengers, then 2 rounds from the Champions League. We got Adipus versus Darth, Knox, and then we're going to be watching Zook versus Garnath. Then we're going to be watching Brains Not Functioning. Bop, bip, bop, bop. We got the Japanese legend Adipus playing. That's why I'm singing the Mario theme. And then we've got Matador versus Mini Yeti, so big hitters, and Tunison versus Grass. Now, there is a chance that we're going to have to do the Tunison versus Grass game through replays on the fact that, well, they are not able to shuffle around for us today. So it is what it is. And yeah. Question in the chat about when the B-Man is playing. All of the upcoming games are posted in hashtag seal for upcoming games in my Discord. So you can see that. However, Garnath is taking on the B-Man at 1500 GMT on Tuesday, the 4th of November. Alrighty, we are about to actually kick off our first game. So let's check out the draft and see what we see. Okay, we're not going to sing any more. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a very, very exciting matchup here. Adipus grabs his Fushi in his first pick. Darth Knox grabs the Amaterasu. And then Adipus grabs his Nuwa. And Darth Knox takes Tsukiyomi and Shinong. So the Asian gods have been prioritized. We did see an Atlantean ban there as Adipus takes the opportunity to target ban Darth Knox Gaia out of there, as Darth Knox did not want to ace pick it. If you don't ace pick your prior pick, it can get banned out. And I guess on top of that, there is the Susanoo ban there from Darth Knox, as he wants to take away that one from Adipus. He also knows that if he bans Susanoo, then he will be able to have free reigns on either double China or a Tsukiyomi Shinong. It does not seem like both of these players play the Egyptians all too much. Adipus does grab himself that set. He also takes Uranus and Kronos. Zeus at the end. Darth Knox there with the Norse gods in his final 3 picks. We haven't been seeing much of that, so I'm a little bit surprised that Darth Knox has gone that way. I haven't seen his Norse. I don't know if it's any good, but Norse can be a decent answer to the Atlanteans, or at least it was once upon a time. And definitely Freyr and Thor, they seem like they're not a terrible idea here. We've got an absolutely gigantic day of Age Mythology today, so I'm going to get myself hydrated, and we are going to be looking to get into game number 1 momentarily. Oof. Alrighty, let's go. As we move into game number 1. In the bottom of the map. Playing. Oh no, my thing's broken again. No. We're not dealing with this. I'm gonna figure out how to fix this. Control Alt F. Okay. Alright, in the red color, playing as Uranus. His name is Adipus. In the blue color, at the top of the map, playing as Thor. His name is Darth Knox. We are going to be seeing the very stock standard start here from Darth Knox. He's actually sharing the wood line, which I love to see. This is really, really nice. Also cutting a dwarf here and making some gatherers. A little bit on the dangerous side, just on the fact that it's going to be, or not even dangerous side, it's just going to be meaning he can't get himself out the copper weapons right away, but he might want to be going for copper shields first and then thinking about going for the other upgrades a little bit later. But nonetheless, Adipus here on the Uranus. Lots of really, really strong ideas here with Uranus on this map. You can go for the Promethean idea. You can go Oceanus with lots and lots of Murmillos, a couple of Terma, maybe some Carballista. It can be very, very tricky to play into this. But Darth Knox, he's a very nice defensive player. So this matchup might suit him being the defender here. So we'll see how he's going to go. Relics on the map. The Jade hair over here really does make me want to go for Prometheans. If I see this relic, all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, what myth units become really good here? Well, Prometheans, if you get them a little bit quicker, become much, much safer against those Herser. And then if you can combine them with Carballista and good control, then they also become very nice to sort of path block any sort of cavalry collapses onto those Carballista as well. So there is that option there. On the other side, however, for Darth Knox, if he gets out Valkyries with Jade Hair, they're going to be zooming around the map. So that's always nice. We've got the little crow circle here as well, which just makes the armory upgrades a little bit cheaper. Obviously nice for our Thor player. Over onto this side, we've got that Hermes' winged sandals, another amazing relic for Adipus. So he can think about getting to the Hyperion, getting himself that the heroic renewal tech from Hyperion in his temple, and he can go into a lot of heroes there. So Oceanus plus the cheaper hero upgrades, get Hermes winged sandals. You're going to get yourself 5.5 speed Myrmidon with Uranus. You get Empyrean speed, you get yourself the heroized Murmillo, and then this technology this relic as well, they will be zooming. Up onto this side, another relic with the head of Orpheus over here, which is +8 building line of sight. Not that impactful, but always nice. And finally, the Dwarven Calipers, which can make those siege weapons a little bit cheaper. We are going to be seeing Oceanus here for Adipus, and let's see what he spotted. He spotted all of the relevant relics at the moment. Coming over here, he does take that little crow circle away from Darth Knox. On the other side for our Thor player, I am getting tripped up because these guys have flipped their colors around. On the other side for our Thor player, Darth Knox, he is going for Yeti, and he has scouted next to nothing to start this game. He has started next to nothing to start this game. Now, relic number 1 here for Adipus is grabbed. I'm surprised. Oh, we see relic number 2 coming in over here as the Oracle can move over onto the side here. He's got to know there's a relic on this side because they normally spawn 3 down the sides, and he's seen how they spawn on the other side. But nonetheless, Adipus here is going to be opening military barracks, double military barracks here. No surprises where this is concerned. Now, the most important thing here for the Uranus is to avoid fights early on versus Thor. You need to avoid fights early on versus Thor if you can help it. The reason why you need to avoid fights is because there's an armory upgrade disadvantage. So if you can just wait on the big fights until you've got yourself copper weapons and copper mail, it's only 2 upgrades and potentially also that bite of the shark, then you're in a good spot. As we do see some hero Murmillos, and look at these guys. They are so zoomy. They're not allowed to be this zoomy. Look at how much they're zooming. Guys, the colors aren't mixed. Adipus picked red. Darth Knox picked blue. Don't at me. It's not my fault. As the Herser getting sniped down. Look at that damage coming through. You can drop a healing spring here, but just the big fights here is the Caladria sitting on this spot. Adipus needs to be just a little bit careful here with any sort of massive aggression, because, you know, if you lose one of those Murmillo, it's really, really bad. Nonetheless, more units are coming in, and we do see some initial Terma starting to come through for Adipus. Important to have those Terma out. You don't need a crazy number of them because they're generally like they've got some speed on them with their 5 speed. So if there's any sort of infantry charging after them, you can kind of just shoot and scoot. But you just need enough that you're going to start trimming the numbers of Terma. You've also got access to the Carnivora here, which is another really good anti-throw and axeman unit. So the Terma on the throw and axeman plus the Carnivora. You probably don't need that many. You need like somewhere between 5 and 8 Terma total, and then you can just start thinking about Caraballister as the important other range unit to keep mixing in. There's the army here of Adipus. Charges in. Going to be sniping that Terma over there. Going after a dwarf. Does not manage to snipe it. Smart and very, very calm, measured gameplay by Adipus. He sees the low HP villager, but he probably would have lost a unit or two if he stayed there any longer as the Terma charging back in. They do get away from the troll. Don't take any damage, but good defense there from Darth Knox as Adipus is motoring around. He is motoring around, looking to try and get in here, looking to try and get more value. Has this relic not been spotted? This relic's also really good for Oceanus as well, because all of a sudden the Caladria goes up to 5 speedish. As we see more Caladria coming in, the Caraballister are also going to start getting mixed in, which is very, very important as Adipus coming through. Looking for any amounts of damage here. He does have that shockwave, so if he wants to drop it and get some kills in early, he can go for that. Generally, I would, if you are going for this early aggression and you're going to keep poking in like that and your opponent's sitting on this spot, I would go for a shockwave early and then I just bail out and just wait on the next shockwave to come back up for another fight. Because you just get, if you can kill off like 2 or 3 villagers early on, then that completely erases that Dwarven Armory start advantage from the Thor player. But that opportunity has not seemed to be available to Adipus just yet. And Darth Knox, he's completely got through this early game pain. And the next movement here for Adipus is going to have to be Sky Passage shenanigans. Moving around. He's on the front here. Actually playing a... Ooh, we are seeing a little bit more of a fight as he charges back in. Still poking on this weakness of this poorly placed longhouse. But no Sky Passages at the moment from Adipus. Does mean he is... Basically, his units are going to be a little bit out in the open. They are very, very cheap, the Sky Passages. And they are kind of costly on the favor department, but they are very, very cheap. What are they? Are they like 25 wood or something, right? I can never remember. Yeah, 25 wood, 8 favor. So incredibly cheap, incredibly easy to build. The favor is the big spend on those. But the other option is just to mass out a whole bunch of Caladria here, because you don't need to be floating favor. And these Caladria, while they technically fall off once numbers get really big, I think if you've got 8 Caladria in your army, it's incredibly oppressive, as the dwarves here will be leaving that home gold mine, moving out onto the second gold mine. And unfortunately for Adipus, he has not got this checked out just yet. He is wandering forward, looking for anything at the moment. As the army here, though, it's very, very tense. The army here for Adipus looks incredibly strong. He drops the Carnivora down onto that back line. The Hursa do not get pulled. Shockwave onto the raiding cavalry here, as Adipus's army seems to have absolutely brutalized Darth Knox in this game. And it's a short game 1, but a game 1 nonetheless. As, I mean, you look at the macro, there's just a difference in level here with the macro, I think. Adipus here spends everything and more on that fight. What has he got? He hasn't got any armory upgrades. He has the armory down. Oh, we do see that there's that next up tier of upgrade, the bronze mail-in. But realistically here, Darth Knox just doesn't have the units at the moment to be out on this gold mine. When he saw that army coming in, he probably could have thought to just pull the dwarves back home, drop Dwarven Armory, and turtle a little bit longer. Probably would have been the more ideal way to go about it. But unfortunately for Darth Knox, he can't make it work. In this one, Adipus gets off to a very, very quick advantage at the moment. I will jump back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, 1 point over to the Pestman, as the game for the next matchup is going to be another Norse god from Darth Knox. He is going in with these Norse to kick this game off, and Adipus here picks himself Fushi. A little crown on that guy, and a little bit of a dead on that guy. So I could be wrong at the moment, but I think Darth Knox's strategy here is he wants to bait out. I think he wants to bait out the big scary gods. Now, this is a tough matchup for Odin, without question. Without question, a tough matchup for Odin. So we'll see what Darth Knox is going to be able to do. It is on the map. It is on the map Step. This is very, very live. We are as live as it possibly can be. I'm waiting for the kids to kick off game number 2. I don't know why Darth Knox, get your head in the game. Get out of Twitch chat. Don't make me say it again. All right. I'm sure they'll be kicking off very, very shortly. Generally, we're about 3 minutes behind them, so they can zoom along. Though, yeah, they are in game now. All right, so we are about this long. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about what makes this matchup quite difficult for Odin at the moment. Problem number 1 is one of the things that Odin was doing to sort of make his way through this matchup was, or not even just this matchup, but through the Chinese matchup, was utilizing the Valkyrie. They have since been nerfed in the hack armor department. They've become weaker against hack. You might say, well, against China, it doesn't really matter because those are pioneers. It's not going to change anything. They're doing pierce damage, right? Well, there's also now the problem of Fushi is that there's also a melee hero in Fushi's army, which is called Najar. So, yeah, Najar is a little bit of a problem to deal with. A little bit of a problem. And then on top of that, you've got you got two ways to play this here as Fushi. You've got the simple way, and you have the less simple but also just as powerful way. So the simple way is to go for Qi Yao, which is going to give you lightning weapons, Yatsa, Master of Weaponry. You go for the hard way, which is going to be on the more tricky way. I think it's equally as powerful, but Zhuan Nu. What makes Zhuan Nu so good is you've got Vanish for potentially a frost or something that might come your way, getting caught out by the enemy army, those sorts of things. You've got the Chillin, which infinite value with their passive healing for your army as well. You've also got the Divine Books technology, which makes you spend less on your military buildings, your infrastructure. You can get away with sometimes as little as 3 military buildings while also attaching them with the speedy training. And then you've also got a really, really powerful tech in the temple in Reincarnation, which is effectively making your units cost 20% less. That's not exactly what it is. It's 20% less after they die, because you get 1 back after 5 of that type does die. But nonetheless, going into game number 2, Adipus has to be feeling good. He is one of the more aggressive players we're going to be seeing. I think this Challengers League is full of incredibly aggressive players at this point. Like that's what I'm noticing. I'm noticing a lot of aggression in the Challengers League. So Adipus fits that like a glove. But nonetheless, let's jump into game number 2. As I spawn in, and I am looking at something very strange here. The Peach Blossom Spring was clicked immediately, but right next to his town center. I haven't seen this before. I feel like that has to have just been a misclick from Adipus early on. Realistically, there was a nice spot just out here to place it. Protects the gold mine. Can put it next to the silo as well, and it would be able to expand out a lot. But Adipus here, he's playing as Fushi. I think he makes a little bit of a tournament jitters mistake there. On the top here for Darth Knox, he's got his Odin, and he is off to the races. Now, a very, very difficult map for him now ahead. I think you should... Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I'm going to tell you why this matchup's difficult. There's 2 reasons. So, reason number 1 is Hunt is all forward here. There's Hunt here. There's Hunt here. It's all forward. Reason number 2 is the gold is all spread out. Sometimes you can get a gold mine somewhat in the middle of the map, but this map has not spawned those at all. This map has not spawned those at all. What I think you should do, after thinking about it for 2 seconds just then, is you know that there's going to be 2 packs of boar that spawn in the front of your base. Just wander forward to it early. If I can come forward and eat these 3 boars early on, then I get to move back into my base. And I can drop Great Hunt onto my deer. And I might even be able to drop a second Great Hunt onto my deer early on. And I can sit in this main base for ages on food. Gold, though, that's always going to be a problem. I could take a huge eco loss and try and come out onto a second gold mine early, only to pull back into my main base when I get pushed off of that. But I don't think that's worth it. One way you can go for this is towers. I sort of rate a defensive Odin here going Heimdall. Maybe with some early pressure onto the booming Qualfu spamming China. But realistically, a nice defensive game here, and literally just playing defense seems to make a lot of sense to me for Odin in this one. But nonetheless, no surprises from Adipus here. He loves the Chi-Yo. It makes sense. It's really, really simple to play aggression with... It's just really simple to play aggression with Fushi, with Chi-Yo. The other option of Zhuan Nu is... I think it's equally as good, as I've already said, but it is much more difficult to execute. Relics on the map. We haven't talked about it yet. I can't select it. No. What's he got? He's got the little crow circle. Another... this one showed up for the second time in this series. Going to be making those armory upgrades a little bit cheaper. Over on this side, we've got that system of Bast. Food, wood, and gold cost minus 15%. On the top side here, there is the Armor of Achilles, which is damage vulnerability to hack going down 5% for the infantry units. And finally, on the top, huge relic here for Adipus is the 9 Cauldrons, one of those units that often is a incredibly important unit for Japan, or not for Japan, why am I say Japan? For China, is the White Horse Cavalry. That's normally the unit you want to go for. Because, well, maybe not for Shenong, but for Fushi and for Nuwa, you've got access to that Gormang, Minor God, who has access to the forest protection, as well as the really important upgrade that boosts your Deuterinos there. Nonetheless, Qualfu going to dropping a military, a machine workshop, getting his military camp up as well. In the main base here for Adipus, for Darth Knox, he's going to be dropping the Great Hall. And the game to continue along. That's the Raven. Just flapping through here. Searching, looking. There is going to be a cheeky little Valkyrie in this main base now. But the Pioneers are already here. And you can see the way that Adipus is like locked his base off and defended. It looks really nice. I would go in so far as to say maybe a forest fire here wouldn't be a bad idea. The reason why a forest fire on this specific map and in this specific situation wouldn't be a bad idea is I'm looking at these gold mines and I'm like, well, when am I really going to be using forest fire to help me out in this map? If I go onto this gold mine, maybe? Actually, you could make an argument here that this is the gold mine to make the stand on with a forest fire and things like that. But your opponent, the Chinese player, is probably going to attack you from this angle. Makes life very tricky there. Unless a couple of halberdiers are out, a couple of fire archers are out. And the army all returning back to the main base here as the units are starting to accrue here. And we do indeed see Master of Weaponry coming through nice and early here for Adipus. He knows what's strong. He knows how to put the pressure on and all the other good stuff. There's the raiding cavalry. Moving out. I'm going to be searching for a little something here to raid. But for the moment, Adipus is pretty much locked in here. And one thing that he can go for is, once he runs out of this food, he can just jump onto the Peach Blossom Spring, gets himself another 900 to 1,000 food, and just keep spamming and spamming and spamming. The raiding cavalry coming through here. The villagers will be pulling immediately as the army is nowhere to be seen. The fire archer does manage to get into that tower. It takes hefty damage. That's a 13 HP there. And the other question is, what's happening over here? A little cheeky Yatza. He is confused. He is confused. And both players are confused together as Darth Knox retreats into his tower. Adipus does not get any sort of serious damage done there, but a little bit of idle time is always nice. I think the Yatza couldn't really dive onto the tower, onto the wood line. Generally, I don't actually even think you should use that special to go onto the wood line. But anyways, the Yatza coming back up over here. Villagers on this spot now very much in the open as Adipus on the way forward. He's got that military advantage here. He's slapping down this house for the time being as the raiding cavalry coming through here. He's going to try and distract these units into his army here. If he can catch Darth Knox asleep at the wheel, very close. Yeah, we'll get some snipes onto this one as well. As Darth Knox does manage to get a fair amount of that forward bore in before he pulls back. He'll be sacrificing his ox cart so he doesn't lose any villagers here. We'll be able to jump in. He doesn't even lose the ox cart. That's nice. We'll be able to jump in and start just eating goats. As Adipus has now found his advantage here. He's ready to start pushing onto this spot. No watchtowers in just yet. And this could be a quick game yet again if Darth Knox can't take the fight here that he wants. Pulls back with the raiding cavalry over here. Throwing axemen. Need to be targeting the right units. We've got that lightning weapons to come through. And Darth Knox here trying to micro back, but his raiding cavalry are getting erased at the moment. And I'm not sure if Darth Knox is quite prepared for this game at all. This Chinese of Adipus is looking incredibly strong. The houses still going down. There's a lot of favor in the bank here. A couple of Valkyrie makes some sense. Watchtowers is coming through as Darth Knox has made his way over onto the right-hand gold mine, but already Najar is en route and will be spotting this. So now Darth Knox has to pull back, but he can get a little bit of snipes here with the Throw an axeman potentially. Raiding cavalry into the main base is what you want to be doing. One halberdier is nothing to really be scared about, but you do need to turn and snipe it immediately. He does manage to get through here and snipe down one of those. Gets one villager, moving up to the next position here. But it looks like... Oh, he does actually spot the Qualfu. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill this one off, but getting the idle time done. But lose a raiding cavalry for it. Not ideal into the main base here. Those throwing axemen getting sent back here again. I mean, the population differential is just ridiculously big at this point. An armory coming down. A market coming down. And what else can Darth Knox do now? He's getting himself watchtowers. Pulling himself back into his main base. The watchtowers will be somewhat of an assistance, but those fire archers, when they have this amount, you almost need like 5 watchtowers or something just to like dissuade the fire archers from coming in and trying to take that out. The Arts retreats back, and Darth Knox going for another fight now. He's not even underneath his watchtowers here. He's going to be losing his units yet again. As also a Valkyrie does pop through. It almost dies. In fact, there is an attempt here at Njord, which is pretty wild. But nonetheless, we've got that Gormang coming in now as well for Adipus. He is floating gold as he's deciding to grab that one with his Peach Blossom Spring, but he's got 26 villages on food, so he's going to be climbing up to 800 food very, very quickly. Meanwhile, Darth Knox says, all right, let's pull over onto this gold mine. And actually, Adipus changes his mind a little bit. He's spamming units out. He's getting technologies, Tai Chi, Celestial Weapons, as well as more units. So he sees the potential for a gold star. He's like, what do I need? What do I need a heroic age here for? I've got enough advantage. Let's just keep on preventing villagers from getting onto gold. The raiding cavalry dive straight in here, but they're going to get all melted to the halberdier. You make one slip up versus those master of weaponry halberdiers, and it's all over for them, for those raiding cavalry there. And in that moment, Darth Knox does tap out, and Adipus gets a very quick 2-0 in this series. We might be finishing this series before the next game even gets close to starting, which is absolutely wild to me. But nonetheless, Adipus here up 2-0. He now doesn't have himself Fushi, and he doesn't have himself his Uranos. There is, however, still a new war remaining. So Darth Knox is going to have to get over that new war to force Adipus away from these Asian gods, of which he is very talented at. But nonetheless, we'll check out the draft and see what they pick going into game number 3. Alrighty, let's have a little look-see at this draft now as Adipus up 2-0. Odin is dead. What's going to be the next one? It's like they're going onto the map Giza. And Darth Knox really needs a win here. Well, if he doesn't have a win, then he just loses, right? Adipus is going to pick up the Kronos at the moment. Kronos versus Amaterasu. And he is going to be full of energy and vigor going into game number 3. This could be a ridiculously short game. I wonder if Darth Knox has got his anti-Kronos shoes on with Amaterasu. You know, it's one of those gods that I am still surprised that top level players haven't just thought about what they're going to do versus the Kronos Rush every single time. Like, how do I put it? Yeah, I think if you're ever going to be picking a god, there's like several strategies you just need to have. And one of them has to be, what do I do versus Kronos? We can't be thinking about what are we going to do versus Kronos when we get into the game. We've got to be thinking about it right away. Literally right away. Otherwise, life gets very, 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 very challenging. We're a minute and a half away from game number 3. Adipus is on a tear. Darth Knox does have one of his top 3 picks right now, though. He does have some very, very strong gods here in his Amaterasu, his Tsukiyomi, and his Shinong. I imagine the new Wa from Adipus is just being saved for Okuchichibu and maybe Elysium for Set. Maybe picking Zeus on a map, though I haven't really seen Adipus picking Zeus, but you never know. But alrighty. Let's see how this game's going to go. Kronos and Amaterasu. I guess you can just get yourself out extra Miko to defend against the Prometheans. It's probably not a problem. I don't think there's really a problem here against this Kronos Rush. In fact, yeah, you just build the Miko out as soon as the rush comes in and you're going to be completely fine. So maybe you have to go for something a little bit different if you are the Kronos here. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 3. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos. His name is Adipus. And finally, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Matarasu, we do have Darth Knox. The map is Giza. And Adipus might find himself the fastest 3-0 we will have seen in this tournament thus far if Darth Knox is not prepared for this Kronos Rush. And like I already said once, the Prometheans are strong early on. Don't get me wrong. But the Miko, well, she is strong enough to defend against them early on, and I don't think you're going to pick any villages with them. In fact, if someone wants to Kronos Rush me and I'm still not clicked up, I'd probably go for a later advance until post 3 minutes. And if I saw the 3-minute advance, I'd just build out like 2 or 3 Miko from my town center to defend. And then I'd be chucking them onto favor, and I'd be looking for any sort of favor usages there, like solar shields, getting out some more, whatever you call them, weasels. You could also go for a Shrine of the Hunt idea here, but deconstruction does kind of put a pin in that one. So you want to be a little bit careful. But we actually don't want to go Shrine of the Hunt at all because it's going to be a waste of God Power. As Adipus wanders forward here. He's just trying to get any little bit of knowledge. I guess one random... No, that wouldn't make any sense. I was about to say one random idea would be to deconstruct the shrine straight away, but that would just slow down the Kagura technology momentarily. Not that big of a deal. Some relics on the map. We got the Fur of Boit. We are actually seeing a pretty fast advance here from Adipus. He's not messing around. This is the 15 pop advance. He is unironically rushing Darth Knox as hard as he possibly can. This Oracle getting sniped down. A hero Oracle here could be a nice addition to charging in and getting this damage done. Like, just Valor the Oracle on the front and use it to start smacking what's happening over here. And a mana getting dropped down as well, as the Oracle is just going to be moving around on this spot. Have to be careful with this fight there. We'll be able to take this one out, and the Oracle does join in, as we do see a Solar Shield getting dropped down as the Kitsune goes down there as well. But the Miko does manage to pick off one Promethean as Adipus trying to micro this. Gets himself his units back in. We've got the Miko trying to heal each other up there, but they separate. And that will be one down. Has Darth Knox delayed enough here, though, is the big question. Temple getting bashed. Might not be a terrible idea to actually just deconstruction this to prevent the Weasel from coming out, but too little too late. As the Weasel coming through, gets one slash off, retreats back. Counter barracks now onto the front. As another Miko comes out to say, excuse you, you are no longer allowed to participate in the party that we're having in this game. As the Goshinboku does get dropped down. The army turning around. There can be a hero Caraballister getting dropped here. No Solar Shield there from Darth Knox just yet, but his Miko doing a good job of holding on up onto this spot. We do see a dojo, but he doesn't need a dojo. How's he going to kill off the Caraballister with Samurai? It just doesn't really work. He's getting himself a stable, though. That's going to be an answer. However, Adipus is making the right call here. One huge advantage of playing Atlantean versus Japanese, but against the Japanese Pantheon, is you have one of the strongest counter infantry units in the game with Caraballister, and you have one of the strongest counter cavalry units in the game with Catapultes, which makes the Japanese, who has got the strongest infantry in the game, and arguably the strongest cavalry in the game, not really be able to go heavily into those strong units. They have to figure out a different way through. And generally that's going to be with those Yumi archers. Now, one saving grace here for Darth Knox is he does have 0.5 gold second here from the start of the game. So even though he's not able to really get onto this gold mine, it's not the biggest of deals. As the Komatachi is back in. Just going to charge through and just try and get some damage done. Snipes down all of those Prometheans there. Nice play. He will get out of there as Adipus is trying to get more stuff in. A Raijin pre-Q here. That is going to be a long way away. As the Catapultes getting that damage in there. There is no access to the Valor just yet, as this Komatachi getting chased down. It's 2 HP remaining. One thing here for Darth Knox is he's literally got 0 favor in the bank. He's been pushed off of his shrine, and he has 0 favor in the bank. He is getting heals with his Miko, but he needs gold, and Adipus is not going to be allowing this. One idea here for Adipus, just to make things incredibly difficult for Darth Knox, is to actually make a tower right now and just bring it forward. Because why not? Snipes both of the samurai down. And we are seeing some Yumi archers. I hate to say it though. This is not looking good for Darth Knox. He charges forward, trying to take out the Caraballister here. The Promethean coming in onto the back as the Kamatachi can at least take down the Promethean there. Over onto this side, the Kamatachi charging in onto this Caraballister. He does have the Valor. Drops it at the last minute there. Going to be sniping both the Kamatachi and the Samurai, as the villagers will be able to get back onto the gold for just a little bit. But Adipus is just getting further and further in front in this game. So the Miko trying to heal up these villagers. It is kind of a way to think about it. Like, you just put villagers on passive stance here and just heal up against this sort of low damage from the Caraballister. I mean, if you look at it, it's doing 8 pierce damage a second, and the Miko is healing at 5 HP a second. Plus all the arrows don't hit, so you probably can out-heal it if you have enough Miko out. But not if you charge it forward there, because that one will actually get sniped up. And Darth Knox has to pull back into his town center. There's oracles on the left. This gold mine is somewhat open to get grabbed and snuck, but the one at the top here is going to be very difficult for that 1 HP oracle just chilling over there. As Darth Knox will make a break for it, and we'll see if Adipus is going to notice it. Kamatachi poking forward. The villagers on the minimap do show themselves for a second there. And Adipus goes, excuse you, I kind of noticed. As Watchtowers comes in, selling some food, maybe, as an option here. As medium comes through, does get a little bit more gold to start coming in as well. There's more Miko on the way for Darth Knox, and Adipus is actually allowing Darth Knox sort of back into this game to some degree. Still, there's a huge, absolutely huge military discrepancy here. But Darth Knox has now got some dudes out. He does spot these units, though. He's got a couple of Terma out to deal with those Yumi archers. He's got every single unit that he needs to completely take Darth Knox out. But Darth Knox is getting himself the gold in. So he'll be able to give himself a chance here. All he needs to do is get some units together. Up onto the top, couple of stables coming down, dojo, guardhouse. It's a lot of buildings there for not very much eco. Has Darth Knox been trading? He doesn't even got a market down. He might need that market to just sell some stuff if he needs to, but slowly starting to get himself a few more units out, and Adipus sitting back, waiting, watching, massing units now up to medium. He's got to be careful not to get stuck in the classical age. As Darth Knox says, all right, time to take a fight. Charges in. At the very least, the Kamatachi gets a nice bit of special damage here as the Yumi archers pulling back ever so slightly. Those Naginata riders to get a lot of damage onto everything, and then the Yumi archers to fall. Deconstruction onto the tower as Adipus says it's time to go. Picking villages off left, right, and center. And now the gold mine is open for the pickings here. And Darth Knox, realistically, he's got a lot of gold now, but he has no food in his base. He has to build farms or move up to the Rhino, I guess, in the top of the map near that settlement. And Darth Knox loses his entire army yet again. Adipus says, no worries, we'll pull back. But Darth Knox says, yep, no, that is the game. I got no food in my base. I got no hope left in this game. I'm going to tap out. And Adipus does manage a very quick 3-0 in this one. Unfortunately, I think Darth Knox was playing the long game here, saving his strong gods for the later part of this series. And Adipus says, no. Your strong gods are no match for my strong gods. My grandpa's deck has no weak cards, Kaiba. I can use that one because, you know, it comes from Japan, Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways. A well-played game by Adipus nonetheless. I do think that this early rush could have been dealt with much, much better. Darth Knox moves out with the Mikor super early. Doesn't really set himself up for success with any sort of walls or anything over here. Just sitting back and healing the villagers with the Mikor rather than trying to fight so much, and might have been another way to go. Getting out a couple more Mikor to defend and then not losing any of them. They can all be healers. If you've got 4 Mikor out healing, then and you can just sort of idle on the town or passive stance on the gold mine, and those Carabalas are just going to sit there shooting while you're gathering gold. So it's not that big of a deal. But nonetheless, a well-played game and series from Adipus. Congratulations to him winning the first series of today. I'm going to jump into the main menu and see if we can kick the next series off a little bit earlier. Otherwise, we will be having to wait about a half hour. Anyways, let's have a little look-see. Alrighty. Then, who am I looking for? Is it another Taka Mikazuchi? I think it is. It is. Might just ping them and see if they are somewhat close. All right, I'm just waiting on Zooked. Garnath can actually start the games now if Zooked is ready. I don't really know what the story is there. I'm trying to gain some time here today. Just trying to gain a little bit of time, because if we can start the Champions League series just that little bit earlier, we might be able to catch Grass Tunison live as well. Adipus-san, mecca強いな. This guy very strong. Too strong. The thing to type here at the moment, I think, is bracket, maybe. Oh, that's not right. Standings? I can't remember what my thing is. Tournament. Exclam tournament works. Whatever. Just do that. Go to Wikipedia. It's pretty well done. Might be a little bit behind. Alright, what I'm going to do is pop off for maybe 30 minutes. We'll leave the stream on though. We're going to go into the highlights and I'll see what's happening with Zookt if he pops up, and we'll just come back in, but it's going to be about a 30-minute wait. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. Keep chatting if you like, all the other good stuff, but we will be back momentarily. Out 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage, but doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adipus. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished. As even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force Yeti is on the way. Earth Wall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to, and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adipus. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished. As even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adipus. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my God. But now, imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But doesn't matter. I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earth Wall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinel action. We're back. We're back for some more shenanigans here. Both Garnath and Zukt. Mid-draft right now. They're getting their shenanigans started for us. We're going to be trying to jump in a little bit earlier than is planned for our second series of today. We have a grand total of 4 series today, which is a crazy number. So make sure you get buckled up, get your seatbelt fastened, keep all of your limbs inside the vehicle at all times, and all the other good stuff that comes from that. But yes, we have Zucht versus Garnath for our next series. Following this up, we've got the main event, we've got the main draw, we've got the Champions League, we've got the Matador. He literally calls himself El Matador, the Matador. And he's playing Mini Yeti, one of the more scary players, I'd say, to go up in a tournament. He can pull anything out at you at any point. I got my tea now. My throat last game was feeling like very dry. Very, very dry. But it is what it is. And now we'll see what we're going to see, as we're going to be getting into a game pretty shortly here, actually. So let's check out the draft and see what these guys are prioritizing here as we jump right over there. Alrighty, well, a very spicy draft indeed. We've got Garnath grabbing that Skiomi right off the bat, and Zucht taking his Gaia. We've got the Frere there for Garnath, as then Zucht picks up his Kronos and Fushi. Garnath then says, well, we better grab ourselves the Susanol, because that's really strong. And then he also picks up his Thor, and Zucht, following that, grabs his Odin and Amaterasu, and Garnath takes Hades and Set, and then Zucht rounds out his draft with the Shenong. A very spicy draft from both of these guys. Very spicy indeed. Our first game, however, is going to be on the map Steppe. And the matchup that we're going to be seeing is going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Kronos Affair. So a spicy one to kick off. We just did watch we did just watch Adipus absolutely body Darth Knox's Japan in the last series with Kronos. Now this is another Kronos versus Japan here, but it's a very different Japan. Tsukiyomi has got New Moon, which can help you through a whole bunch of early game problems. You can drop that onto the tower, get yourself some free tower upgrades, and then say they want to deconstruct your tower. No worries, just rebuild it or do something else. That's totally fine as well. But nonetheless, what are the sort of things to worry about here? Well, Zucht is most likely going to be going for some sort of aggressive play here. You don't want to sit back and allow the Tsukiyomi to sort of get going. I've already brought this up, but counter buildings, the counter barracks against Japan for Atlanteans seems really, really strong. Caraballister, Catapulti, Promethean, Termon. Those are the 4 units, or maybe automatons, or maybe Caladriel. You don't have Caladriel with Kronos, but those are the 4 units you really want to be building in the classical age against Japan. Japan is the one who has to figure things out, because Japan doesn't get those counter units. Yes, your samurai is a counter unit. But how do you get onto the Caraballister? It's difficult. You have to sort of have the samurai and the Naginata riders moving in together. Now, one big advantage that Garnath is going to have here is access to the Swampland tech, which can help keep him alive early game and keep him pushing through to the next stage of the game. Let's have a little look-see and see if these guys are already in their game starting up. They are. Let's get that timer going so we can get excited. 2 minutes and 40 seconds here until our first game starts for these two very, very talented players, both from the European sides of life. I've actually met Zucht in real life. He has a amazing individual. Very, very fun. But we got some exciting stuff here. What does Tsukiyomi even do against the 3-minute rush? I'll tell you what I would do. I would go for Jorogumo. New Moon the Temple. Get myself out 2 or 3 Jorogumo. Enjoy myself a very, very nice chunk of gold at the start. Play the game nice and slow. Enjoy. What if the temple's gone? Just rebuild the temple. You're not playing Norse, right? You're not playing Norse. Just rebuild the temple. And then you obviously want to get out the things to answer all the other units. And if they get out some Hero Kyro Ballista, you can drop Swampland down, kill off everything else with the Swampland while focusing down the heroes. And that sort of stuff. Unlike Oranos, Kronos doesn't have a fantastic answer for Swampland. Because, well, he doesn't have Sky Passage. So, I think there's like a way through here for Garnath, for Tsukiyomi. Without question, there's a way through here for Tsukiyomi. But I think you have to be very, very you have to be thinking about what's going to happen. And how you can approach it. So I give him one option only. There's other options like, for example, get the dojo down, drop New Moon onto the dojo to pump out those Onimusha really quickly, and then you can push out with those. New Moon on the town center and get out 5 Kagura. Yeah, I don't know if that works because they're villages. I've never tried New Moon on the town center. Does it give you out villages quicker? Surely not. Surely it doesn't make you build villages faster. Would it make you build Miko faster? Kagura, he must be Miko. Miko. But nonetheless, let's jump into game number 1. It's going to be Step. It's going to be Tsukiyomi. It's going to be Gaia. No, it's not Gaia. It's going to be Kronos. It's going to be a lot of fireworks to kick this one off. Garnath, Zukt for game number 1. Let's get it. And we do see in the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Tsukiyomi. His name is Garnath. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is Zukt playing as Kronos. Some relics on the map. Let's have a little cheeky look. We've got ourselves the Scarab Pendant. Some Siege bonus. Feather of Xingwei. A little bit of wood bonus here. I'm mostly looking here for anything that's going to support a defense against a Kronos Rush. Tawawara, Totters, Last Arrow. And finally, Scales of the Katopa. So nothing super valuable here early game for Garnath to get out and try and grab. No like lions or monkeys or things like that. He does go for an immediate second shrine. This guy is absolutely crazy. But maybe it's going to work out for him. The arrow will work on all ranged units. So Tarawara, Totters, Last Arrow does work on the Terma, does work on the Kyro Ballista, does work on the Arcus, works on the Throwing Axeman as well. So all ranged soldiers. But nonetheless, let's take a look into the main base here of Zukt. Zukt drops a mana. So he is not going for the all-out crazy rush. Does not necessarily mean he's not going for somewhat of a rush, but the 15 population rush is off the menu if you drop that mana. But yeah, you can still go for a 330, and if Garnath is going to go for like a 4-minute plus advance time, he's going to have some troubles here. One of the big advantages, though, for Garnath here in playing on Step with Tsukiyomi is that he can eat these boars underneath his town centers, or at the very least, he's going to have some safety there. Dropping his house down as well. Temple coming up for Zukt as the goats getting claimed, and Garnath is going to be sending those all the way back home as this oracle for Zukt. He's searching for a little something. He sees one shrine. If he sees a second shrine here, he might be able to start thinking things like, ooh, that's going to be a late advance time, isn't it? Temple coming down for Garnath over onto this side. Not protecting the gold mine in the slightest. Zookt has spotted that. And he's going to want to pester this, I have to imagine. Still no advance in for Garnath. He's actually going to be in for some trouble here early game. Is the temple getting brought through? Doesn't look like Zook is going for the time shift just yet. Nope, there he goes. Time shift coming in. Does not get spotted by Garnath just yet, as he is blissfully unaware. Now, for those of you wondering, who is Garnath? I haven't seen him before. Well, Garnath is one of those pro players. He plays like Age of Empires 4, and he's participated in a lot of the Age of Mythology events. Really, really strong player in it, considering how, I don't know, how little he plays the game. I don't know if he plays at a crazy amount or what, but he still has an advanced, super late advance here from Garnath against this Kronos, as Zookt charging in over onto this side, going to be dumping his resources in, and now there's just no gold. There will be 0 gold in for Garnath, as he is not defended his position. The Miko over here going to get involved. Might have to pull off the other Miko as well. Is he going for relics? He's absolutely going for relics. He wants that Scales of a Quadruple Pass there. Villagers in the main base going to start getting shanked down as Garnath turns, snipes one. Got a couple of low HP villagers he's going to want to heal back up. As over onto this side, Garnath almost losing a villager. Does indeed lose one villager there as well. And the second villager over here with low HP goes down as Zookt is off to the races. Early game here. He's going to be diving into the town center, continuing to eat those goats and all that other good stuff. The classical age now in for Garnath. And one thing here is if Garnath can get onto the Caraballister, pretty sure he one-hits it with the Shiragumo. He charges forward. And yep, that's going to be a dead Caraballister there, because he does 150 damage. Dead. Miko coming through as well, going after the villagers. Zook makes a big mistake not heroizing that Caraballister there. Gets himself out one stable at the moment. As the Miko getting pulled up here. Zook is in full aggression right now. So the Miko gets pulled back and heal up the Shiragumo here, but there's just 0 gold in the bank. There's one Naginata rider that's going to be available. We see watchtowers in. Do you deconstruct that? The Naginata riders charging after this little bit of a problem here with that one catapulti. It's going to be some issues, but what Garnath wants is one snipe and then out of there for some heals, or at least forcing a Valor onto a Terma, which is low value. He's got himself the Miko over here, charging back to his tower to keep himself going. Villagers have now snuck the gold mine at the top, and I think Garnath may have just survived here, because now if one of these towers gets deconstructed, he can just slap a tower up to the top, and that's going to be a nice little defense for him. He's also going to have a nice amount of time here to just get himself some more cavalry out. He's got the Miko over here healing everyone up. He's behind in a big way for military resource value. But he does have the big scary Shiragumo here. The Miko charging forward. Got to keep those units alive here. Naginata rider pulling back. We have got another one charging in, trying to get on top of the Terma here. Gets a couple of smacks in. One Miko down. Will he lose this? Like he does lose the Naginata rider. Not ideal. It's now the villagers over onto this side. We do have a catapulti coming in. It's going to have to get retreated away from as more Miko getting created for Garnath. I have to say, imagine if he'd gone for my temple strat here. He'd be able to make a whole bunch of a whole bunch of units that perform amazingly. He drops himself down the swampland, giving himself a little bit more time here. The Juragumo getting chased down as that's getting healed up here. Does keep it alive for the time being. It's almost down. He's trying to heal it up. It does manage to do so as the Naginata Rider comes through, sniping down the hero Terma. And Garnath looks to have somehow managed to survive this early game ever so slightly. He's still in danger though. More Naginata Riders to come through. The Miko trying to heal up. As the Miko going to get sniped by the Terma. The very least you can pick up one of these. Oh, he picks up the hero? I've never seen that before. Doesn't get any damage done onto it for whatever reason, but he can throw it away. Okay, that's a first. A second and a third there as the Juragumo will end up falling. And all of a sudden, what is the game plan here? A market coming down for Garnath. I think Garnath has got one hope and one hope alone. What's that hope, you might ask? Well, it's get to the heroic age and make the Tengu. Don't cost any gold. You've got a pretty safe wood line at the back. You can take all your villagers off of food, put them over onto wood, get yourself out as Shogun as well. Fact of the matter is these units here have got low damage, so the Shogun's going to be pretty nice. Zook's going to have to respect that, get himself out some high damage units. Meanwhile, the Naginata Riders going to go after villagers here as well as Zook is time shifting back home. Garnath sees an opportunity to maybe take out the temple, but it's not going to be going down here, I don't think, as the catapult is to come through, and Garnath is heading off elsewhere. He does manage to click up now through Hachiman. Now, unfortunately for Garnath, he has lost a lot of Miko in this game. I think he has had a total of 4 or something. If he was able to have had them not die and be on shrines right now, he would start working up to a very, very large amount of Tengu immediately. But at this point, it's only going to be about 3. That being said, nice deconstruction there from Zook as he managed to snipe a villager. That being said, there is enough favor here to get out maybe a couple more cavalry, but most importantly, that daimyo. And Garnath will be able to go into a lot of Tengu following this all up as the new moon onto the temple. I actually think, funnily enough, Zook made a mistake here. He could have countered this. He could have absolutely countered this. You can deconstruct new moon. You can deconstruct new moon. But nonetheless, he did not go for it. Went for the tower. Now the Tengu come through. They're going to start getting themselves a whole bunch of gold here. And Zook is on the way. Terma going down. Not the best control from Garnath. You can actually manually utilize this this ability wherever you want. And because the Tengu do sit there a little bit idle on the jump afterwards, you want to sort of go where your opponent's heading rather than where they were. As now the Daimyo is out and the Daimyo is going to be chasing the Mamilo away. One idea here maybe is to drop the, I don't know, he's going to be giving a, definitely going to be giving a samurai away here if Zook isn't careful, but nonetheless the Murmillo will be falling and Zook has to now move into the next part. He can't just keep going in on this rush anymore, so he pulls back. He has to get units out to deal with the Shogun, so he needs high DPS units, and specifically hack damage units are your best bet against the Shogun. And then he also is going to need a lot of heroes to deal with these Tengu Masters. As the Yumi Horse Archer, the Naginata Riders, and more Tengu will inevitably be getting made here. And you can see this here. Garnath says, I'm just going to get more Miko. At this point, with that Ivory Netsuke upgrade, all of a sudden these Tengu are giving gold. I don't think that's exactly how much damage they've done. Maybe it is. But it would have been 250 gold already. So if you just get more Miko and just get more Tengu popping out, life becomes very, very difficult. As Garnath charges forward. Those Tengu, however, do need to use their special ability. Garnath not actually dropping that special ability means they're not getting that steroid. He's made a gigantic mistake on this fight, but is it going to be enough? No steroid from... One Tengu comes in over here. No steroid from the Tengu. Is it going to be enough? There's still 3 remaining. The Samurai are popping in here as well. Zucht loses his entire army there regardless. Pulling back into his main base. The villagers here going down. Hero Terma get converted. Towers to come up as well. But Garnath is in a ridiculously good position right now. Random Promethean offspring causing some problems there. But the Miko will turn, will slap, and will jump onto that shrine. The Oracle on the back gets sniped. And what can Zook do? He's going to have to somehow micro to take out these Tengu Masters. Does have the towers here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Garnath doesn't even need to finish the game here. He just needs to sit back, wait, keep on boosting up his economy, trying to find some picks on oracles, villagers, sniping units of Zucht. Zucht here wants to avoid fighting as much as he possibly can. But there's another problem looming here, which is Bushido tier 3 on the way, and Zucht is stuck in the classical age. So he's got no access to heavy, where his opponent will be up to heavy very, very shortly. In fact, he can just research it if he wants to. Have a look. He can just research it. It doesn't cost that much. At the moment, it's costing 107 food, 54 gold. Onto the top side here. Naginata doing what he can. A little bit of damage onto the bottom. We've got that Sashimono Batman technology to come through, which will help out Garnath's army against all of those Cav. Tengu diving in, could get it. Could take a little bit of damage there as he pulls back, but more Tengu to fly forward, trying to get involved. And Zucht pulling back into his main base for the time being. As the Terma here going to try and focus fire down that back line. There's now heavy upgrades in the Naginata Riders onto the top. The Tengu still mowing units down here. The Shogun very much alive and well as Samurai are joining in. In fact, he's just attacking villages because why not? And I'm not sure what else Zucht can do in this game as all of his citizens are falling. And Garnath looks to be moving towards a game 1 victory here. I mean, Zucht is still trying to fight it. He's getting raided on the left. He's got some towers over here, not focusing on that. Villagers moving over here as well. He's trying to make it, but I think he's going to be losing just everything. He's so far behind on score. He does decide there in that moment to tap out. He does decide to tap out there. But a well-played game by Garnath. He only just barely managed to survive that early game, and it all came down to him managing to get onto a secondary gold mine. He literally only grabbed 200 gold from it as well, which is crazy. He threw the market up. He traded his way to the heroic age. And once those Tengu came out, I mean, here's the thing. Zook did have one answer here and one answer alone. And that was to always have eyes on the temple and always be ready to deconstruction the temple when that new moon comes down onto it. That is the Chronos answer to this strategy. You can remove new moon from the game if you're ready for it. Now, unfortunately, Zook saw the opportunity to deconstruction a tower and snipe a villager, and in the same breath, Garnath hit heroic age, dropped new moon onto the temple, and was ready to go. But a well-played game from Garnath. We'll move into game number 2 and see what's new. Alrighty, so that first win in the books there, as Tsukiyomi does get the dub. Chronos the L. And game 2 is going to be on Mirage. It's going to be a Frere versus Gaia Affair. So we will be seeing Zook on his pride and joy. However, Garnath is on a scary god for this map for sure. This Frere is very, very strong. I need to make sure I give that point over to Garnath here. That Frere is very, very strong on this map. We've seen it once or twice already in this tournament, having some success here. It's a nice defensive map. Back gold. Very hard to get gold cuts. You have to play somewhat of a technical game here. You can't just sort of facepalm into the Frere and win. You have to do things like getting your palaces or castles or fortresses up and range siege. That can be a good way to go. But nonetheless, we're going to get into game number 2 and see if Garnath can continue his domination or if Zook will bring it back. Alrighty, then in the right side of the map, playing as Frere. His name is Garnath. And in the left side of the map, we have Zook as Gaia. Doc getting dropped down here for Zook as well, and same too for Garnath. So no spicy strategies here. This is a map where, technically speaking, there are some options here. You can try some cheese. If you don't go for a dock, go for a really fast advance. Try and put some pressure on. Like, for example, there's maybe enough food here. You've probably got about 7-ish favor worth of gazelle that you can snipe down, and then you have all those chicken here, which is a little bit of favor there as well. And then go and grab some cows, shank those down. You could have 2 Valkyries out with a really quick advance time. It's not really Frere's game plan, though. On the flip side, Gaia can't really do that stuff. She doesn't have anything like Chronos to get any nice quick rushes in, so she's going to be going for that defensive play anyways. But unlike on a really large fishing map, you're going to be advancing pretty quickly here normally as the fishing player, but it's probably about 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. Check out the relics and see what they're going to be looking like. We've got the Pandora's box here. Nice one for some myth units. There is an idea here for Zook to go for automatons. Now, I have recently been told that I will have to eat my hat because I said automatons will never work versus Norse, and we saw them work. But you can make anything work one time. We'll never see it again. But automatons can work here. Idea is definitely Caraballister plus automaton equals sad Norse player. Especially with those types of relics. Dwarven Calipers on the right side is going to be the siege. Getting a little bit cheaper. Up onto the top side of the map, there is Harmonia's Necklace here, which is the villager gather rate for gold plus 10%. And finally, Demeter's Throne. A Gaia player's favorite relic. It might not be the most broken or most synergetic of relics, but it's a guy player's favorite relic because it makes those economic guilds, which are already cheap. Unfortunately, we haven't seen Zook drop one yet, but they are already really cheap. It makes them next to nothing. They cost very, very little. And with that, you can spam them around the map and you can get yourself really feeling like Zerg, really feeling like that creep spread master, and be able to make your opponent's life a little tricky. Talking about the actual map, however, we got ourselves a settlement, got ourselves a gold mine. That's nice there for Garnath. He's going to be enjoying that. He's also got back Rhino behind this, so some walls, and maybe even a transport ship just for good luck over here so he can retreat away if he gets raided. Probably the cheaper way to do it, actually, is just build a transport ship or a longboat, I guess. And you can see how cheap this is. 32 wood, 9 gold. Then, from that, take off the 75% build time and 50% cost. I believe this is also already down, so it goes off the base cost, so you're losing even more resources. It might even be close to giving you resources to build this thing. Anyways, oracles moving forward here for Zook, trying to figure out exactly what he's facing as Garnath is dropping his temple, and he's going to be off to the races here. Another thing here for Zook is he still hasn't gotten his upgrades. I'm a bit surprised to see this. He might just be going for a fast second town center, which does make some sense considering what he's seen. But it also makes sense for him to just try and play aggressive here and deny this town center. It's definitely something that I've felt is possible as Atlantean now, is that you're going to be able to have that early game advantage in a big enough way. If your opponent's got all of the important resources on the right side, you're just going to deny that right side. Nonetheless, town center now coming up for Zookt. You just see a manor as well for Zookt on this side.
Yeah, Joe's.
And for Garnath, he hasn't spotted any of this. He does spot a Oracle just hanging out here, and Zookt here needs to run because that Ula will come through, and it's going to be a bit sad for him. There's the Caladri to come around. He could heroize, turn around and start shanking, and then actually win the fight. But grabbing himself the cows, trading back home. And a little bit of HP, a little bit of health coming in as the Herser here for Garnath, searching for what's actually going on. And he will be alerted to the fact that there is a town center on this spot. Now, the question here for Garnath is, does he go crazy here, go for a ram all in? Or is he just going to say, oh, you went town center? Great, let's go town center myself. As the villagers making their way over onto this side. Herser coming through. Going to probably drop a dock here. Is that actually what he's going for? He's just scouting. He's seen enough here. He's seen the town center. He sees a relic. Going to grab that one for himself. Cheaper siege. The map is begging Garnath to do a ram all in here. But he says, no worries. Let's grab a town center. I'm going to play some defense. Going to be a little bit behind the 8-ball on the economy, but that's okay. With such a great town center, there is going to be an Oracle over here. Armory also getting dropped down for the time being. It could be a fast heroic, actually, from Garnath, which is a little spicy. Then again, this could also just be drop an Armory for upgrades and go from there. So he's getting himself extra oracles out. At this point, if you're ever like just happy to play like a 2TC game and just play for like anything, like just getting those extra oracles out if your opponent's playing really defensive, there's really no problems with this. You just get yourself huge amounts of favor income. You can go for, I would probably recommend going for Rhea here against the Frere, for the reason of behemoths take out those rock giants pretty nicely. You also have Trader to steal the rock giant away. And then the stronger Murmulos and things like that can be really, really useful here. There's the Berserks. Going to be swinging around onto this position, but with that Caladria above here, it's a little bit scary as we do actually see the Asgardian Bastion getting dropped down. It's a little bit on the late side for any sort of ram all in, but Garnath is not dropping a talent center. He really looks like he's going to the heroic age, which honestly, the faster you get to the heroic age here with Freyr, the faster you get to start upgrading to things like heavy, things like full bronze. And even if your opponent's going to have more eco than you, you're going to be able to make up for it for a little bit before it starts becoming overwhelming. The Garnath will be securing his gold mine over here. They're just happily finishing up on the on the rhinos there as well. And there is the heroic age for Garnath, as he's actually going for the Galdir technology, making his Draugr even stronger. So we might be thinking we can go Draugr. He does get himself up a dock here. He's actually making himself some Kraken as well as he comes through. Going to snipe one fishing ship. And Zooked. At this point, if I'm Zooked, I say, no worries. Have the water. It's fine. That's what I actually say here. I don't even care. It's like your one town center. He's now dropping a second town center to try and catch up. Even if you take all of this fish, Zooked is going to be so far in front. He drops himself the carnivore down immediately. Does look to me like this is... it's close, actually. It's going down. The Hersa gets pulled off. Is it going to be enough? It's getting very close. Just barely manages to kill it. The town center is going to go up. And then I guess you want to rush up to the heroic age yourself and you can start to fight back with your own Nareed and take this position back. Well, that is exactly what's going to happen. And we actually see Thea here from Zooked. It's kind of wild to see. This does mean there's not going to be any real pushing power for Zooked until he hits the Mythic Age. But maybe that's his plan. His plan could be to just try and get Mythic Age here, Tartarian Gate, drop that down, get into some whatchamajiggets. Get into some fire siphons. We do see a fire ship coming out here, and we're going to try and deal with Garnath's Kraken, but still going to be a lot of time to wait at the moment for Zook to actually deal with all that. But this also gives time over to Garnath to just say, well, let's get our stuff up. Another hill fort coming through. Upgrades on the way. We've got that medium infantry. Copper weapons. And Zooked is hurting on the fish just a little bit. But also, Garnath hasn't taken the fish back just yet. So, it's not a huge advantage at all. And Garnath has invested a lot of resources into taking that out. The dock. He did delete and rebuild his dock, so it only cost him a little bit of wood rather than the full 300 food. Or whatever. And then, now we see the Nareed coming out. The way to use this Nareed is to use the special attack, run... use the special attack again, and Garnath is not having any of this. He's saying, no fish for you here, good sir. And he's actually making another one. Wait, where? Oh, over onto this side. We see Zook trying to attack onto this side. As a Nareed will be on the way. I'm a little surprised to see all this. This is kind of sick, though. Does he build one on this side? He does. It's going to be one Kraken sniped. The other one probably will go down here with this amount of HP remaining. But it's a pretty close fight after all is said and done. And now Zook can get back onto his fish, get going. He's got a decent amount of favor income here as well. So he can spam out Nareeds at the top here and then harass all this down. Super wild to see this. This is the type of Mirage you live for. This is the type of Mirage you live for. This is what I love about this map. You got this resource that everyone thinks is just basically free, safe food. It's not. There's all of this room for dock shenanigans. As you see in a read, two come out. But I don't think Zook knows how to control this one. He pops out. Going to dive in onto the Kraken. And he has to run here. He absolutely has to run. But he's not going for it. And he will be losing that one. But he might be able to kill off with another Nereid to come through. There's also this this upgrade here. What's it called? I've never seen anyone grab this one. But the recharge time for the Nereid, if you are actually building them and you do have to deal with your opponent baking Kraken, it's really, really good. 50% recharge time reduction. Now you don't have to run anymore. It's just going to use that special ability multiple times. You can come in and snipe the fishing ships, no problems. Zook is back on his fish over here, keeping himself going for a third town center. Meanwhile, Garnath, 1, 2, 3 town centers himself. The upgrade for the Kraken, he doesn't have access to that. You need to go through Njord to get the access for the Kraken. And that just gives some extra HP from memory. It's not terrible. Actually, it's not very good. I don't rate that upgrade at all. But nonetheless, Garnath here, he's managed. Ooh, another dock coming up onto this spot as the Berserks are going to be searching. Will they spot the villager? Yes, they do. The dock is 9 seconds from completion. Can this citizen make it? 1 dock up in a dream. 3, 2, dead. Oh. Gets picked up and dead. Kraken says no. Now we are going to be seeing Atlas coming through. Such a strange god path for this matchup. No full favor income, but going in for Atlas, to me, doesn't make the most sense. Yes, you're going to be able to kill off his army, fine. But really what you want, I think if you're going to go for like Thea here, is you want to get the favor upgrades. You want to get all your oracles in, and you want to be looking for a lot of Lampedi, such that you can take out enemy units that are going to be really, really strong. But Garnath is just going, I will take this town center as well then, shall I? I'm going to have Tempest. I'm going to have a Gloom and Bursty, and you are going to be in some trouble here, good sir. Another hill fort coming up as well, as Garnath is slowly pushing his advantage. He does have himself the Feast of Renown tech as well. As the Ghoul and Bursty gets dropped down, Tempest as well, and Zook says, get me out of here. That is too much for me to deal with. A whole bunch of Arcus to come through as well, as this Ghoul and Bursty is just charging through huge value for Garnath. However, Implode as a counter here. Can you use Implode on top of this? Oh, it's already finished. It doesn't matter. But Implode can be dropped now onto this spot as well. Whether or not Zook wants to, he can try and capture them all in here. The citizens pulling back. Hero units getting converted over here. Zook needs to drop this Implode. But I guess Garnath is somewhat suiciding on this point as the Argus comes through. Going to be a huge amount of help here. Citizens falling left, right, and center as more infantry units are piling in from Garnath. He sees the go time, the opportunity to get some damage done. Portable rams coming in to try and take out the palace. There are citizens over on this gold mine as well, so even if Garnath manages to break through this position, Zook is still going to be fine. He's dropping some towers on the side here. Do we see any fire siphons? Answer, not just yet. Zook's now getting himself out. Destroyers. There aren't that many throwing axemen here, so destroyers do make some sense, but normally you're scared to build destroyers because your opponent can just make those throwing axemen, but it doesn't seem like they're coming through here just yet. That being said, I do think Fire Siphon are your best bet at the moment, as Zook moving forward over here. He can also go for fortified town centers and not be behind on population at the moment. He wants to try that. There's more units to come through here. The Argus does get that special off and does so much damage with it. The more rock giants going to be coming through, and Zook has to be regretting not having those behemoth for these rock giants. Behemoth have got bonus damage versus Myth unit. They've got crush damage. So it's bonus crush damage versus Myth unit. As it's just a huge amount of damage onto those bad boys. But Zook so far looks to have held. He does, however, still need siege. Wait, are we seeing another Kraken? Garnath is unrelenting here. I mean, he's Norse. Why not? Why not sneak in? Why not get another one? He's got all the favor in the world. Let's spend it on something useful that makes your opponent have to be a little bit more careful. As the destroyers coming in to take out the hill fort. A couple of economic guilds getting dropped down all over the place. As Garnath, a little bit out of position. We do have the towers to come in. He's got one portable ram, though, so he can start to break through those. But nonetheless, Garnath will lose this hill fort. The next one might fall here as well. But Zook will have to be taking a fight here. There's a temple on the front for more rock giants to come through. The town center for Garnath up here. About to fall. Zook for the moment to drop himself a palace. Wants to take the town center. I don't blame him. He's going to be able to go up to champion, heavy, all that good stuff. He's missing some armory upgrades from the heroic age, but we can grab those sooner or later as well. As Garnath continuing to throw units into this meat grinder. He is going up for fortified town centers as well. I'm surprised to see him not be prioritizing a mythic age here. Citizen moving forward. There's another hill fort over here. They need to go elsewhere. As at least the Huskar will pick off one citizen there. Over onto this other side, however, the raids onto this gold mine, sniping citizens much needed from Garnath. He is really hurting, or really dealing damage, I should say, onto Zook right now. But Zook has managed to claim himself another gold mine up to the top. More economic guilds to come down. I wouldn't mind seeing that market started and trade route for Zook immediately. This is going to be one of those lost conditions that Zook needs to play around. Garnath still pumping hill forts, still trying to deny gold and deny map control and everything else. More units charging over here as Zook is cleaning up these bad boys, but I'm not sure how much that matters. As the citizen will actually turn around and try and get a little bit of shanking action happening here. The town center does help out on that defense, but he will be losing a handful of units. Well, he doesn't lose one citizen. I think he might actually survive here. Does this guy get taken out? Yep, all those citizens live, and they're on lush, so they're going to heal back up to full. Meanwhile, the citizens to pull over here, attempting to grab the town center as a hill fort has been shown. So Garnath's hill fort is going to start taking out these villages and all the other good stuff there. See one Zooked Man of War over here as well. That's going to be able to help defend, but we will be having a Lampedian, not a Lampedi, what's it called? A Yorman Elver in, as well as we finally see the implode getting dropped down. All those units getting sucked in. The population drops. However, Zook's army also dropping into here. He's going to get flung over underneath this hill fort with half of his units. Over underneath this hill fort with the other half and a couple of units on the back there as well. Going to be a bit of a trouble as Zook's got no population left. He's getting raided on the bottom. Citizens falling left, right, and center here. And Garnath, I think he is getting... There's 50 villages remaining. 50 population of citizen remaining for Zook here. Garnath is now going Mythic Age through Vidar. And Zook is about to lose score lead as he has not been able to quell the dominance of this Norse in this game. More citizens falling. He's trying to shank down the Portal Rams. Will be able to pick that one off, but then what? Another one's going to be coming momentarily. Carnivora over onto this side to try and help keep things alive. On the portable ram, more units to come in for Garnath at the moment as he's continuing to spam units in onto this position. Heavy infantry finally on the way for Zook, but he's found himself in a very, very difficult position. That being said, one fire siphon is all he needs to break out of this bind, but he doesn't have the gold, doesn't start the trade route. Has to defend over here as well. He's got a fanatic or two to help deal with this, as well as dealing with those Huskarls, trying to repair up the town center. He's got to get those villagers onto farms and all the other good stuff. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Bergrizi is back in, the portable ram to help out as well. There's 133 population for Zooks compared to Garnath, who's up at 235 with a Mythic Age God Power to boot. This is coming. Upgrades. He's getting himself that Freyr's Gift for 0 favor there. 400 food only. All the other upgrades are queued up as well. The town center falls. As the Mythic Age is about to hit, the Inferno has to be sealing the deal in this game. As he does click that one in. Dives over the units, charging in to try and take out the palace on this backside. $127 pop for Zook. He's valiantly fighting, trying to keep himself alive in this one, but Garnath is looking dominating. What else can you do? Dryad's queued up, Fanatic's queued up, Arcus queued up, but the eco is just not there. 68 villages, 70 villages for Zook, trying to catch back up, but he's going to be out of gold. He doesn't have this gold mine. That's getting taken by Garnath. This gold mine in the middle is also not possible to be grabbed. The palace falling quickly as those Bergrizis wandering over here to take out the remaining buildings, and Zook is just staring down a full list of upgrades coming through, and the game is getting more and more out of hand as Zook does decide to tap out here. I was looking good for Zook. It was looking so good for Zook. He didn't secure this gold mine. He pushed over this way, lost this position. Whenever Zook pushed one way, Garnath pushed back another. And in the tug-of-war battle, it ended up favoring Garnath's Freyr here with the damage dealt. I was such a good position. If he went for... I honestly think if he went for Tartarian Gate here, went for the Hecate instead of Atlas in this game, all of a sudden you Tartarian Gate the main base. Your opponent has to retreat out, deal with that, or lose a whole bunch of their eco, a whole bunch of their town centers or whatever. You drop it over here maybe. Push over to the left side, take this out, grab this position, happy days, start a trade route. And you're ready to actually take this game into an advantageous late game, of which the guy can push through the middle and can find some wins. But nonetheless, Garnath up 2-0 here. Will we see another 3-0? Our second one of the day. Is that what we're going to be seeing here or not? Let's jump back into the draft menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Guys, I'm going to take the shortest of breaks, go to the toilet. We're going to fix up this this thing later, fix up the draft afterwards. I really need to pee. I'll be right back. Enjoy some highlights from the qualifiers one. I need to update this really badly. We can update it at some point. But enjoy the highlights. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Fought out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DP manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the Term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. Alrighty, the guys are just doing their God Picker right now as we speak, and it's going to be a Susan versus a waifu matchup, a Japanese affair for game number 3. Schmack. Nope, that's a schmack. So Susanoo versus Amaterasu for game number 3 on the map Giza. Nice defensive map and all that other good stuff. Alrighty. Does Shogun generate samurai through attacking animals on the map or walls? No, only enemy units. Like 95% sure it doesn't get anything from animals. That would probably be an oversight if it does. Alrighty. They are just in the game lobby. I don't really know much about this matchup, so I don't have much to say. All I know is Susanoo has got a lot of God Power spammage, which works really good versus human units. And Amaterasu really likes Samurai. So I would be somewhat surprised to see Zookt actually go in for Mass Samurai here in this matchup. But you never know. I don't think that the meta, the like Japanese meta is, mirror meta is at all set in stone. Are we in a, we're watching Challengers League at the moment for the first 2 games today, and then we're going to be watching the Champions League games after this. So the Champions League games do start at 1600. So in about an hour. I might actually bump these guys and ask if they want to start earlier. Let me see here if it's going to be possible. Is it in this one? Where's Matador be in the ISIS division, right? No, the Loki division. That's right. L Matador at Mini. Alrighty. I believe the Tartarian gate was reduced to 300 favor. Still a lot of favor for a God Power like that. Especially when you want to be making those myth units way more than using that God Power. I don't think, like, here's my take on it. I think that a God Power that gets reused a lot probably should have its recast put up. I think the recastable God Powers is not something that we should really be seeing much in competitive. That's my take on it. I'm not going to force that on anyone. I'm not going to be saying and complaining about it. But I would rather see players spending their favor on things like unique upgrades on myth units and on anything else that does not exist. That's not a god power. That's my take on it, but is what it is. Anyways, we're going to be getting into game number 3 here. We got the Japanese mirror. We got a Susanoo versus a Matarasu affair. Let's jump into it. And in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Susanoo, it is Garnath. His opponent today in the red color, playing as a Matarasu, it is Zooked. So, let's talk about, actually first and foremost, let's check the relics out and see if anything's going to like force one way or the other. And I'll talk about a whole bunch of ways in which you can probably approach these god or approach this matchup. Anyways, we've got the Eye of Horus here. There's going to be a +4 population there. We've got the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. Always nice there for the myth units, getting some little bits of regen. Not super important for this matchup. You've got a lot of healing, so you really don't need it, but it can be nice. Nose of the Sphinx here as well. Some building hit points getting increased. And up to the top, we got the Scale of Echidna, making myth units a little bit cheaper. Okay, so given the fact that this relic is on the map, my brain immediately goes to, can I use that in some way, shape, or form? Garnath spots it. Zooked, unfortunately, has missed it. But can I use that in some way, shape, or form? As we actually see a super early crushing waves technology coming through. Are we going to be seeing Garnath going for early game harass here? Because if you get that crushing waves onto the Kitsune, while it's only doing 1.5 damage an attack at 1.5 attack interval there, it goes up to 2.5 damage an attack, and you can just hit and run and actually hurt. You can really hurt the villagers there with that super early. That makes me scared. He's making more. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is so spicy. This is a Garnath approved opening. This is so spicy. I was about to go into a whole bunch of details about how to play the map, how to play the matchup, but Garnath is taking it somewhere completely different. Now, at the moment, he's just scouting, so maybe I'm wrong on this. But had Garnath gone for like an extra couple of Miko, he could literally, I mean, the Mikos are pretty good to defend here early on. Maybe this is more of a strat for versus, say, like a, I don't know, like a Norse player or an Egyptian player early on, where you got the slow heroes that don't really do any damage, charge in with those Kitsune and live the dream. But nonetheless, the Kitsune and the Miko are in hot pursuit. He sees the relic. He wants that one. He wants that Scales of Echidna. All right. So there's nothing crazy happening. Garnath is crazy himself, but I think what he's doing is he's just trying to get that passive Bushido starting to tick down. He's got 2 Kitsune now, so a little bit of extra passive Bushido at the moment is going to be nice. So let's talk about the options here for the gods. We are seeing Ame no Uzume. Not surprised to see this. It makes a lot of sense. You get the Goshin Boku tree, you get yourself those weasels, and you can go put some pressure on nice and early. They're also decent to defend. You got that Solar Shield to help you out. There are going to be 3 Miko in the main base here for Zooked. Now, there is the other option of going in for a Shrine of the Hunt, going Minakatatomi, going for a second Town Center, especially on a map like this. But I think I like the idea of just going for a big myth unit orientated play here as the Amaterasu. You want to get up to the heroic age through Hachiman, get your access to the Shogun so you can play around any sort of myth units that your opponent's going to be spamming out. Like, very simply, right? You get your samurai out from there. And then you can also make those Tengu, while also having out some early game weasels to put pressure onto your opponent and make sure that they're respecting the fact that they could lose a lot of villagers in an instant. Nonetheless, the Garnath Kitsune chasing after this one. It's got so much speed. How come it's got 6.9 speed here? Oh, does this give speed? Oh, crushing waves gives speed. That's kind of OP. I guess that's why he rushed that technology out, so he could get more scouting done. Basically, turns around, gets the nibble, retreats. Great control from Garnath. Takes a lot of damage on that one as the Kamatachi is now coming through. The villagers will have to idle themselves as Zook says, all right, I will just run, turn around, get a little bit of snap, a little bit of damage over there before pulling back. There's the Miko and the Kitsune coming on. To be careful with these Kitsune coming onto this because that special, once that comes up, you can just turn around and get that special to snipe those guys in an instant there. Turns around, picks off one. That's huge. You can turn and pick off the other one as well, decides against it. The Kitsune is now tempting fate here. He does pick off the Naginata Rider. Solar Shield onto the Razor Wind Kamatachi as the Miko has to pull back, but no damage just yet as over onto this side. The other Razor Wind Kamatachi going for a little bit of a suicide onto the villagers. They turn around here. Not going to be able to get that special off. Snipes the Kitsune, however. So Garnath's early game shenanigans not going all too well. Losing a lot of units. The Kamatachi will be coming back. As Zook now moving into the middle of the map, though, this is dangerous. Going to be starting to grab himself some rhinos and live the dream there. Over onto this side, a random, the most random of Miko from Zook on the forward position here. As there's no room for another Solar Shield. He's grabbing himself Katagi here. As the Juragumo does end up going down. Does manage to pick off another Naginata Rider as the final one there with 6 HP remaining. And Zook just managed to get himself out a handful of samurai. However, Garnath is up to Bushido tier 2. And he's going to start making more 9-tailed Kitsune. And continuing his Bushido climb here. But Zook, for the moment, he's got to be a little bit more passive, I guess. Because he's so far behind on the Bushido. He's going to have to be careful. And here's the other thing. Garnath is just going to be able to raid. Main base is open. The tiniest of walls here. Zook probably wants to just full wall up here. Because Garnath is just going to come forward and he can just drop this Kusanagi down onto the villagers. If he spots any of them anywhere. And it can be absolutely brutal. As the Naginata Riders coming forward, they do get greeted by a lot of Yeti Spearmen. We do have that Swampland getting dropped in, but Zooks not falling for it. Doesn't want to move just yet. Pulls his villagers up over onto this side. There is going to be the Razor Wind Kamatachi to come over here. The Naginata, no usage of that Kusanagi there as he does decide, all right, let's just pull back. No problems. The Swampland did not get the value there, I think, that Garnath wanted in that moment. Zook's played a really, really aware fight there. He didn't panic. He sat still. I think maybe if Garnath had dropped the Kusanagi down onto the samurai and sent onto the army and sent it flying, then they probably would have hit a lot more cappers and lost a lot more there, but didn't go for it. Couple houses coming down for Garnath as well. That's another Razorwind Kamatachi coming through. There will be access to another Solar Shield at the moment. That's the Naginata Riders coming through, looking for some pain here as the Kusanagi does get dropped down. There will be one villager getting sniped. Not much damage actually done in the return fire as the Miko gets spotted and does end up falling. There is now the second tier of Bushido in, however, for Zook. He manages to snipe one Naginata Rider on the retreat there as this Razorwind Kamatachi will end up going down. Not dropping the Solar Shield there and unfortunately losing that one there. But it's an equal game in terms of population. And the only thing that's spicy, that's going to come in that's kind of spicy here, is going to be what these Nine-Tailed Kitsune is going to be able to do. What the raids are going to be able to do. Walls coming up all over the place here for Zook. He doesn't want to deal with these Kitsune. If you have walls up, that's how you play around that speed. They are incredibly fast at 6.9 speed. And then once they tag up with another one, they go up to 7.3. Now the Naginata Riders will slow everything down to 6.6. And if you're going to move around with a Juragumo and a Miko, you're going to go down to 4.2. But nonetheless, this army here for Garnath looks very, very scary. Charges forward. Taking a little look-see at this position. And those Yeti Spearmen are out of position as the wall will not be finishing up here. And Zookt, he makes a large mistake at this point as Garnath times this attack absolutely beautifully. Naginata Riders versus Samurai aren't necessarily the best thing in the world, but the numbers here seem to be decent for Garnath. He's going after the villagers now, says, I can't deal with this army. Let me go to the top. There's not a Kusanagi available considering how much he spent on those Kitsune. Mr. Shuraguma will pick up one unit, snipes that one, or doesn't manage to pick it off, but big amount of damage there. The Razorwind Kamatachi end up going down over onto this side. Villagers hanging out, doing what they can. And Garnath pulls back. Not able to quite finish off Zook there. In fact, Zook is now up to medium. Sorry, heavy. He's now up to heavy. And Garnath is the one who is lagging behind. Villager differential. It's just one villager lead here for Garnath. Equal amounts of Miko as well. But just one villager lead for Garnath does give Zook a very, very hefty advantage here. And Garnath still trying to push the pedal to the metal here. These Yeti Spearmen are going to be ridiculous on this spot as the Kusanagi drops down. The units here turning around, ready to take this fight. Heavy in. The Solar Shield dropping down onto one of those Samurai there. And all of these Naginata Riders are going to be getting sniped. We do see heavy in now for Garnath. He gets himself a lot of favor there. 75 favor in the bank. He does get access to another Swampland here. That can be a big help. Meanwhile, over here, one little cheeky Kitsune coming through. It's the Juragumo. Gets sniped. Samurai coming through. Taking out a bunch of units here. And Garnath, I don't know if he's going to be able to defend against these units. He's got heavy Yumi archers. He does have himself this Swampland, so that's going to be a big help. But he has to drop it. He has to use it here. Or does he? I mean, the Yumi archers are pretty good. Especially with shooting Scoot Micron. There's no units over here to help out. Zook is just going full send on this army for the time being as the Naginata Riders peeling off, coming up here to take out the Bushi, as well as the opposing archers as the villagers do get pushed off of this position. And so far, it looks like Garnath has managed to slow the pain. There's a couple of more Naginata Riders to start tanking up the front line here. Razorwind Kamatachi coming in. There's still... Oh, there's no more access to the Swampland. He's making more Nine-Tailed Kitsune here. And Garnath has to dive into the town center trying to keep himself alive. The villagers pushed off the gold mine now. Do we see any movement up to the top? Yes, there is a mining camp placed there, but it's going to be a ways away. As the Kitsune come through. Some huge damage onto these guys. As the Miko to come through and start assisting. Kusanagi does get dropped down there. Sort of a desperation Kusanagi, I guess, but low HP Razorwind Kamatachi not actually ending up getting taken out there as Garnath falling further and further behind in this game. He will manage to get up to another gold mine. He's very short on gold at the moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at that Bushido. It's almost up to champion here. And Garnath rides forward, trying to take out the Yumi archers and all the other good stuff. There's a couple of Bushi. Onimusha on the back as well. We're able to snipe that one down. One Razorwind Kamatachi going to be going after villagers as the pain coming onto this gold mine as well. And Garnath does not look to be able to continue here. He's trying to get to the heroic age, it looks like. But no gold income. Makes life very, very difficult. This one Razorwind Kamatachi now starting to pick villagers as Garnath trying to distract with all of his units. Too much stuff to pay attention to. And the villager down is still has not reacted to the Kamatachi raids. Finally pulling back into his main town center here. Over onto this side, villagers grabbing themselves some rhino. Nice little a raid here as Zook's not paying attention up to the top side. But he can just turn around and shank back here if he wants to. Samurai are hitting the villagers of Garnath though. Both players bleeding villagers. As the Samurai are waiting on this gold mine. A couple of villagers to come in. They start the... Garnath's just... He needs gold. I think he wants Smith heroic age, but I don't think it's going to give him enough of an assistance here. One more villagers getting sniped. It's the Yumi archers coming over here, trying to help out. The Naginata Rider is going to be going down. And Yasukta's just erasing villagers. The villager deficit is at 43 to 23. And I don't think there's really much left here for Garnath. He does tap out. A valiantly fought game from Garnath. I love that little opening from him, though. The early Kitsune to run around, but he just could not find the damage with those Naginata Riders here that he needed. There was one big move here where he ran in and attacked this. If he'd had that Swampland in that position to drop onto that fight, maybe things would have gone a little bit different. So that second, that tier 2 Bushido that came through, instead of a whole bunch of Kitsune there just saving up for another Swampland, maybe things would have gone a little bit better for Garnath. But nonetheless, we've got ourselves a series here. It is going to be 2-1. So we jump back over to the draft and see what game number 4 is going to be looking like. Alrighty, so game number 4 is going to be a Thor versus Shenong affair. So the Susanoo did end up losing. The Amaterasu did end up winning. This is going to be Shenong versus Thor. And we are going in onto the map Ghost Lake. Did we see this matchup already, or was it Fushi? I think it was Fushi. I do have somewhat of a feeling that a fast heroic here from the Thor could be one way to go here. Why? Well, you get access to another 3,000 gold. It is on Ghost Lake. You drop a hill fort down in your main base. And then you have Huskar. And now you don't have to worry about the halberdiers. This only really works for Thor, though. Alrighty. Samurai should be in the heroic age? Maybe. I'm not here to claim any balance today. We're just enjoying games. That's what we're doing. You guys in the Twitch chat, your job is to complain about balance 24/7. My job is to just be like, yo guys, let's just enjoy the games. This is fun games. Right? Is Naruto built on Japanese mythology? I don't know, maybe. Uranus is overpowered? Agreed! Best god in the game, bar none. Best god in the game, bar none. Never seen a more broken god than Uranus. Is that right? Alrighty. I'm laughing like it's a joke. No, I'm just here spitting facts, man. That's all I do. I spit facts. How well does the Axeman do versus a Matarasu Samurai? My experience is you want to be making Chariot Archers versus Samurai if you can. And you want to be making Axeman versus Shinobi. Axeman versus Samurai? Not really it. But if they're only going to be making... If they're not going to make anything else, and they're just going to go Samurai Shinobi, then Axeman Chariot Archer is a good option. What do you mean you predicted the future? You've been right the entire time, Pegasus Rush. There's no predictions. It was just Uranus was OP in 2003. It's OP in 2025. Simple. We weren't going to talk about balance. What you brought me in when you reminded me of what the state of the game is. Hee hee. Is Odin still good against anything? Probably fine into Greek at the moment. It's probably a pretty competitive matchup. That might be it. I don't even need to click on that YouTube video to know what it is and say it's 100% right. There's nothing wrong with that YouTube video link. Yep. I don't need to click on it. I just give you big thumbs up and say, you know what's going on. Anyways, we're going to be jumping into game number 4 here. Thor versus Shenong. This could be game. Well, this is game point here for Zook. He needs to win this one to stay in this series. Garnath here needs to get a nice win here. Now, I do think that of all the maps that exists in this matchup, if there's a map that you can make it work on, well, this is going to be one of them. So let's see how it's going to spawn and all the other good stuff as we get into game number 4. And into the left-hand corner of the map, dropping the Dwarven Mine. Are you kidding me? Garnath is not messing around here. And I'm excited for it. I'm here for it. You guys thought, oh, Thor is just a... You just go for the Dwarven Armory, right? You just go for the Dwarven Armory. That's all you do. No. Literally get yourself 150 gold. Garrison here. Drop over onto the boar. Rush the classical age. No problems. Or put everyone onto the Dwarven Mine here and build no gatherers, and you're good to go. Now, why is Garnath doing this? Well, recently, China got hit with a nerf buff. A sideways movement of strength. They lost 50, 100 food early game. Can't remember exactly how much it was. But what they gained was a 10 favor qual food. What they gained was a 10 favor qual food. Is that big of a deal? Answer, yes, it is that big of a deal. The more we play with it, the more we realize greedy mass qualfu ideas are incredibly strong early on. 3 qualfu advance, even a 4 qualfu advance if you want to play 1 town center ideas can be very, very powerful. The Pioneer here from Zucht wanted to scout things out. Garnath, got to click onto that one. He's already got the temple up. Now, what can you do here with this fast advance that Garnath is going for? I think the best thing he can go for right now is a fast second Valkyrie. Fast second Valkyrie. Send it in. Get yourself some serious damage done. Call it a day. Now, Zucht, I love his silo positioning here. Garnath can't do any damage to the gold mine. Why? This is ready to be set up for prosperous seeds. As Chiyo is coming in, and Zucht, he is adapting like a madman here. He doesn't go for the extra qualifier. He's not greeting out in the slightest here. He goes, you dropped Dwarven Mine. That is not what everyone does. That gives away the strategy. I've scouted out. I see no Dwarven Mine. Okay. No worries. Let's just advance quick. Let's get some Pioneers out. And let's be ready to defend. It's going to be the Freya for Garnath. The Herso coming out. Herso looking for relics. There is the Dwarven Horseshoes over here. That's going to be nice. Up onto this side, there's the Ship of Fingernails being a food trickle boost. There's the Valkyrie for Garnath now out. Going to be moving across the map. A whole bunch of goats getting picked up here as well. But both players are in the second age. The Yachts are going to be coming out. 2 Yachts to try and defend against the Valkyrie nice and early. Or even better yet, run in and snipe while defending with Pioneers. Though the Pioneer on the top here will end up getting sniped. That's the Valkyrie. Gets a couple of pokes away over onto that side. Yachts are looking for any amount of damage into this main base. As he gets the relic up. What is this one? He gets that Jade Hair relic in for himself as the Valkyrie can say, hey, if you wanna go, let's go. I'll start poking you. Let's go. Snap. Keep it snappy. Yachts are back into the main base, getting chased down. There's no answers here. There's no Pioneers. He's down to 10 HP, gets sniped, and Garnath is out of here. In the main base, the archer has fallen there from Zookt as well. Zookt, I don't think he's... This game looks like he is absolutely butchered this early game. The Valkyrie here for Garnath. He drops himself Forest Fire, snipes the villager. He can just retreat now. He is one favor away from another Valkyrie. And he can just heal that up. And he is good to go. Ball goes down over here. The game for Zookt is not lost, though. He's still got a villager lead. He's not grabbing gold anymore. He can still make himself a whole bunch of Quailfu and get himself going. He's making fire archers at the moment, but he does need to be thinking about halberdiers. And one thing is that I've noticed with Shenong, as he does get that Valkyrie out to heal up, one thing I've noticed with Shenong is I don't need to leave my base for food. So long as I get myself a good healthy amount of favor gains and I drop enough of these Prosperous Seeds farms down, I'm going to be able to sit in my base for a very long time, supporting villager production and halberdier production. But Garnath has got through most of the problems here. He's also behind all of this. He's dropped himself this Dwarven Armory so he can start getting those upgrades in if he wants to. He might also be thinking, let's just get Heroic Age now. Because what does he actually need? Does he need Raiding Cavalry? Probably not. He's going to make some. But does he need them? What does he need? Heroic Age and Huskal. That's the unit that helps here. That's the unit that makes things... that changes things in this matchup. There's the Valkyrie. Pop forward. Pull back. Swing up to the top side. Ball does get sniped over onto that spot there as these Valkyrie sitting, waiting, watching, dreaming, searching. One low HP villager over here. One little cheeky move you can do here as Shenong is to drop some Prosperous Seeds farms on the wood line as well. Does manage to get into the tower there, keeping himself alive. This villager, however, might not be so lucky, because that one does get sniped. Raiding Cavalry over onto this side. Halberdiers are in to get some defense, and he does manage to catch the Valkyrie. That's worth it there. A little bit of a bait going after the low HP villager. Snipes that one there as well. As he gets in, snipes down a Pioneer on the back there too. But the Valkyrie falls, and Garnath sort of fell asleep at the wheel for a little bit there. Surprised to see him lose both those Valkyries. That is not ideal. And all of a sudden, I think Zookt, even though he's lost a whole bunch of villagers, I think he's in a much better position now. No more Valkyrie to deal with. The raids, they're basically stopped. He's got the Halberdiers out that he needs. The gold mine on the back here, 1,400 remaining. Garnath is managing to get himself some Aurochs here. Scepter on the map as well. That's nice. There is a nice amount of goats here as well for Garnath, so he can delay that farm transition for quite some time. But Zook now, Master of Weaponry on the way. Couple thrown axemen to come through as well. And Garnath is going to motor ahead now. Wouldn't mind seeing some walls getting thrown up on this top site just to protect these villages. They will be finished up fairly shortly. Differential on military. Kind of equal. A little bit of an advantage for Garnath, but nothing too crazy. Villager differential 31 to 30 as Garnath is now getting himself those cheap armory upgrades. And they also train faster here when you're in the classical age. They train faster when you're in the heroic age, or research faster. So there is that. But the problem now for Garnath is, where is he going to go for gold? He has to fight lightning weapons here. The army here has got halberdiers. It's got fire archers. I thought a big fat attack. Oh, good raid though onto this side. But Zook says, hey, if you're going to be doing that, let me come and kill you a little bit. Take a bit of a fight, snipe some units, and take you closer to that gold staff situation. Quafu over here. One Quafu does end up falling. The other Quafu also getting caught out. We drops a Prosperous Seeds. He can't get onto it though. Oh, yes he can. But it still goes down anyways. Still go down anyways. And Garnath is just all over Zook here, but he can't get himself a gold mine. Does have 38 favor. He's going to be sneaking up to the top gold. There is a Fire Archer over here. Military resource differential still pretty close, however. So spicy here at the moment as the dwarves coming through, and Zooked at the moment, he doesn't know the gold is here. He doesn't know the gold is here. He was waiting in the right spot. In fact, he sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold mines. He thinks it's a 6 gold mine ghost. Like, he's just revealed another gold mine. He's just revealed another one. He needs to know there's another gold mine. He's got to be thinking here. He needs to know there has to be even large gold mines on a map. There are no maps that spawn uneven large gold mines. But he has not spotted it. Moving over onto this spot. Dropping the silo there. Walls coming up. Garnath is getting away with murder in this game. There's now the Thundering Hooves to come through. More upgrades coming in for Garnath. Zook is behind in a big way on the resources as the villagers will pull back. Why is this Quailfu on food here? Just take the Quailfu off of food. Put the villager onto this. He's coming down, checking the gold mine. Sees nothing there. The raid's coming back into the main base here as the villagers will try and make a break for it, but now you have to deal with the halberdiers. There's going to be a couple of losses here at the very least. As you get this one, you almost got it. Just barely managed to get out. Now, even with this gold mine, though, Garnath has still only got equal military differential. He's still equal. There's still lightning weapons. And now also Zook just got himself a Baihu here to boot. A little bit of extra help here in this game. Just playing Shenong decides, you know what? You Shenong players are struggling. Have a free 120 food, 150 wood, 23 favor myth unit to play with. As the raiding cavalry pull back quickly. And Zook is ready to take the fight, but he just clicks up to the heroic age as well. He has to drop lightning weapons, of which he does. Is this going to be enough, however, as the Fire Archers targeting down that back line of Thrawn Axeman. Great control there from Garnath, pulls back, but now the Fire Archers shoot and scoot forward, sniping everything. The Halberdiers on the back are falling. And this timing from Garnath, or anti-timing from Zook, hits brutally. As Zook loses every one of his units. And Garnath is in a insanely advantageous position. The walls coming down for Garnath onto this side. He will have himself that Fey Beast at the very least, and an extra Baihu to help out, but he's charging in to throw an axe with throwing units away. Every one of those units falling. The wall over here tries to get repaired back up. He pops back over onto the gold mine. You can drop Fey Beast onto this, I guess. There's one Hearser as the villagers repairing this one up. Another Baihu on the way as the army of Garnath goes into spread formation. Trying to dodge everything he possibly can. Another Baihu to come through. diving in. Fey Beasts onto the throw and axeman. Exactly what he wants. He's going to be able to clean all of those up with those Fey Beasts here. The Bayou getting huge value as well in this fight because there's barely any heroes. The Hersa, however, not focusing that down with the tower or the town center is going to be a huge mistake, losing one there. The Valkyrie now coming through as the raiding cavalry return in over here. And Zookt somehow managing to limit the military resource value as the villagers on this position looked like they did fall. Zook going to try and sneak the gold mine over here. He is up onto this position, but the house is there to reveal all of that. And Zook still... Whoop, he's coming somewhere. I don't know where. I don't see the flag. Zook still doesn't know where the gold is. Over onto this side. Raiding cavalry coming in. Taking out the villagers over here as well. They have to turn around and fight, and I think that might just be enough for Garnath to push himself to a victory in Game 4 and taking the series, taking the set. And Zookt has to be disappointed with himself when he hits that resign button and sees the gold mine over here. He knows he had that opportunity. He killed a lot of units. He lost a lot of villagers. But that is the moment to attack and get the value. But he didn't know where to go. Tiny pixels could have been enough to help Zook get to Game 5 in this one, or at least force this game longer. But credit where credit's due here from Garnath. He comes in with an off-meta strategy. And he does get some really good early game damage done onto Zook, as he could not quite defend that early game Valkyrie harassment all too well. Couldn't get that Yatza value in the main base either. But nonetheless, well played to Garnath. We're going to be moving into another series here momentarily. I don't know if we're going to quite start right now or if it's going to be in another half an hour, but it will be El Matador versus Mini Yeti. I haven't gotten any response from the not from El Matador, but from Mini Yeti. Is Mini Yeti in chat? Oh, you are. You guys ready to start? I have to change my scene now. Hold on, we're gonna change over onto this one. Hey, now it's gold. Look at that. What a wild time to be alive. Let me poke Mini Yeti. He might be in game practicing or warming up. We might just be waiting. I don't really know. And if that's the case, then we will have a short break and come back in a little bit of time here. But this is the big one. Let's update this thing. Champions League. This is going to be El Matador versus Mini Yeti. All right. I haven't heard anything from Mini Yeti just yet, so we're gonna take a break. This series will be starting in half an hour at the very latest, but keep an eye on the stream because we might be starting before then. And if you don't want to miss out on anything, that's for that. But we'll send you over to the highlights from qualifiers 1 and see you soon. Here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force SETI is on the way. Earth Wall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Ravage. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throwing axe from great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force Yeti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade to the Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously the fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Ravage. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Force Yeti is on the way. Earthwall gets dropped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adipus says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adipus, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adipus' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adipus says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tawu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up. Population-wise, it is looking like Adopesu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopesu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopesu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Ravage. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throwing action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DP manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force Yeti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm gonna retreat. I'm gonna pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Yo, we're back. This only means one thing. We're about to kick off with our Champions League portion of the day. Living the dream. Yeah. How's everyone going? What's been going on? Have you been enjoying the game so far? Unfortunately, we are in the group stage, free schedule. It is sort of very difficult to get the games going at the exact right times, so we can't. But so we're playing around it a little bit today. It does look like we will most likely have to do some recorded games for the Tunison versus Grass series, but we will be doing those directly after this series. And yeah, that's the story I'm going with. Hopefully we don't get hit with any out of sync bugs, otherwise I'll be very upset. But we'll do what we can. And the guys are, what are they? They're already drafting, so let's check it out. Yes. We are mid-draft. This timer is still ticking down. This it doesn't mean anything. We aren't timing. So let's have a look at this draft that these guys are concocting. El Matador opens up. He grabs himself the Skiomi as his first pick. He actually then bans out the Kronos. Probably one of the gods which El Matador is feeling as a bit of a counter to the Tsukiyomi. But I almost guarantee you that Mini Yeti is going to come up with something crazy here. He grabs his new Wa first and foremost. El Matador grabs the Fushi. Mini Yeti does end up with then the Shinong and the Gaia. El Matador grabs himself Uranus and Isis next, as Set Frere gets grabbed by Mini Yeti. El Matador very happily takes himself the Amaterasu and the Susanoo. And then Mini Yeti finishes up his draft with a Ra. We're going to be jumping into the first map, which is Marsh. And not only that, Mini Yeti does grab probably one of the only maps that cheese or like very specific strategies can be made on. He grabs that as his ace pick map in Mirage. El Matador grabs Giza, very standard map, as his ace pick map. So both players are going to be able to have that, like, well, their advantage or whatever for that map. Our very first game will be on Marsh, and it's going to be an Amaterasu versus Shenong affair. So this is going to be some fun, I think. We haven't been able to see a crazy amount of Champion League games for this first week, unfortunately. We are having them coming through, though. A couple of people have been away, which has been slowing some things down. But these games are going to start really piling in. So, yeah, that's the story I'm sticking with for now. But that's the thing. When's the next Mr. game? I don't think that one's been scheduled yet, so I cannot tell you. However, it most likely will be, if you guys really want to know, it's most likely going to be Mr. versus Grass next, is my guess, if the players are going to follow the schedule. They don't have to. If they are going to follow the schedule, it would be that. It does seem the players like to play on Mirage, just because Mirage is a fantastic map. There's nothing wrong with this map. It's got a feature that isn't present on other maps. It isn't too overbearing, and it just changes things slightly. And just a little bit of slight change really means a lot, I think, in terms of competitive Age of Mythology. Which, I mean, while we're waiting for this game to kick off, the players are in their game room, so we're going to have to wait 3 minutes anyways. I will take this time to introduce, not even introduce, but just talk about our next tournament, which is Pandora's Box, and what that's going to be all about. Look forward to presenting some map pool ideas and things for later, for much later in this tournament. But that's kind of the idea we're going to be going for with this Pandora's Box. It's going to be something's a little bit different, just a little bit different, and yeah, that's going to be the thing. So it should be a really fun tournament with some spice involved. But right now we're right in the thick of it here with Champions League. El Matador and Mini Yeti. We haven't actually seen anything from El Matador yet. This is his first game of Champions League. Mini Yeti, on the other hand, had to bully his way through the first qualifiers. He did manage to qualify the first time through there. I believe he played Nullus, and it was very, very mean to him. So he managed to qualify in that first weekend. So he's been having a little bit of a break leading up to this game and working on his strategies, honing them. If there is any player in this tournament who is considered the crazy man, the man he doesn't even care he's playing in a tournament. He is coming up with strats that are hard to beat, and he's got the skills behind it to back it up. It's not like he is going in for crazy strats because he doesn't think he can win playing standard. No, he can win playing standard as well, but he adds the crazy strats in there to give himself even more of an edge. El Matador, on the other hand, this guy is the quickest player in the tournament. Arguably. Maybe that's not quite correct, but he definitely has the most EAPM out of anyone on the ladder. If I actually quickly look it up, I could be lying about it, but I'm pretty sure if we go to the leaderboard and we click on the EAPM thing, El Matador is number one at 126. I'm actually interested in what the Mr. is at as well. The Mr.'s got an EAPM of 90. So he has the most EAPM of anyone. An absolute beast. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping in to game number one, El Matador, Mini Yeti. Let's get it. Alrighty. We've got ourselves the Amaterasu here for Matador. And on the left-hand corner of the map, it's going to be Mini Yeti with his Shenong cooking up something absolutely wild. And the pumpkins are back. I didn't even notice. We're in Halloween. The pumpkins are back. We had pumpkins last Halloween, right? Am I wrong? I could be wrong. Anyways, Mini Yeti, like I said, Mini Yeti is one of those guys. He is an absolute madman when it comes to Age of Mythology, but that doesn't mean he has to play crazy. This is Thanksgiving? Are you sure? Are we not in Halloween right now? Halloween pumpkins? I'm getting crazy. I'm going crazy. Anyways, so what can Mini Yeti do here that's crazy? Well, he's got Howl 2 rushes, which can be pretty scary. Run forward with a Quailfill or something early on. Drop an earth wall. Get himself that pressure going on straight away. Lock the Amaterasu into their base, etc. Oh, there's turkey here as well. Okay, mate. Well, there you go. Shows how much I'm paying attention to this stuff. I'm going crazy. Anyways, another completely viable and really strong way to play here for Shenong, especially versus Amaterasu, is just to play defense. Go for a 3 Quailfill advance. Drop the town center down. Make yourself a bunch of Quailfill after that. Get yourself a very quick heroic age time. Maybe drop yourself a market and buy yourself some food as an idea. But the second Quailfill will be coming out. Now, talking about build orders and stuff, one thing that I have noticed or worked out myself is that getting the temple out before that second Quailfill will result in you being able to afford that third Quailfill a little bit faster. So it does leave you openings to go either way. You can kind of decide to go 3 Quailfill advance or 4 Quailfill advance when you do that, depending on what you scout. But nonetheless, it's going to be the other way around here for Mini Yeti. And once he gets this favor in, which he does, he queues up the Quailfill and he will be dropping the temple on the front and starting to motor ahead. On the other side here for Matador, he gets himself out the Kagura technology, which gives him a second Miko. Now he's got 2. And then he's going to be dropping that temple down before trying to find himself a nice place to drop a shrine. More villagers coming out here as well, as it seems like El Matador he's not really wanting to be rushing this next age. Of course, he's going to be advancing on the temple is in, but he might just go for a 430 or even later, knowing that he's up against a pretty slow advancing Shenong. But we'll see what his plan is going to be as he gets that extra villager out. He can also go for a pre-queue here if he wants to, as we do see the Sacred Custodians and the ever so standard, strong Amenuzume. I haven't looked at the relics yet, as we do see one relic being prioritized here by Mini Yeti. Grabs that Bridle of Pegasus. Over onto this side, there is the Kithara of Apollo. And onto this bottom side, there's the Chariot of Spell. Get a couple of golden lions early on is always nice. And onto this side, there is the Ula's Bow, which is going to be a +1 to max range and ranged attack. Next one here is the Dar's Scepter, making those farms cost a little bit less. And finally, Pelt of Argus, making those units have a little bit more line of sight. So the Chi Yao is coming through, and this is looking like a pretty quick town center on the wayside of Mini Yeti. So, game 1, Mini Yeti says, let's play standard. He says, let's play standard. Throw a curveball at my man, Matador, and see if Matador is going to be ready to play a game of Age of Mythology standard versus Mini Yeti. Now, Mini Yeti, well, let's just say Matador is going to be incredibly well trained at playing standard. He spends a lot of time training with players like Kavoth, who are immaculate macro players, standard players, playing defensive, talent center, booming, defense. And Matador is also, in playing against that, he's also well versed in what he can get away with and what he can't. What works in terms of his aggressive plays and what doesn't. As the Yatsa getting sent packing up to the top side. Can this Yatsa teleport or phase over? I think it can make it. Hang on, I need to see what the actual range is on this. Can I see? I think you can get over there. Yeah. If he wants to dive over, he can. Anyways, now the Kamatachi going to be making his way across here, and Mini Yeti is ready to start pumping the Quaofu. We do see the Kamatachi turning around. Solar Shield gets dropped down as he comes back in, trying to snipe these bad boys, but he's not going to be able to actually get any of those out, and the Kamatachi will just simply pull back as the Solar Shield is now over. And a good defense from Mini Yeti thus far as another Kamatachi coming around onto the left-hand corner. House coming down for Mini Yeti just to defend himself as the Pioneers chasing them down. Over onto this side. Matador more than happy to take this trade. Lose the Kamatachi for almost the Cheongchi here. Of course, the Cheongchi can just heal back up, but it's going to be out of the game, needing to heal up as this Kamatachi about to go down. As it falls, the game will continue along as now Matador has himself the Naginata Riders. He is going to be making his way into the main base of Mini Yeti, looking for things to kill. One very low HP villager there that Mini Yeti very much wants to kill. Another idea here for Mini Yeti is to drop the farms, the prosperous seeds. That's what one villager here. Great snipe onto that one, as once Matador gets on top of those villagers, there will be no escaping. As the Pioneer goes down, random Pegasus onto that side. Matador has also got some idle villagers. He needs to get those sorted out, but he sees so much opportunity for mess here. Moves the villagers off, ready to go on to the next hunt there. As he pops back out, searching for more stuff to kill. We do have the watchtowers as well as halberdiers on the way, as these villagers cannot stay out here. And at the moment, Mini Yeti is getting closer and closer to a very, very difficult position as the villagers are just dying left, right, and center. Gets another Vill pick here. Another Vill pick. And this far second town center from Mini Yeti without the earth wall has been royally punished. There's no crazy advantage right now for Matador, but in killing that many villagers, he's cooking up a big, 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 big advantage. Now, following all of this on, there's still a lot of favor in the bank. He can make a whole bunch more Quaofu, getting himself a huge amount of wood, so he can build all these farms. You can just spam down prosperous seeds and things like that. We'll be seeing the villager moving in here, trying to drop this wall, but there are two crocodiles standing watch. They're having a watch on this water, so you've got to be a little bit careful there. As the Naginata Riders popping back over here, and we do indeed see a town center for Matador. Now, this will be scouted by Mini Yeti. So now he knows, okay, I took some damage. I'm technically in front here, but I'm not on any food. Got to get some halberdiers out, of which he will have them as the Naginata Riders come through. Spots the villagers over onto this spot. Gets one pick. There is going to be another. Well, that can't be worth it. He just drops two Naginata Riders for three Naginata Riders for two peasants, and also Kamatachi there. Of course, that one goes back into the Goshin Boku tree. It's not the biggest of deals, but still, Mini Yeti has to be happy that he's held there, as now he's going to be grabbing himself that Master of Weaponry. Machine Workshop going to be coming up over here, as Matador swinging around onto this side, looking to pop in here. The crenellations technology also on the way as the halberdier come through. Does dive into the tower nicely. That Master of Weaponry technology can't come in any faster here. He would have picked off nearly every single one of them. He just gets two. But Matador maybe a little bit too aggressive here with these Naginata Riders. It's now the Razorwind Kamatachi and try and break through this wooden gate. Trying to get more pressure on the towers here. Do have that crenellations in, so now you can't really dodge them. It's a little bit scary to get close there. One of the strongest defensive combos is a watchtower and a wall. Whenever anyone tells me watchtowers are weak, I say, did you build a wall with the watchtower? And they always say no. And I say, try a wall with the watchtower. That's the spice. That's the secret. This Matador now finishing up on his Aurochs. Going to be looking for another place to go. We are actually going to be seeing a new bar pre-queued here by Mini Yeti. I like the idea. Going to make his archers a little bit stronger to deal with those samurai. It also gives him Tautier, which one-hit samurai. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Beyond all of that, you can also use your Great Flood to actually take out a town center if you can combo it with Drought. Get a lot of good damage there as the Naginata Riders charging in here. Halberdiers coming through as these guys are going to pull back out. It's always risky trying to push through a bunch of berry bushes there, but he will be able to get through. We'll be able to get out, no problems. Force a little bit of idle time. Every little bit matters here. And on the other side, it will be Raijin for Matador. Now, speaking of Tautier and their incredible ability to take out samurai, I want to just bring you to one idea. The Tautier die very quickly to the Tengu. That being said, Shenong also has got access to sages, so they can stun and steal the Tengu away for... Well, they stun for 2 seconds now, but they steal it away for 8 seconds, so it might not be a good idea to give your opponent access to the Tengu either. But that being said, if you're going Raijin for the Raiju, then the same problem is going to be there. But look at the favor situation. 71 favor. I would not be surprised to see Mini Yeti pop a lot of villagers over to gold, get himself this Scorching Feathers tech, and make himself some Tautier here. Seems like a really good idea. Now, another unit to think about building as well, because this Scorching Feathers doesn't just affect the Fire Arch, it also affects the Chukonu. So if there was a Hachiman to come through here for Matador, then making some of those Chukonu to deal with the Shogun does make some sense. But Matador, he is going for the fastest, the speediest, the deadliest of Raiju immediately. This is an extra 10% speed, an extra 35% damage on everything, and a lot of pain. One idea here for Matador is to wander over here, drop a dock, transport ship with a couple of Raiju inside, over here, hit this position. Mini Yeti is just playing defense. Why is he just playing defense, you ask? Well, the reason is he doesn't want to actually fight the Amaterasu at all. He wants to get to Mythic Age, to get to Champion, such that you're not going to be falling behind against that Bushido that comes through from the Japanese. You don't want to have to fight Champion units when you've only got Heavy. So cutting off any amount of damage here is really big, as we do see the villagers coming through. This Crocodile going to need to get sniped down as the villager will survive. One Crocodile down, and the other Crocodile is scared because the army is hanging nearby. And the question here is, will Mini Yeti be able to see here? Answer, no. This military camp doesn't see very much. You also see a pretty spicy technology coming through. The Spoils of War. I love this tech. This tech is so good, gives you so much extra value. He does manage to snipe 2 Naginata Riders. Actually just eats them as well. What's the recharge time on this? Is it 20 seconds? It's 15 seconds on the recharge time. As Mini Yeti says, it's time to go. I'm getting myself heavy. This is a brutal timing. He's got himself lightning weapons. The Raiju over here does pop in, gets that special in. And the castle starting to come through. We've got that big fat Drought onto this spot. Drops the upgrade. Drops the lightning weapons. Drops everything onto this position here. As can Mini Yeti win this fight? It looks like he can. The army actually of Matador has gone back into the castle here. He says, I can't actually take this fight just yet. Let's calm on it. Let's wait until post lightning weapons, as the Raiju does end up falling. the Taltier to go after this one. We have got the On the Musha trying to take down these units here. Is the Taltier going to be able to start eating some samurai out? We've got some more units to pile in as the samurai dive straight onto the halberdiers. And Mini Yeti, while he does manage to take the castle down, he does manage to get the lightning, the Thunderdome down. He does have to retreat. However, Matador playing very, very aggressive here, charging forward, trying to take out the Taltier here. Look at how big they're getting. They're continuing to just snipe up these units, but they are majority heroes at the moment as one Taltier goes down. The other one's still in. More Taltier going to be getting built here. However, for Mini Yeti, he's never going to be stopping the train on these one-hit kill units in this game versus those samurai. The Quaofu falls. Reizu income Itachi going down. Getting a couple of villager picks while this is all going on. The game is still very, very close here. Can't really give it one way or the other. We have seen now Matador's gone up to heavy himself through Bushido. On the other side, we've got ourselves that bottomless stomach. Goes from 15 seconds to pick off a unit down to 7 seconds. 7.5 seconds. As one Honnengyo to come through here from Matador. The answer to this with the Chi Wen to come in. I don't actually know who wins this fight. I've never seen this fight before. I'm pretty sure this Honnengyo is very, very strong. I guess the Chi Wen also going to town here. Does manage to win that fight over there. Maybe sending some pioneers or something over onto that side wouldn't go astray. There's the Wasen in as well. Can utilize the garrison feature here to get onto the other side. There is already a ballet over here, so that's going to be somewhat of a problem to deal with. Matador has managed to get over onto this side with a random stable and for good measure a house. Could you imagine you're just a random Japanese villager or a citizen, and your wise, powerful leader decides, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put a house down for you guys right underneath a ballet. Right underneath a ballet. Nonetheless, still lots of gold in the bank here. Now Matador moves over onto this side. Wouldn't be surprised to see some food bought and just go to the Mythic Age at this point. Also, we are seeing Okuni Nushi coming in for Matador. I'm not surprised to see this in the slightest. Okuni Nushi makes so much sense here. He's got only 4 of these Miko in. But what he can do now is, specifically from this town center, while he's advancing, just get himself out a couple more. And that way he can now go into the late game of Oyumi, Omuraki, as well as, well, what does he need there? Yati's Spearman is probably all he needs after he gets all those upgrades. But it does cost a lot of favor to make that all work. Then again, you also do have to worry about myth units and things from the other side. What can you do to beat that comp with China? You got the Phoenix, Zhurong, Zukyu, utilizing that God power to actually take out those Oyumi while you make a big push to end the game. Can be the way to go. The Mini Yeti pulling back. It's still 2 town centers apiece at the moment. It's the army charging forward. One Taltier ends up going down here. That's the Zukyu to come in. And if you get that special, he's actually just taking so much damage here. Does not have the army, it seems, to actually take this fight. Lightning weapons to come through. Unfortunately for our Phoenix there, it does end up going down very, very quickly with that front line. Absolutely melts here. The mix of Chukonu and Fire Archers is so good because each one of those Chukonu, each one of those attacks is lowering the armor of his opponent every single attack. So the Fire Archers are going to be getting so much. I love this mix from Mini Yeti. Couple of Chukonu, a couple of Fire Archers makes so much sense. Matador pulling back now. The Oyumi spreading out. Mythic Age is now in. He's now going to be able to utilize another Thunderburst here if he wants to. As he does drop himself his Sacred Gate right at the back of his base here. But what else is he going to go for immediately? 4 favor in the bank. Immediately, he's got to get this tech first. This tech is so important for the Oyumi success. And that is the Mechanical Artisans. An extra 50% pierce damage, 4 ranged attack, as well as some extra wall breaching ranged attack, which I don't really know what means, but nonetheless, that's going to be there. It's going to be coming in pretty quick, almost through the Bushi to come in and try and deal with the Jutsu. And there you go. That looks like a half decent answer for these bad boys. Almost kills off 1 with just one of those birds. Or sorry, kills off 3 with one of those birds, but not quite able to take it out. But as Matador sitting over here, the Halberdiers charging towards their death. As now, the Blazing Prairie gets called upon, and it will be able to take down all of the Oyumi for now, as Matador needs to pull back. He dives into his palace over here. He's getting himself that Siege Engineer's technology. He's got himself 3 castles, however. So there's a big timing here. These take time to set up. That's what Matador's been setting up towards, but he just gets denied. However, they're coming straight back in. Matador's got this town center up. Does he have himself the Divine Prefecture as well? Not just yet. Divine Prefecture has to be the next one to be thinking about. And I guess when you get close to 100 villages, there's no downside to making a whole bunch more Miko either. Especially when you've got this much map control, there's this many forests, this much hunt over here, over here, over here, over here with the gold mine as well. Lots of niceties there as we do see the Thunderburst to come down. The Oyumi getting lots of damage done by range. The Goshin Boku tree, the second one, does get dropped down as we see the Omuraki coming back in. The Reiju coming through as well. As the damage is done. And Matador now can start looking towards grabbing another town center here. Now the Hundun, an absolute tanky beast to come through, but there's so many units here. It's going to get cleaned up pretty quickly. We do have the Wenzhong to come through. Is this going to be enough to break through what Matador is cooking up here? He does get the Reiju there to continue sniping units non-stop here for a good amount of time, but it looks like Matador manages to hold yet again. All of a sudden, a whole bunch of Pioneers coming to the forward position here. They're all going to be getting taken out as Mini Yeti. What can he do now? He needs to figure out how to get through these Oyumi. Could it be the right answer is axe carts? Axe carts makes some sense here. Why? Well, these things are doing pierce damage. Yes, they got crush as well. But the axe carts have got some pretty high crush armor. But it's looking like the economy of Mini Yeti is just not able to keep up with the amount of units lost. And Matador is just going to keep spamming Oyumi out. Now the Divine Prefecture to come through for Matador. And those Tiger Cav charging forward at the moment as well as an attempt to take out these Oyumi. This is why I was saying Yeti Spearman plus Oyumi plus Omuraki is such a scary comp. But at the moment, it's looking like you don't even need those Halbringer birds, as Mini Yeti says, I got to tap out. I can't deal with this. I got very little gold remaining and my economy is shot. While Matador is shot up to 4 town centers. He's got all the advantage in the world. He's got a huge army. I loved the play here from Mini Yeti. He played such a nice strategy around the samurai, around the Amaterasu. But Matador makes a smart move. He says, I'm not going to go Takamikazuchi for the Super Samurai. He's got the answer to that in his I forgot what their names are. My brain is in his one-hit killing not Tawu. I forgot it. Anyways, in his one-hit killing Taltier, there it is. Taltier. Let's not go that. Let's go for the Okuni Nushi, and we're going to make some Oyumi, and they are going to be so very, very useful. Nonetheless, first game there for Matador down. We'll see if Mini Yeti can bounce back with something in game number 2, but Matador is looking very much in form here. Alrighty, so little cheeky dub here for the Amaterasu and a little cheeky loss there for the Shenong. Alrighty, let's see what they're going to go with. The draft is here. They're going in onto the map Mirage, and it looks like it is going to be a Fushi versus Gaia game. Fushi versus Gaia, as these guys are off to the races at the moment. Alrighty. Those gods. Fushi versus Gaia. We have seen this one quite a bit, but I don't know if we've seen it on the water just yet. I do really like playing China on this specific map. I feel like it's a huge boost to the economy because it's just so much favor that you get from those extra docks early on, and also Fushi can then drop the tree plus the dock to get even more early game favor. You could probably go for, I would guess you can go for like a 4 Qualfu opening with a 430 advance is my guess. I could be wrong on that though. Could be wrong on that. Has Amaterasu lost any matches today? Yes. Yes, wait. There was one. Yes. Was it Amaterasu or was it Tsukiyomi? Can't remember. There was a Japan loss to Kronos today. I can't remember. It's been too many games. Alrighty, we're going to be getting into game number 2. Let's go. In the left-hand corner of the map, we do have the blue Fushi from Matador. He does drop himself that Peach Blossom Spring, like I was saying. Also throws the dock down onto this side as well. And if he really wants to, he can put a dock over here and a dock over here for ultimate early game favor. But realistically, it's better to just drop the temple as fast as you possibly can, while also getting yourself all of that wood in. Nonetheless, Mini Yeti on the other side. He has ace-picked Mirage. He has practiced Mirage. He knows what he wants to do on this map. What does he want to do on this map? Only Mini Yeti knows. So far, he played a standard game, and he did throw his spice in onto it. He said, I'm going a god path people don't go. Normally, everyone goes for the Fey Beasts. Rushol. Normally everyone goes for Huang Di in the Mythic Age. No, he goes for Zhurong. Unfortunately, could not quite make it happen. Could not quite get through the Amaterasu power there with that Shenong. But now he's got another mammoth to take out. China is back on the table, and right now I think a lot of people are starting to say things like, it seems like the Asian gods, the Asian pantheon, is feeling very, very powerful. Those are the gods to beat at the moment. You've got your Fushi, your Shenong, your Nuwa, your Tsukiyomi, your Amaterasu, your Susanoo. We'll see how things are going to go. Now, I want to bring just a little... Actually, no, I won't say that. Anyways, let's check out the relics over here. We've got ourselves the Pandora's box. This is going to be myth units minus 15%. Cost there, always nice. Big Malian statue, making the villager hit points go up by 40%. Huge relic there. Love that relic. I have Ornu on the back here, going to be helping out a little bit against with those counter infantry units. Is there one more relic? Has it already been picked up? Am I going crazy? Should be 3, right? Sorry, it should be 4. 1. Maybe there's only 3. Oh, it's over here. I'm stupid. And the Head of Orpheus. Plus 8 line of sight. So, I mean, if either player on the back here spots this relic, of which Matador hasn't. Mini Yeti, on the other hand, does he know? He sees one on the side. Has not spotted the ones in the back corners. If either player spots this, then you could see some very, very, very spicy additions to the myth unit roster. For example, a whole bunch of chillin' in for Matador. Could be really nice with the boosted food income. You could also go for, in the heroic age, some Baihu or Taowu or something like that. We don't normally see mass Taowu. I haven't seen that one yet, but could be an idea as well. But nonetheless, economic upgrades coming through for Mini Yeti. Temple coming down as well. It's going to be a bit of a late advance time for him, but he will have those eco ups in way before he advances. So a bit of an eco advantage, and then he can go into a town center if that's what he wants. In the top side here, there's 2 elephants, a gold mine, and a settlement. Over here for Matador, there's a settlement, there's a gold mine, there's 2 elephants. Incredibly tough. Absolutely incredibly tough to take this position. As we do see Mini Yeti, he's got his eyes on the prize here as he hits up through Oceanus, and he will take the Pandora's box. So he might be thinking for a whole bunch of Caladria here. I don't think so. Better might be to be thinking about in the heroic age, making either a whole bunch of Behemoth or a whole bunch of Stymphalian birds. But the Chiyao will be hitting first, and I'd be very surprised to see Matador do anything other than a fast second town center. But he does have a lot of favor in the bank. He's got a lot of gold in the bank as well. And speaking of all of those resources, I'm also surprised to see him not be going for those extra Qualfu early on. But it must not be a part of his build order. Part of his strategy. Save that favor for something else, maybe. Funnily enough, you might even be able to drop 2... If you do this one correctly, you could almost drop 2 town centers here and go for a fast 3 town center idea. Which sounds crazy, probably because it is crazy. It's the Yatza on the way now. Looking for some pressure. We do have the immediate grab of Persine. And we've got double military barracks in for Mini Yeti. So he is going for some very hefty aggression. On the back, there is an armory, however. So this could be an attempt at a fake from Mini Yeti, depending on what that Yatza sees, as it is coming around onto the back. And it will be noticing an armory here, potentially. And he does see the armory, so he's going to have some inkling that's going to be a fast heroic. Now, what Mini Yeti could do here, considering this hasn't been spotted, what Mini Yeti could do is he could say, let's go full send in the classical age. He could go for that. Another option here is for him to actually go for Stymphalian birds, send them around and actually hit the fishing ships. We've seen that before. A couple of Stymphalian birds around onto the back. And he is going through Thea. That's the Yatza. Just causing some pressure here as units not yet started for Mini Yeti. Looks like he wants to go into Contarios here, most likely. He's built a nice little building wall over here, and he's getting himself his upgrades. Another military barracks coming up. And Matador now has to be aware. And this is the difference between like the top 8, maybe even the top 16, and everyone else. When you're playing these specific situations, you know how to play them. You know how to play defense here. And we're seeing Matador say, I do not care about your fast heroic and the timing you can hit by getting it just that little bit earlier than me. I'm going to go heroic age as well. And then what are you going to do? You better get some damage done because I'm going to start pulling way in front. That's what Mini Yeti, that's what Matador's saying to Mini Yeti right now. He's got that Gormang pre-queued. He's actually unfortunately cut off a Qualfu there. As the Poseidon Secret is on the way. The Hesperus trees are coming through. He's also got that Salt Amphora in queue. Actually surprised. I thought this thing was cheaper for Gaia, but apparently it's not. There's a military camp coming up for Matador. And we will be seeing Heroic Fleet through for Matador as well. He says, I'll get some Daojian and I'll have an answer for this Stymphalian Bird shenanigans here. If I just get a couple of these out, what are you going to do? Like, send the Stymphalian Bird in? No worries. I've got bonus damage versus myth units. He's got the answer here. Way ahead. Now, Mini Yeti, when he sees this, he can just leave with the Stymphalian Bird. He has to notice it, though. When he sees this, he can just leave with the Stymphalian Bird. And that's just going to be wasted resources from Matador. So, he gets to keep his fishing ship alive, but he had to invest in 300 resources plus the upgrade. I call that worth if I'm Mini Yeti. But Matador doesn't care about wasting resources here. He just cares about keeping himself alive without taking any damage. That's the Stymphalian Bird coming through. And that damage is in as the Daojian coming over. And Mini Yeti does spot that and he says, no worries. Great. Spend those resources. Meanwhile, the Halberdiers with that Master of Weaponry is through. Going to start taking out some of those Contarius. You cannot sit here against those. Like, this is not Age of Cavalry when you've got the Halberdiers. This is Age of don't build cavalry versus my Halberdiers, bro. As we see a ballet coming up for Matador, I'm sure he's going to be planting even more here. More Contarius going to be coming through over onto this side. We do have those Dryads looking for a little bit of a raid, looking for something over here. One Halberdier down. Good control for the moment from Mini Yeti as he's managing to break through the Halberdier numbers with his Contarius for the moment. Just not quite enough of them. And as good as they are, he still has to have numbers. As now at the very least, the Contarius will be able to charge in here. Maybe getting a couple of villager picks. There is also access to... whatchamajigget. What's it called? Brain function? Forest protection. There is access to forest protection if he wants, but these Contarius are just not hitting their mark in the slightest here. Pulls up to the top. Going to try and get out of here. Maybe snipe a villager, but if he goes for the villager, the Tao Wu comes in, locks them off, and then the wall is up, and all of these Contarius are getting demolished here. Absolutely brutal. Crazy good play from Matador. And I have to say, if you're equal on military resource value, equal on tech value, and you've got yourself 20 extra villages than your opponent, chances are you're in a pretty good position here. As a Contarius searching into the main base, can't find a whole lot. We'll actually just decide we'll just take out some houses, at least get a little bit of value here up onto the top side. The Yatsu does snipe a villager there as well. Not ideal for Mini Yeti to be dropping things like that. As the Contarius pop forth, the Halberdiers are here to say, not today, Sonny Jim, get out of here. And Mini Yeti will pull to safety as he is now starting his Murmillo train. He's forced out some of those Halberdiers. He does have the Stymphalian Bird over here, so this can be somewhat of an answer. And then we also see White Horse Cavalry as the next unit of choice for Mini Yeti, as he knows. He knows there's Citizen up there. He knows that they're open, and he's just going to say, well, my Yatsu wasn't enough, but how about three White Horse Cav? And here's the thing. When you are one town center versus two town center, the worst thing to happen to you isn't really to lose a couple of random units. Actually to lose Citizen, because you're already so far behind. The Contarius do manage to sneak in over onto this spot, picking off a couple of villagers here. As the army continues to charge in onto this spot. Forest protection gets dropped down. Can he deny the Quailfu from getting in here? Answer, no. You have to also remember there's still a Peach Blossom Spring here sitting with 1,500 plus resource. That's 1,500 gold. And the citizens at the top do end up getting sniped. Absolutely brutal there. Carnivora gets dropped down, so at the very least, one of those is going to get taken out, and the citizen can just hang over here for a little bit. I see a machine workshop to come through as an answer for those Murmillos there as well. And the Contarius can't manage to break through over here. They can't really get anything elsewhere. There's a couple of Contarius on the back just sitting, waiting, watching. There is 3,000 gold remaining, so you got 3,000 gold there. Probably going to be 2k in the main base. So there's a world here where Mini Yeti, even being behind on economy here, might be able to set up for a gold staff. He needs a palace, and a palace though. However, I wouldn't be surprised, and as I say I wouldn't be surprised, I'm seeing it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mythic Age in for Matador if that sort of a play does end up happening. So, Mini Yeti needs to read this. He's got out some destroyers here. He's charging forward with economic guilds. He needs to read this. He needs to go. And the hometown center here for Matador, that's the one he's picked. Some incredibly spicy stuff about to happen. If Mini Yeti can deny this town center from getting to the next age, there's a big chance here things are going to get very, very difficult for Matador very, very shortly. The army breaks through. The destroyers here need to target down the town center. He's still got time. There's going to be another minute here, but look at how many destroyers are in. He's got 10 destroyers. This town center is not going to be surviving. Matador needs to cancel. He needs to move it into the other town center. But it doesn't matter. It's gone. The Mythic Age is denied. And now he clicks it up again on the other side. But if he can't hold it over here, how is he going to hold it over onto this right side? Mini Yeti has to know Mythic Age is on the way. There is no way Mini Yeti doesn't realize Mythic Age is coming through. Why? Well, there's no units here. How can there be this few units here? He's got to be asking himself. The Halberdier fighting over onto this side. There's Murmillo. There's Contarius. A good fight on that side there for Mini Yeti as Matador needs to pull back. Now, Mini Yeti, if he knew, obviously he doesn't. If he knew he cancelled the Mythic Age, he's got to have that timer set. 2 minutes. Got to get in, take this other settlement down. There are still going to be 11 destroyers here to break this town center. Murmillo's charging around onto the side. Matador, how are you going to hold this? Carnivora does get dropped down. The town center is going down. You lose the town center. You lose the game here, is what Mini Yeti is saying. He breaks the town center. The lightning weapons is in. Is this going to be enough to hold for the moment? Villager differential is 57 to 46. And it does look like Matador is now in the lead. You also have to remember he's just spamming out units here. He's got so many resources. And here's the thing. This is a secret. Don't let anyone know this. I could actually be lying here. It could be old legacy knowledge. If you cancel, if your opponent cancels your Mythic Age, I have this feeling the game counts that as you getting them back. So this score lead here for Matador, no sir. A little bit of a raid over onto this side as the Quailfu trying to secure that gold mine. And here's the thing. This gold is now gone. There is still the Peach Blossom Spring in the main base with 2,000 gold there, but it's open for the pickings here. If Matador goes for it, which I imagine he will, Mini Yeti can raid it. It's not even protected. There's nothing protecting it. It's like another gold mine on the map at the moment. So the town center will be able to be completed here from Matador. Contarius coming around onto the back here, trying to take out those fire archers and everything else. There's still 5 destroyers in this army here. And he can just take the town center down yet again, as Matador has to pull back into his forest protection ballet, of which Mini Yeti doesn't need to care about. Kill the town center, send some units over here to kill off the Quailfu. There are some Daojien here as a safety net. You can jump into them, run away. Mini Yeti is just trying to take unit down after unit down, continuing his flood. He charges in. He sees the villagers on the Peach Blossom Spring over here. The town center for Mini Yeti getting grabbed. If he can knock the silo down, he can actually come and take this Peach Blossom Spring. Actually, it's already been denied, but he can actually take it for himself. The military differential now is actually favoring Matador, even though the villager differential is favoring Mini Yeti. Contarius do manage to stop this for the time being. Villagers coming over here to try and put a stop to this position as the Contarius coming back in. The thing is, these are heavy white horse cavalry with the upgrade, so Contarius do lose these trades. And Matador fighting valiantly to bring himself back into this game. I think Mini Yeti needs to be building some catapulties here. He's getting up another palace, and all of a sudden, military differential, Matador can push back. He's trying to get his second town center back. Mini Yeti does have 2 town centers up now though. As the halberdiers versus all of these Contarius, the white horse cavalry as well. And Mini Yeti, not even sure if he should stay and fight, but he is going to stay here. These fire archers are just not helping at all. They're basically dead military here in this sort of a fight, unless they're focusing down the Murmillos here. The town center is back up, and Mini Yeti might be going a little too ham on this one. He's got the nice wall over here, locking off this gold mine. And in that moment, Matador, almost out of gold on the back here, he decides the game is done as he taps out, and Mini Yeti somehow manages to break through the iron defense of Matador. All right, I'm looking at this graph, and I think I'm wrong on the I think it's a legacy fact. I think I'm wrong on the old resources collected coming back in if you deny the town center. But what a game from Mini Yeti. Matador got to be kicking himself for trying to get that Mythic Age in. All he had to do was go full pop and hold. He was so far in front. So far. But you lose 2,400 resources here. You lose 2,400 resources here. Yeah, you get it back. But you're not using it. So it doesn't matter if you're in front by that many resources. The Mini Yeti is here to play this series, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty. Looks like we're going in onto the map. Ghost Lake. I'm going to take the quickest of toilet breaks here as well. And it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Set game. Tsukiyomi versus Set. Some people have been asking me about what you do in this matchup, so it'll be interesting to see what Matador comes up with. But I already think I have an idea for what Matador might be trying in this one. Let me see what the old time is going to be. We got about a minute. I will bail to the bathroom, and I'll be back here in a jiffy. 1 second. And let's get into game number 3. Alrighty then. Well, we sort of made it in time, but anyways, in the bottom side of the map, we do have Matador spawning as the blue Tsukiyomi. On the top side of the map, we got Mini Yeti spawning as the red set. All right. Here's what I think Mini Yeti might go for. I don't think it's going to work. I got to take it back. I was thinking he might go for a tower rush. Shifting sands in, push off the gold mine here, spam spearman this way, spam spearman that way. You guys want some gambers? Where's my mods? Where's my mods to do this? All right. So here's the how do I put this? Here is the theory that I've come up with for Set versus this god. I haven't played against it yet. This is my theory. My theory is you should go for a fast second town center. Probably shifting sands onto it to build it as fast as you possibly can. Following that, you need to build a wall around your gold mine. And you need to get yourself towers and priests. So you need a lot of gold. So towers and priests. Why towers and priests and walls? Well, A, you need the priests for the Tengu. B, you need yourself an answer for this Shogun. After that, you want to just, once you're feeling safe and comfortable, or, well, once you know what your opponent's actually going for, and you're feeling safe and comfortable, get to the heroic age, and then you can start playing with Chariot Archer and Axeman, Spearman, Camel Rider, those types of units. If there's a wall and towers, the Cav cannot bulldoze it, no. Because they have to get through the walls, of which will get repaired by the villagers. It's a really, really difficult thing to break through with pure Cav. And if they are going for pure Cav, you can make some Spearmen, right? There's nothing to stop you doing that. Of course, I'm trying to beat that cheese, right? The one town center fast heroic, 645 heroic age with a butt ton of Tengu coming at you. The other option we have seen is just play really, really aggressive. And we might be seeing that here from Mini Yeti. Charge him with the Spearman, try and snipe as much stuff as you possibly can, and see how you go. Now, that being said, Matador, this guy knows. The thing about Matador is he knows. He knows he doesn't need to rush out anything in this game. He knows that if we can just play a nice game, not fall behind by too far, and then get to the heroic age, that's just as good as getting to the heroic age really quickly for your Tengu and showing your opponent your hand. Especially when everyone and their mum is using this strategy, right? Well, sometimes when everybody is using this strategy, it's best to actually play a different way. Nonetheless, Inari all coming, so no surprises there. And the Anubis in for Mini Yeti. He pulls back. One other idea here actually could be to just rush out heroic age and then get yourself into what you need. He's going to throw up a market, an armory, and another armory. He wants the wall up, so it is going to be a fast heroic, I think, for Mini Yeti as well. That's the double stables in for Matador. I'm not surprised to see this in the slightest. Matador wants to build some units. He wants to put some pressure on. He's got to defend against the Anubite that's charging in here to start getting some villager snipes. 1, 2. Does manage to block off with the other villagers. Just get out of there. The Miko not on this position here at all, as the Jurigumo will come over here and say, all right, that's enough of that business. Please remove thyself from this land. As the spy, the vision, the shenanigans does get dropped down. And we will be seeing the barracks coming for Mini Yeti as he realizes, oh, Something different is happening here. A dojo as well coming through for Matador. Up onto the top. The Naginata riders are going to be in search of priests and all the other good stuff. And Mini Yeti is now pretty much fully walled. He's almost losing this one. Can he actually hit that one to safety? If he can get the Nubite in, jump onto it, he might be able to keep it alive. Nope, loses a villager. As the longest house wall you've ever seen does not manage to get completed. Is this not the longest house wall you've ever seen? Look at it. Little cheeky marker coming down as a bit of a defense onto this side as the villagers will get spotted over here. The spearman coming out, but is it too little too late for Mini Yeti here? He dropped the vision down. He knew what was coming, but he just wasn't set up for it. Losing so many units here as the Nubite tries to keep itself alive and well. It's the cav to get out of here, and we will see Nephthys now queued up for Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti going to continue to stream in units for the time being. The question is, what does this heroic age give Mini Yeti? I think one thing it gives him is the Scorpion, man, which is going to be a nice little defense for these Naginata riders. As the villager tries to come over here, tries to lock this up, but there's already both a nine-tailed Kitsune and the Naginata rider in on this spot. Up on the top spot here, the Spearman sitting, waiting, watching, saying, what are you doing? Get out of here. Yeah, like one wall here wouldn't have gone astray, but nonetheless, the Nephthys is on the way. Spearman getting sniped over here as well. As Matador says, time to get out of there. And he does have a market up, so he will be able to go up to the next age relatively soon. Now, why Nephthys? Well, Nephthys gives access to the super priests. One extra little bit of damage against myth units. As the Naginata riders coming over here, going to say, take out some villages as Mini Yeti not really paying attention to this one. Pulls his Pharaoh off, tries to snipe down the Kitsune, not able to do so as all the units on the bottom now just trying to get that gold in. And on the other side here for Matador, he's now going up through Hachima. But he does only have 2 Miko in, so his favor income's a little bit on the low side. And he is dropping another stable. Does he have an armory in? So there's 2 options here now for Matador. He doesn't have to go in. He sees the Nephthys, right? He doesn't have to go into Tengu here. He doesn't have to go into this idea straight away. He can actually just say, no, we're just going to drop everything into the armory, and we'll get ourselves the new moon on the armory for full bronze, and that's going to be how we push and find a win, rather than playing into the set who can go for cheap priests with Spirit of Mart, who can go for stronger priests with Nebti. Is now the Mini Yeti Camel Riders. They're on the way, and after the dust settles, both players in the heroic age, it looks like there's a 7-ish villager differential. Maybe an 8 villager differential? 7-ish? 7-ish. I say ish. 7-ish villager differential. So units starting to muster up onto this side. The top of the base here is also open. Camel Riders sneaking in, but the army is on the back here and it's ready. And we are actually going to be seeing copper weapons, copper mail coming through here for Matador. So it looks to me like he is going to be going for this new moon on the armory idea, which means just as this gold is going to expire, he's going to be able to come over here and get that gold staff going. Mini Yeti is trying to chase. He's already got himself copper weapons. He's going for that copper mail. Sashimono Bannerman also getting researched here. No daimyo just yet, it looks like. Where's the, is there a daimyo in? Looks like there's no daimyo. There he goes. He's going to cue that one out now as the camel riders sneaking around onto the back here. There is a little bit of an opening with these houses not quite placed in the right spot. So villagers will go down. The Juragumo over here going to move over. And that's scary for the camel riders. If she picks up one of them, it's dead. Nice movement to pull back. The Tengu are going to come over here and say hello there. Let's deal with that. Armory does get that. Does get those upgrades as the Tengu are now going to start coming through. For Mini Yeti, he's got one Scorpion Man. He's got a whole bunch of Chariot Archers. He's going to have to go... He's going to have to beat these units here. With what? As the Swampland gets dropped down, couple of units do end up dying to that one. Not a crazy amount, but he does have to pull back. But Mini Yeti is so far behind here. Mini Yeti can actually use the range from the Chariot Archers to try and take out those Yumi Horse Archers. Oh, come on, guys. He probably lost like 3 units to the actual Swampland and probably like 2 or 3 units to the actual units. There's a difference there. Alright, whatever, guys. It was OP. Japan broke it. That's what you want me to say. Japan broke it. Mini Yeti now finished up on his gold mine. He has to make a move out over here. The units are all spreading out, making sure there's been no sneaky gold villages. I'm a little surprised to see Mini Yeti playing into this. Like, to me, it sort of makes sense to be going barracks units here because your opponent's gone in Ariokami, which is the Sashimono Bannerman units. And he's mostly going for cavalry, of which get counted, I guess. Now, you probably want Chariot Archers regardless, but Camel Riders? Not sure. Plague of Serpents does get dropped here. You got to be careful on this one. Shogun on top of the Scorpion Man gets 1 samurai. Does he get 2 samurai in? No. He gets 2 samurai in pretty quickly as now the Ancestors gets dropped. The Yumi Horse Archers to pull back. He's got to finish off that Shogun there. Does he have ballistics? He does have ballistics, so at least the Shogun is not going to be able... As I say that, it's kind of dodging arrows. He's not going to be able to dodge the arrows all too well. Yep. And it does go down as those samurai will also fall. So he does manage to beat one big problem there. The minions over here holding on to this side. It's now 4.4k to 3k. As the villagers pulling back, we see the Tengu flying in. They aren't Master Tengu. He does have the upgrades queued up, but he needs a little bit more favor for them. As he dives forward, villagers dying over onto this side as well. And Mini Yeti in that moment does tap out. A bit of a mess here from Mini Yeti. He has that vision at the start. I know that he wanted a fast heroic. I think he was like, when there's a... Okay, let me break it down a little bit like this. When there's a strategy that is tiers above in potency, every other strategy. When you have a strategy that is up here and everything else is here, the mind goes to, how do I beat that? And you have to go into the game going, okay, so what happens if that happens? How do I even give myself a shot here? Mini Yeti's plan here was get Heroic Age, get himself access to Spirit of Mart, Nebti, build the priests. Great idea. Great idea to beat the strategy that everybody is struggling against. However, Matador didn't do that, and Mini Yeti spotted it with the vision. So, Mini Yeti needed to react quickly, get the barracks down, go into Spearman, and play a very, very different game. Unfortunately, he could not quite adapt fast enough. And also, on top of that, Matador could have faked building Cav there, right? If he sees the Spearman coming out, like he sends in the first wave of Cav, sees, and the Kitsune, sees the Spearman coming out, he can just go, great, let's go Heroic Age now. Cut everything, and then he's going to be fine to start spamming those Tengu, which would then be very difficult to defend against. So very, very tough game here for Mini Yeti. I do think the better play is to maybe try and grab the town center, especially with like a Shifting Sands or something like that, so that there's no real way you're going to struggle against that, and then start setting up the walls and barracks and stuff. If your opponent wants to go in for the mass raiders, then fine, you just play a defensive spearman game. If they go for the heroic age, then fine, we're just going to spam priests and towers and walls and things. I don't know if it's possible. I think this is a very, very tough matchup, but well played here for Matador. Nonetheless, he really took Mini Yeti through a completely different path, and Mini Yeti looked a little lost here. Let's get into the draft and see if Mini Yeti can compose himself in for game number 4. Alrighty then. As these guys are motoring ahead. Let's jump into the next game, which will be Susanoo versus Noir. So yet another spicy here. We saw the Japan from Matador already with a Matarasu. We've seen the Japan from Tsukiyomi already. He is very, very well versed in this, but this is going to be the first of this is the second China versus Japan that we're going to be seeing from Mini Yeti. But this Japanese god doesn't have access to that Okuninushi. So El Matador won't have the super Oyumi in the Mythic Age, which does mean that maybe the Noir can be okay. Maybe the Noir can be okay here and survive. There's not going to be too much problems with the Oyumi. There's a completely different line where you actually go in for Onmyoji, which I haven't really seen just yet. I haven't really seen the Onmyoji spammage, but that's definitely something that's possible here with Susanoo. Anyways, let's get into game number 4 and see if Matador will take it in 4 or if Mini Yeti can force a game 5. Alrighty then. Looks like Matador won that last one, right? You guys want to do a little bit of a gambles? Have some gambles. And we will be seeing in this right-hand corner, Matador, Susanoo. Left-hand corner, Mini Yeti. That's Noir. Yeah, we do have Tunison and Grass going on at the moment, but I am going to either cover the recorded games right after, or I'm going to try and catch up to live. Hopefully we can catch up to live. But we'll see how this game might go. You never know. We're gonna finish this series without a doubt. So we'll see what Mini Yeti can cook up here with his Noir. He's already. Guys, Mini Yeti is doing the silliest of sillies here. The reason why this is silly versus Japan is because the Miko can out-heal the Qualfu damage. Well, 2 Miko can out-heal the Qualfu damage. But Mini Yeti is like, I've got a cheese. Let me cheese you. How are you going to deal with my cheese, Mr. Yeti? I mean, Mr. Matador. I haven't seen this in forever, but I genuinely don't believe it works if you just take like a couple of villagers over here and start shanking. He's got 3.6 speed. These guys have got 3.8 speed. I mean, meanwhile on the back here, Mini Yeti is doing things. He is working towards a temple, getting to the next age. There's also a world here where Mini Yeti can drop a wall. If I can drop a wall? Can you not drop a wall? Yeah, he can drop a wall here and he can gate it, and then he can use that to keep this this position unattackable. But like I said, a couple of Miko here are enough to sort of out micro this or deal with this. In fact, I think if you have 2 Miko healing and 1 Miko attacking, all of a sudden the Quaofu cannot out DPS that. And it's actually quite close with just the 2 there as well. But anyways, the micro here from Matador trying to just deal with... honestly, I don't even know what I'm watching at this point. The Kitsune as well can come in and start poking away. That's totally fine. Got another house to come through. You have to imagine if you weren't Japan here, what would you do? Just now the Quaofu to pull back. Matador taking some damage. The Quaofu lives. The pull all the way back home. Come on, these bears have got to get involved. Yes, attack the man. Get him. He's been very rude. Oh, oh. Little nibbles. The nibbles to come through. The temple now coming up for Matador as he's going to be going up to the next stage. And here's... Oh, actually, no, he already used his... I was about to say, here's the other thing. But he already used his creation, so here's not the other thing. I was going to... He could have... If he still had the creation up, he could then have retreated his Quaofu back. Oh, never mind. Who needs creation when you can just walk forward with your peasants... When you can just walk forward with your peasants and call it a day. Who needs creation? He's got 2 villagers on food. He's got the villagers. He's got the Quaofus. He's got 3 Quaofus out. He didn't even get the hero Quaofu, mind you. He does have it queued up, but he doesn't have one. As the house is up, the villagers will wander forward here. Does he have the right? He does. He's got. He knows the range on this better than anyone, I think. As he comes through with the double military camps here and drops his earth wall down. And the question here is, what is Matador going to do? He makes what I have to consider to be the right call. Walks forward, going to start shanking these earth walls down. Trying to kill off as much of these as he possibly can. But the Dows are coming out immediately. And the double towers as well. But once the towers are in, the villagers can come and start shanking the actual military camps down. The Juragumo here is also an amazing counter to the Dao swordsman. As watchtowers to come through, we will be seeing Wisdom of the Nine actually coming in. What is the plan here at the moment? What is the plan here at the moment for Matador? I don't see the plan. A guardhouse. As the Juragumo comes in, we'll be able to pick up 1 unit. He can throw it around underneath the town center. He decides to throw it away. Actually, never mind. It dies. This does 150 damage with that special, right? The swordsman would survive if it's not at full, if it's at full HP, but I guess it was a little bit low. It's the guardhouse coming up. And the Juragumo can very simply wander forward to start getting some damage done. onto this military camp. Because once it gets low, you just pull it back, kill it up with the Miko. No problems. But the problem is, the real problem is, what is Matador going to do from now? What is he going to spend his resources on? He's not able to get himself any gold. A market coming in. Picks up another one. We'll be able to pick off another Dow here. As on the back of this, the Kitsune, they are looking for the raids. He sees that low HP Quailfu and he's like, let me take that bad boy out. Nibbles. The Nibbles are in. The Mad Nibblers. Wait, does he have himself the upgrade? Surely. That's... Oh, if he gets Ivory Netsuke in, that's a way to get himself some gold here. Especially with all these Kitsune raids. As he comes back in, healing up, trying to take this this military camp out. But one Pioneer does make short work of one of those Kitsune. And here's the other thing. Look at this from Mini Yeti. He's being an absolute menace here. The Imperial Academy to come up. I mean, you can just... One idea here is to grab this tech. Survival equipment. And then just bum rush the military camps down. So long as you've got the answers for the Cheongchi, which he kind of has with the Juragumo and he kind of has with the Miko, you can take these out. They die very quickly to villages. Villages have got a 4x bonus versus towers. As the Miko wander forward. Cheongchi have got their eyes on everything. As the Kitsune are back searching for anything to kill. They do see one low HP villager. We'll be able to snipe that one there. Trying to keep things competitive. But look at the Pioneer numbers. He's raiding. He's charging in. He does... Matador does catch Mini Yeti a little bit out there. Almost takes out the Cheongchi. While these Kitsune are running around causing problems in the main base. But this is what Mini Yeti does. Oh, sorry, this is what Matador does. Much different than these guys done. They haven't killed anything. They've killed one unit. One unit thus far has died to the towers here. And remember, these guys are just getting killed up. The villagers now making their way over onto the Cheongchi. Onto the gold mine here. As the army will make their way over here as well. And Mini Yeti looks like he wants to get to the next age. As a little bit of a bait and switch, the army comes forward, still trying to take out these military camps. It's going to take so long here. Does he lose one? Keeps it alive for the time being. Lots of idle villages in the main base as he drops the watermill. It has been a nice little sneak up to the top here to grab the deer. Matador does have some gold mines. He could potentially sneak up the top there as well. As more Miko are going to be coming through for Matador. Matador could look to raid as well. We are going to be seeing now Gormang coming through on the wayside of Mini Yeti. Does get spotted by the Sky Lantern, but he's still off nonetheless. That's the Pheasant. Spots this gold mine here. And the sneakiest of moves could be to send the villagers around up to a gold mine like here, right? As the cav coming forward, villagers will just simply say, all right, no worries. You want to raid me? I'll just go into my tower. It's fine. Cheongchi wanders forward. Going to kill off this other watchtower in no time anyways. And in the main base, the forest protection as well as Mini Yeti says, I don't even need to leave my main base. You raid me, no worries. Wait, is this up? This is a heroic age in for Matador. He has been selling resources non-stop. I'm surprised he didn't go. I know there's a lot of pioneers here, but I'm surprised he didn't go for... Wait, does he have Fujin? Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for Fujin here. Why Fujin? Well, the favor is gigantic. The only cost 300 food. And they're an answer for everything except for the pioneers here. And he's got enough units to sort of scare this army enough with a handful of those guys. Plus, he can actually just send them flying, take out the position, grab the gold mine. Now, what do you get on the other side? Well, Swampland, Thunderburst, a machine workshop coming up onto the front. A siege is going to be the idea here for Mini Yeti here. Is the Matador army trying to just take its little advantages. The villagers sneaking around. Does Mini Yeti spot that on the minimap? Answer? It looks like no. He sneaks through. Heroic in for Matador, and Mini Yeti has to be thinking, hang on. How? How are you in the heroic age? I mean, obviously he's been selling, but the Raiju now is a problem. Because this can leave and raid. But still, the real problem is, how do you break through this army? The military differential is stark here. On the plus, Matador has gotten himself heavy cav. There's the temple. Now going to start going down. Unk of Ra in that thing has been an absolute godsend. As the Bushi come through. Going to be able to take out the Taowu. The main town center is under siege now from the siege crossbows. As Matador needs to take a fight, and soon. He's got one Raiju coming through. The powerful on this side have been spotted. A little bit of damage onto this one. Is he just going to turn around and start throwing boulders back here? Is it going to be enough? The halberdier to come around. Matador needs to make something happen soon, but he is waiting to the very last minute. Swampland will be able to take out the Javelineers. Thunderburst will be able to cause problems. And also the Kusanagi as well. Swampland gets dropped down. The Thunderburst in, sending units flying here. The Raiju to pull back, trying to drag these units around inside of this position. Huge damage to come in onto this army. Is this enough, though? Drops the Kusanagi down, getting even more damage onto this army. As it gets sent flying, there's still a huge amount of pioneers, but all the human units are being killed off here. But Matador has got an army of myth units versus a handful of pioneers. He's got to have a... Do you just go and attack this? They're all low HP. Look at the Bushi. Just go for it. Don't give Mini Yeti the chance in this game. He's charging back. These Raichu are so fast here. 7.3 speed. He comes in, sends the units flying. The Bushi are in. The Pioneers going down. Matador sees his opportunity to pounce. And he cleans up all of the human units. The Bushi here need to be targeting down the Pioneers. Unfortunately, they're killing off the Siege crossbow. But nonetheless, I don't know if it matters. The Bushi now refocusing, sniping everything. And now the raids can start coming through. The Raiju sending these Quaofu flying. This one Quaofu hero is scary though. Does lose one Raiju. Matador is now up to his third tier of Bushido here. As he comes in, snipes the siege crossbow. Breaking everything else up. Matador moving off to the right side. Oh, sorry. Mini Yeti moving off to the right side for the hunt. And Matador pulls back into his base. Mini Yeti, where is his Zhang Xia? Where are his sages? These are the units he needs, obviously. Villager now coming over onto this gold mine. As Mini Yeti has to be thinking, how? How are you continuing in this game? It doesn't take many villagers. 6. Unfortunately for Matador, he hasn't been able to get this Ivory Netscare upgrade. He's going for Den drums next, though. That's 300 gold, though. It will allow him another very cheap spend of Swampland Thunderburst. A Ballet attempting to come up on the front, but a handful of heavy Naginata riders is going to be more than enough. The farms haven't been dropped down just yet. There's so much food on the bottom there for Mini Yeti, for Matador to just go for. As Matador biding his time, he wants to drop this Swampland onto this arm again. I don't think he needs to. He can just drop Kusanagi or something. He's leaving. He's looking for raids elsewhere. But the Ballet getting up does lock this position up even more, though. As the army coming into the main base. I mean, realistically, you kind of want to just run around the map with these Raiju, no? You don't want to run with the Horse Archer or with the Naginata Rider because they just move so quickly. A temple on the back here for Matador as he needs to get some more dudes out. And the Strangle is still happening. I mean, the villager differential, Mini Yeti has still got a villager advantage here. He drops himself the forest protection down. A castle coming up for Matador in his main base now. Like, surely you got to be thinking, he's got to be over here, right? An armory coming down on this side for Matador. He's got to get some upgrades in. Another shrine over onto this left side. There is this position here, which is amazing for a shrine. And finally, the Mini Yeti army does wise up to the gold income. It's only been 500 that's being grabbed from this. And Matador a little bit slow to react as the army to come back. And he can actually catch these units out here. He does have Swampland. He's got Kusanagi. Very cheap. He's not going to go for it. Roaming around, trying to spot villages to kill. There's so many towers up. He's actually going after the military camps. These Raiju do have a huge amount of hack damage. He takes one down, loses Kitsune there. And there's just so many units, though, in for Matador. He gets himself out of Noyumi. This is a tense game now. Does Mini Yeti have ballistics? He doesn't have that ballistics in. Dives in, takes the stuff out, drops his Kusanagi, sends everything flying there, making the next Swampland even cheaper. However, Mini Yeti has got the healing in, and he's got a Ballet. He can just garrison away from that next Swampland. It's not that strong. Den Drums is grabbed, and the Ivory Netsuke. Ivory Netsuke is in, which means these Raiju are now, every burst, they're giving a pretty healthy amount of gold. The Oyumi can slowly start taking these guys down. Miko can come over and heal up these Oyumi as well. As the White Horse Cavalry coming through. They do get sent packing and say, no. Not today. Give me that gold. Every time he does that splash, you can see that gold just go up a little bit. It's not a small amount of gold. Not in any shape of the term. The Miko is more than enough to cause some problems here. And the Machine Workshop will go down, which will mean, well, villagers can now come onto this home gold mine. It's a 20-minute home gold mine, ladies and gentlemen. 20-minute home gold mine. And we do have the Swampland getting dropped down, and now Mini Yeti has got no option other than to retreat inside of that Ballet. And the Ballet will go down, which means no more forest protection. The Kusanagi onto the back of the army there as Mini Yeti taps out, and Matador somehow, some way manages to survive one of the most brutal maps, cheeses, shenanigans we've ever seen. I mean, props where props are due. Matador with the sneakiest villagers I've ever seen. Literally right under the nose of Mini Yeti. There's a silo here. He goes right behind it, sneaks up on this gold mine, out of sight, out of mind. Without that gold mine, Matador doesn't win this game. Without that gold mine, Matador does not win this game. And Mini Yeti forces a game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Champions League. This is the group stage. We've only just begun. Let's pop out, and we're going to be jumping into another game, which is going to be Grass versus Tunison. I'll get that one set up for you. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll make it happen. Unfortunately, okay, so I think Tunison is American, right? Alrighty, we're going to just quickly jump into this next game. I'm going to skip the draft for now and see if we can catch up to live. I have my hands on one recorded game. Hopefully they don't go out of sync and we can quickly get into game number one. For those of you who have not been following along, these guys have already started their game, and I'm going to try and catch up. So let's get into game number one. Grass and Groom versus Tunison, or Grass versus Tunison. Let's go. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we have the Tsukiyomi for Tunison, and in the that's the left-hand corner of the map. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Grass playing as Ra. It is a little bit of keen action here to kick this one off. I did not add that. Let me fix this up. I got to fix this up. This is Keen Tunison. I gotta fix this up. Excuse me. Alrighty. All better now. So yeah. We are jumping into game number one between these two. I missed the draft. They are currently playing game number 2, I believe. So we're trying to catch up. And we'll see if we can. We might not be able to, but fingers crossed we don't see any out of syncs on the recorded games. And let's just enjoy it. Now, if we do see an out of sync on the recorded game, that might just mean we can jump forward to the live even faster. So maybe not, fingers crossed. Anyways, Gambantine, Odin's Wand on this left-hand corner, going to be making those temples a little bit cheaper to get those research costs in. Always nice. Over on this side, there is the Ogre Bitten Helm. Heroes with an extra 10% HP. Also very, very nice. On the top side, there is the Hori's Hunting Bow, which is going to be a 5% boost to Huntables. And onto the bottom side of the map, there is the Chariot of Sibel, which is going to grant 2 Golden Lions that respawn every 60 seconds. So some very nice relics here. Our Tsukiyomi player, Tunison, spawning in here is going to be absolutely ecstatic about the positioning of his gold mine here. His wood line's a little bit less than to be desired, but he's got an amazing gold mine here. He's got a nice back gold mine over here as well. Same thing for our Ra on the back here. So we'll see how things are going to go. I do wonder, I haven't looked at this yet. I wonder what the interaction between Petsukos and Tengu is. The hard part is that the Tengu will jump directly on top of the Petsukos, but they will be able to shoot said Tengu before they jump. Maybe there's an angle there. I don't know. But then you also have to deal with the Shogun, which makes life even harder. Alrighty. We're not going to be doing any predictions for this game because people can look up the results if they want. So no predictions for this one. Excuse me for my cough. A little bit sick. It's fine. All right, temple coming up for now for Tunison. And one thing I know about Tunison, or one thing he's been doing recently, is a lot of the aggressive plays. He is not playing a defensive game from what I've seen. But this could all just be smoke and mirrors. You never know what these guys are capable of. They can play any style when they feel like it. as we do see the Inari ore coming to come through. No surprises there. This is the bread and butter for the Tsukiyomi here. There is a world where actually going for Goshin Boku does make some sense here, but I think it's mostly going to be on the side of going for, is it Fujin? Hang on, brain working? Yeah, going for Fujin and making Oni. Because then you can get those, that when the Oni die, they go back into your Goshin Boku. Feel good. Anyways. As the second age is in, a stable will get planted down here by Tunison. And he is simply just opening relatively normal. In the main base here for Grass, he's got his double barracks down. He's got his monument getting empowered. Probably want to move that pharaoh over onto the monument to the soldiers if you can. It's maybe in range of this barracks, but he should have planned for that regardless. And that allows you to get a little bit more favor and all the good stuff that comes from that. However, we are going to be seeing some Naginata riders to come through. And the Grass Spearman wandering around the map looking for what he can find. We're going to be seeing some Sphinx coming out as well for Grass. No surprises there. Need those to help deal with those Naginata riders and all the other good stuff. But Hachiman pre-queued here by Tunis, and he's already gone, hang on. If you're going to make some Sphinx, I don't need to think about it anymore. It's not a choice between Fujin and Hachiman here. We go Hachiman to deal with the Sphinx. We go Hachiman to get ourselves all of the bonuses.
Great.
It's the Grass army sitting out here. We see some nice walls up as well. There is also this Zhurgumo here to help defend for the time being as these Naginata riders from Tunison hiding around on the corner. But look at the beautiful vision that's been set up by Grass. There's no sneaking through here in the slightest. The Sphinx gets a little bit of damage, but nothing too bad going to be happening here as Tunison gets himself out of Bushi. You can move these villagers from here over to this wood line. It's not ideal to chop down anything else there, as the Naginata riders do get spotted by a Sphinx. Going to start getting chased down. Spearman going to be meeting them in the middle, but they high-five each other. Nice control from Tunison, keeping everything alive for the time being. Swinging around up onto this side. And where to next is the big question. That's the Shiragumo coming through the shrine. Just garrisoning away with that bad boy for the time being here. Sphinx comes in. A little bit of damage coming through, but that's about it for the time being. And Tunison here, he's got himself that swampland. He will drop that down, and immediately Grass pulls out of there. Doesn't? There you go. All right, I'm not crazy. He barely lost anything on that swampland. He barely lost anything. Ha! Take that, all you swampland haters. Great reaction there from... Oh, never mind. He's throwing away more... Okay. Sorry, an extra unit. It's fine. Oh. Pulls back. But now the heroic gauge to start coming through for Tunison. He's getting very close to the advance time. He's got his market up over here. He can buy himself the food. Oh, he overbuys it in a big way there. Yikes. But he will be able to go to that next stage. Now, one idea here from the Sphinx side of things is to say, all right, let's just eclipse and kill the town center off. This would be a good idea. If you can get the Sphinx numbers out, maybe a third monument. This timing is wide open for a lot of problems to be caused. Picks off one villager, pulls back. Obviously, you're risking. You don't really know what your opponent's doing. You don't really know what the timing is. But if you just have in the back of your mind like 8 minutes and 30 seconds, that's when we go, then you're probably going to be able to prevent a lot of this stuff from happening. The market going to get mauled down here by grass. And we'll see if grass is going to be able to deal with what's coming for him. Because there's going to be a immediate, ooh, nice raid over here. The villagers can move through this wall, no problems, or into the tower. Lots and lots of damage coming in here. Grass is all over Tunison at the moment. As the wood situation is looking dire. Some priests are also in onto the front as the army charging forward here. Priests can snipe down those Kitsune very quickly. Spearmen retreating away. Villagers back over onto the wood line. As Grass needs to head in here and get this damage done. There is going to be an Eclipse available, but Shogun has appeared, and this guy is a Sphinx Spearman player's worst nightmare. Now, luckily, you can surround that Shogun with your spears, and you can limit the value. We are going to be seeing a Sobek. I know that's not right. A Sobek coming through. I turned into my Japanese there. We are going to be seeing a Sobek coming through as the Tengu slowly starting to come out here. Still no new moon getting dropped on the temple, however. As Tunison, he says, I don't need to drop that new moon unless I've got all the Tengu to come through, because he can make 3 immediately. I think it's 3 immediately during that new moon shenanigans there. As the Sphinx pulling back. Units up onto the top here. Healing up. Grass has done some serious damage here. Grass has done some serious damage, but it looks like that's all it is. There's a 5 villager differential. You have to remember that as soon as that new moon comes onto this temple, these guys are now going to be role-playing as villagers on gold. There's more Tengu making their way in. And you do have to be careful here. Now, one thing here is that the priests are very good against the Tengu. The Tengu have got relatively low HP at 600 HP. Their bonus comes with that steroid. When they jump in, they get a huge amount of armor. And if you've got units which are divine damage, then they should be quite good at taking out those Tengus. That being said, Grass needs to be very careful. He's just spent a huge amount of gold on a Migdol stronghold. His army is out in the middle of the map. There is a Shogun here who will erase the Sphinx from the game and replace them with 8 samurai, of which there is no answer to samurai right now for Grass. And he says, okay, let's pull back. But with the Migdol stronghold up, Grass can now start continuing along in this game. How many hits for a Tengu to kill a priest? I mean, you can do the math. It's 5x, and it's going to be 3.1 DPS. So times that by 5, divided by 600, and you got yourself something. I feel like Grass is probably a little bit short on these. As the Tengu does dive forward. A little bit of miscontrol there by Tunison. As that will be one Tengu. Oh, does he fall? He's got to get out of there. He's going to be able to jump, and he does get out of there. Does like wedge himself into the ground for a little bit at the end of the jump, but does manage to survive. Bit of a unfortunate jump in there from Tunison. The thing that I think you should do with these guys, by the way, is you actually turn off the jump, and you just use it with Shift Q manually. Click your should be teaching you guys how to use these units. No, just leave it on auto and have them randomly jump into your opponent's army. That's what you want. That's an ideal usage of the Tengu. He's now starting to get himself some Pitsukos, which are a nice little bit of a help here. Over here, the Sashimono Bannerman to come through as well. Is it's going to be Spearman, Chariot Archer, as Tunison sitting back, waiting, watching. Another stable coming up. As these Tengu are searching for any raids they can possibly get. But in doing this, they're not going to be able to help out on this fight. And Grass looks incredibly well positioned to make something happen here. There's no Swampland. There's no God Powers. There is a Shogun. There is an Eclipse as well. As Tunison pulling back, he's in some trouble here. There is 0 gold, but there is a gold mine up the top here, which is spotted by the Obelisk of Grass. As the Tengu are just happily sniping units in the middle. Grass is trying to, or Tunison is trying to just get himself up to a respectable amount of military before he takes a fight. There is also Eclipse here, which is a big deal as the Camel Riders are going to start making their way up there. Tengu's still sniping units, but then what? Another cheeky little Chariot Archer over here as that's going to get sniped down. Up onto the top, the villagers do get spotted and Tunison will immediately retreat. The Pharaoh is in to cause a little bit of shock there as the Tengu to pull back. With the priest up over here, a couple of units going down up onto this side. There's still a lot more myth unit that can be built here. But this army from Grass is looking very, very strong. Snipes another Tengu over there. And Tunison is back into his main base. He is absolutely gold staffed here. He does have that ivory net scale, obviously, so if he takes a fight, he can get some resources going while he's fighting. But does he have even enough? There's going to be an Eclipse here. The Tengu dive forward. Another mistake, a huge mistake from Tunison. As he's attempting to take this fight, the Shogun coming around onto the back there. The Spearman going after this. The Locust onto the back line of the medium Yumi Archers. And Tunison's army has melted at the start of this fight. And he does no Shogun remaining. He's got no nothing remaining here. Grass has managed to completely lock Tunison into his base. As the Tengu charges out here, trying to snipe some Spearmen and all the other good stuff. These medium Yumi Horse Archers are just not that great against Chariot Archers because the range diff is just too big. But we'll see if Tunison can find his way out of here. Loses his temple as well. Over onto this side, the villagers just grabbing the Rhinoceros. He charges forward, but the Patsukos are zoning so nicely. Nice shooting, scooting from Tunison, but Grass has got those Patsukos. And he is looking absolutely brutal. Dives in, but that Tengu is going to get massacred there. And Tunison is now out of steam in this game. He does manage to take down all those Spearmen, gets himself heavy, and in the process, taps out. As Grass puts on a little bit of a masterclass here in raw gameplay. Well played here to Grass. I mean, he shut down this whole thing so well. The mixture of Priest and Patsukos. Tunison wasn't able to get any value from his Shogun. Really wasn't able to get any value from his Tengu either. To pick off a couple of units in the middle of the map. There was a moment here. We take a look at the post game. There was a moment here where the Heroic Age hit. And there was an opportunity for a big fight to happen and a lot of resources to go onto the side of Tsukiyomi player, but of Tunison, but he didn't go for it. The first game here goes to Tunison. And we'll jump into game number 2 and see how things go. Alrighty. I'm still not going to bother with the draft here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get these games going as fast as possible. So I have the next recorded game. It's on Anatolia. It's going to be a Zeus versus Isis game. Let's jump into it. Hey. Oh, I have the wrong scoreboard up here for some reason. Why is that scoreboard up? Hello? How do I fix that? Here? Ah, like this. No, that's wrong. How do I have... What am I done here? Oh, here. Give me a second. I think that's right. Okay. Let's get into game number 2. Alrighty, in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Tunison. He is not up 1-0. He is down 0-1. As he does pick the Isis. Grass at the top of the map picks his Zeus. And we've got a classic. We have a classic here. An absolute classic. It couldn't get any more classic. What do I mean that? Well, look. We go back to the world of... What is it? The world of the Mister and Magic from... How long ago? Many, many moons ago. 2015? Maybe 2014? These guys literally played, and you can look it up. These guys literally played like a best of 7, like basically all on Anatolia. Zeus versus Isis. In fact, I almost want to just like ignore the game for a little bit and just look it up. Like, I swear this happened. I swear it happened. Let me see. I'm gonna get that up on the side screen here, and see if we can find it or not. Anyways, it is the map Anatolia. Both players here do end up going over onto the same side. Excuse me. Both players do end up going onto the same side, which generally means you don't put a second dock over here. Did Tunison notice this? He did, and he is still going for that second dock. Generally, you go, all right, you go onto this side. I'll go onto the other side. But he might be planning something a little bit more specific, like a faster advance, trying to push this and win this water really quickly. That could be his kind of idea. I'm not exactly 100% sure. Anyways, it's gonna take me way too long to figure out this what happened with this game. I know it exists. They played so many Anatolia Zeus versus Isis games. Nonetheless, Grass getting himself all of the shenanigans up here. There's all the fishing spots up here are getting grabbed as well. Did he get the fort spot? No. He will be dropping a dock over onto this side as the priest gets bolted. He's trying to heal up the laborer, and then all of a sudden the villager comes over here, and that's going to be a classic dead villager early game in Age of... And it can keep chasing in. That's so huge. The dock gets denied. 3 seconds remaining on it. One idea here for Grass is to literally just drop a wall now across here. He doesn't have the gold for it, but he can literally just go, okay, wall this off. He's not going for it. The 2 villagers are coming through. And if Grass, he doesn't quite get the building block and he tries. But the spice has been spicy already. The villagers idle over here, but I mean, now the fishing ships are going to be able to come out. These 2 villagers can wander forward for another dock. Anatolia is always spicy. This is always what we get from this map. Always a spice as the villager now for Tunison wanders forward. And he will start shanking. Is there going to be another villager getting sent over? Jason is on the way. As a Katoskopos going down over here. Again, Tunison here has the option to simply just drop a nice wall here, get onto the other side, and he is totally fine to get this stuff up. Bast is coming through. There's going to be a Sphinx. The Jason slowly making his way over here. The dock will finish for Tunison. But this game, if these guys had any plans going into it, well, let's just say it's very messy. This game is very, very messy. And the Jason now, with the help of this Katoskopos, is going to get some snaring happening as the... Oh, this villager goes, hello there. As soon as he gets on top of that villager, the snaring is enough for him to actually chase it down. Any help gets actually trapped on the berry bush there as well. And Tunison is in some very big trouble. This could be 3 villagers falling here. In fact, it is 3 villagers falling. That's 1. This villager here, with good control from Grass, will or with bad control, will get to safety. With good control, it goes down. With no control, it goes down too, though. Bad control, it would die. It will get to safety, excuse me. That's 3 villager kills. 3! A market coming up, an armory coming up. Tunison wants the fastest of heroic ages he can possibly get. Into the main base, though. There is no... Well, I'm about to say there is no help here for the guys, but he gets the surround. The Heracles is in. And Grass has literally shut down every little bit of possible advantage which Tunison could get here. Sphinx down means no Ancestors Eclipse on the economy, at least until another Sphinx gets trained or the Scorpion Men makes it across the map onto the eco. We see a couple of boats coming out here for Tunison. He doesn't have himself serpents either for the water. And this dock is going to get torn down. The hoplites are coming through. Dionysus is already queued up. Dionysus is already queued up. The war barge gets sniped. The Juggernaut on this side going to be going down as well. As the cabinets for Tunison trying to come through, trying to hold his position, but, well, at the very least, the heroic age will be on the way. And Tunison can come over here and drop a dock and see what he can do, but he's so far behind. Grass is in such a ridiculously good position here after the chaos from that early game. But can Tunison find a way to bring this one back is the big question. Ancestor Eclipse on the economy has been nerfed, but you can still get a lot of idle time caused, especially if both the heroes are outside of the main base. And we are seeing the priest wandering across the map. Going to be looking to either get some vision with an obelisk or hide off on the side, wander in, Ancestor's Eclipse. But all the docks are going to be going down over here. This dock here does get abandoned as the hoplites are there to say, no, sorry, you're not allowed this. And all of a sudden, Grass has got full control on this water. Just see one cabinet to try and help out. On the other side, the Skylar is in, so that's going to be some problems here as well, as it's going to start killing off some fishing ships. And the priest coming out here for Tunison. Gets himself that relic. Up on the top side, the Leviathan coming through for Tunison as well. So they need this to try and deal with this Skylar as the Skylar is building up those heads. And we do see the Ancestors Eclipse coming in. The Scorpion Man is on the way. This will be the entirety of Grass's economy idle because he has no heroes in the main base. Huge splash there onto those villagers with the amped up Scorpion Man. Villagers will make their way over onto this gold mine. Got to be careful with that because the Scorpion Man getting over there and getting another special, that could be lights out for those villagers. And he's looking for it. He wants it so bad. Grass is baiting him. Grass knows. I mean, this could be the game over if he can just snipe these villagers. Heroes coming through. The Scorpion Man is the problem here. The Scorpion is the problem. The villagers pulling around. Doesn't get the special off again. The Heracles in hot pursuit. And Tunison is pushed back into the main base, however. There's heavy hoplites. The Migdol stronghold is coming up onto the front here. And Grass is just cleaning house. Both monuments going down. Temple goes down. Town center is the next port of call as the villagers are going to be trying to repair. Hoplites pull off and say, no, let's stop that repairing shenanigans. Town center will get some good damage on the hoplites, but there's idle time coming through over here as well. Chariot archers now coming in to Tunison as the watchtowers is up. And those priests will all be falling here. Over onto this side, the Heracles coming in, sniping that Scorpion Man. And those chariot archers to pull back. And it looks like Grass is just in an absolutely dominating position. He's going to take out the Migdol stronghold. He's got the Hydras coming through. There's a restoration as well if he wants to drop that in the main base just to be like, well, all my units back up to full HP. Your villagers on this gold mine are going to get taken out. He wants to hold on to it though. Lots of very low HP units in this main base though. As the bronze finishes up, the hoplites will get cleaned. Tunison is valiantly fighting, but his Migdol stronghold is 1,000 HP from getting picked to pieces. And the Peltas now popping in, running around in circles. Migdol stronghold goes down. And Tunison is now without Migdol, without fish, trying to get docks up. He's trying to put pressure over here. He will win this top side of the water, which is a big win for him. Now some barracks to come down. Desperation barracks. There's a handful of units in. And this pressure is just going to continue from Grass. He charges through, takes out the tower. The Peltas coming in, trying to snipe those chariot archers. But, yeah, it's all too much for Tunis as he taps out. A short game. As Grass does manage to get such a crazy advantage going from the early game. Picked off 3 villagers. 3. That is a insurmountable amount of damage early on. That you just cut out your legs in the game with that happening, and Tunison just could not bring it back. He almost did. If he'd managed to snipe that ball of low HP villagers again with that Scorpion Man, I mean, there was a restoration, could have been used to keep them alive and keep Grass going, but it could have been absolutely crazy for Tunison. But nonetheless, Grass, an impeccably well-played game. Let's jump back over to this menu and I'll get the next game going for you guys. Alrighty, we're going to be going into a map on Mirage now for game number 3. A Mirage map on game number 3. And it's going to be, what is it? What did I see it was? Hold on. It's going to be Gaia versus Amaterasu. Alrighty. Let's go. Game number 3. On the left-hand corner of the map, currently down 0-2 in this best of 5. Tunison's back is against the wall, and he does bring out the big guns. He picks his Amaterasu. Grass, on the other hand, he's on his pride and joy. He's got the Atlanteans. He is a original Atlantean main. One of the few. No, there was a lot of Atlantean mains. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? A lot of players started Age of Titans and top players actually started Age of Titans with Atlantean and then went off to learn all the other gods. It's a great little training wheel civ, as some people like to say. But he is back on it, and part of this civ is part of playing this civ a lot is getting a lot of knowledge about things you can do, things you can't do, and then applying that to the present where things are very, very different. But nonetheless, let's have a little look-see at the relics. We've got the Hestia's Hearth over here, which is Villager Train Time -5. Over here we've got that Trojan Gate Hinge, making hit points a little bit better up for those walls. Over here, the Cathara of Apollo, which is movement speed +10. And finally, we have the Ship of Fingernails, which is going to be a food trickle rate of +0.5. So, I have not seen any Amaterasu on water yet. I have no idea what these guys are going to go for. One thing is, obviously, you've got... I mean, this is Mirage. It's not a true water map, but you do have access to those weasels while you fight on water. That's not going to be happening here. But you do have a boosted food economy as well, so you can go in for some samurai early on. What we have been seeing from the Gaia players here that's been seemingly working very, very nicely is a fast heroic. That being said, so far I'm yet to be convinced. Of the guys that have won going for the fast heroic, it's always been messy. It's always been a mistake from one party or a roll of the dice and a bit of luck where the fast heroic has managed to find the win. Is there another way that's maybe a little bit more consistent here with Gaia? Maybe Grass knows. Maybe he doesn't. I guess we're going to find out. But it is Mirage. You got those 9 fishing spots. Feels good. And we're going to probably see a lot of this map in this tournament. Like, here's the thing, right? With Champions League, because of the ace pick map feature, the players that want to play on the water maps, they get to. Whereas in all the other tournaments we've had, if there's a player who didn't want to play on a water map, they would just ban that map out. So you could go an entire tournament and not even have to bother with the map pool. You just go, this map pool, I don't care about that map. Let me just get rid of it for the entirety of the tournament. So you're gonna see it here. Nonetheless, Oceanus coming through. A little bit of a weird one there from Grass. He actually does delay his advance time a little bit. Or doesn't even delay it. He just kind of cancels villages to get his advance time in a reasonable amount of time. Now he's grabbing himself the pickaxe. He's got himself the hand axe already. On the other side here for Tunison, he's going up through Amino Uzume. No surprises there. Now, there's 2 options here. You go crazy Amaterasu shenanigans here. You go 1 town center full crazy as Amaterasu. Or you can do a 2 TC idea. There's nothing wrong with this. There is nothing wrong with the crazy 2 TC idea. Anyways. We'll see how it's actually going to go. Apparently he didn't have hand axe. Now he's grabbing the hand axe in. He's in the next age. Going to drop 2 military barracks down. And what Mini Yeti did here, he's trying to hide his armory from his opponent. Now, unfortunately, when he was playing, it did get scouted out. But this might just be spammage of units. He gets a counter barracks down as well. Because that does get spotted by the Kitsune there from Tunison. And he's like, great. You're going to make units? I'll make units. And it will be Murmillos. And potentially also some counter barracks units. The thing that I've said this already, but I'll say it again. And I'll keep saying it because why not? The thing that I think I've realized with Atlantean versus Japanese is I don't think I need Murmillos. Like, Murmillos are a later in the game type unit. I need Catapultis to deal with cavalry, and I need Carabalista to deal with samurai. And those Murmillo don't help me out in the slightest early game. Unless I'm going for villager snipes. In which case, okay, maybe make some hero Murmillos and try and make something happen. As the Kamatachi does get spotted here. Nice play from Grass. The secret to beating the Kamatachi is scouting. And that is exactly what you want to do. Find where the temple is. Plant your Caladri over there and chase that Kamatachi to the edge of the earth. Oh. And Tunison doesn't have his Goshin Boku. He doesn't have it. He just lost his dude. It's not even coming back. A samurai will come through. Start to get a little bit of damage on no Caladri over here. Is that going to fall? It's 3 HP in a dream. Does manage to get out of there. But it's not like, sure, this is great for Grass. He keeps his unit alive. But it's not all bad there not getting that kill because now the Bushido is going to start coming in even more. He's up to a quarter of the way up to that medium. As Katagi coming through. We do see one sneaky Kamatachi with 20 HP in a dream coming in. The raids onto Tunison. They're hurting here. Hasn't lost any villages, but he has to move on to this back berry bush here. He's still pressuring this one shrine as well. Not having any Carabalista is making me a little bit scared. You do see the Naginata Rider taking that solar shield. The Carnivora on this side immediately getting targeted down by the Onnamushas. The Samurai. Are there enough here? That's the big question. Tunison says, I don't care. I don't need to keep fighting. I got enough of a fight there. I now got medium. Let's pull back. I'll use my Miko to heal them back up. No problems. As he's going to keep spamming out these samurai. And Grass here now is starting to get himself some Carabalista. He's realizing what's coming for him. Get a couple of Carabalista out, and at least you're going to have some chase down potential with the arrows there, as well as if the samurai run in, it's going to be totally fine. But these guys are going to heal up very quickly now. Wait, has he still not put the Goshin Boku tree down? Does he hate? I think he hates the Goshin Boku tree. He says, I don't want it. Why would I want that? Nonetheless, the temple over here from Tunis's temple is going to be falling here. And Grass is all over. Grass is all over Tunison here. It's about equal on population, but he needs this cold mine to keep building units. A couple of Naginata Riders are going to be moving around on the outside. There's also going to be the Kamatachi here that can take a solar shield and dive in. As he's going to be moving up onto the top. He sees his opportunity to strike. There is no Carnivora here. But those Caraballister, great positioning. The villagers slowly getting more gold in. Villagers pulling back over here is so much damage to come in. We do have a cheeky little solar shield here as he's chasing down the Caraballister on the back there. Little bits of damage to come through as the heroes get peeled off to chase that one down. And the samurai charging into their death. Honorable but silly. You need to run with everyone else. This pressure from Grass is just absolutely immense. As he says, I don't care. Let me just push even closer in. Let me just keep going here. Tunison could move down onto this spot. Get himself out of transport ship. I've said it already. One transport ship onto this gold mine. Play around the oracle that's sitting here as well. He doesn't know that that's there, but you can dodge that oracle and get onto that back gold mine. No problems here if you want. And finally, the Goshen Boku tree comes down. As Tunison had to have been wondering, where is it? But things change now as Heavy has come through. Tunison has been waiting for this one. He's got his Heavy, charges in. There will be a Carnivora available. There's this one on the Musha on the back that needs to be targeted down. And will he be able to break through this or not? The Naginata Riders get onto the backside of these Caraballister. The Murmillos cleaning them up slowly. There's one left. The Kamehameha there gets the solar shield. The Samurai cleaning units left, right, and center. And Tunison does manage to break through the army of Grass here. And Grass's pressure, as immense as it was, has not managed to contain this Amaterasu here. Villagers now moving forward onto the forward gold mine. More samurai on the way. And Grass doesn't have another choice. He has to get heroic age here. You cannot stay classical age and try and kill and try and fight this heavy army. You've got to get to that heroic age. Get yourself those heavy upgrades. Make something happen. It's the heavy Naginata Riders. They have found those Caraballister here. And that's brutal losing those. This is also partly why I say you've got to get those catapulties out so that you can take the Naginata Riders out very, very quickly. Caraballister does get spot. That's going to get insta-killed there by the Samurai. As this Samurai does spot the villagers on the gold mine over there. And Tunison continuing to spam. We do see the Thea has managed to get clicked up. There's only a tiny bit of favor in the bank, though. There is one option here to kind of scare Tunison a little bit, which is straight into like 4 or 5 Stymphalian birds. But with that little favor, I don't think you can really get them out as the Samurai do cut off the Murmillo yet again. And this Bushido is ticking through so quickly. He's about to be champion. It's absolutely brutal. The citizens do manage to sneak this very back gold mine. Now, Tunison will know there's a gold mine around there. He knows there's one up the top or one up the right because he has one at his backside there. So it has to be mirrored to some degree. Whether it's mirrored exactly or mirrored on the other side, those are what you have to sort of scout for. Because the Murmillos, they're just running, and we will be seeing now Hachiman in for Tunison rather than going for that other way. What's the other way? It's called Raijin. Rather than Raijin, go Hachiman, get yourself the Shogun. You're going to shut down the Dryads. And a town center as well for Tunison now, just to say, Let me just take my advantage. Let me pocket it. Let me get some more villagers out. I know you're struggling here to try and keep up with me, so let's make you struggle more by me having more economy. He's also got a pretty safe gold mine over here with the military buildings around. Built 2 temples. Is that a second temple or am I crazy? No, he lost his temple. He's rebuilt his temple out. Meanwhile, the villagers on this side to pull out and jump into the town center. But Hachiman hitting soon is going to be brutal. The heavy Murmillos here, what Grass can do, and he's doing a nice job, is he has the speed advantage. He's got the 4.8 speed Murmillo here. It's 4.5 speed normal Murmillos versus 4.2 speed Samurai. So running around the map, causing chaos, probably his best way to go. But he is losing units, and the closer he gets here, the more brutal this is. Because now he can get himself out a... Does he have a stable? He does. He can get himself out that Daimyo. Get himself out a very, very nice looking Shogun. And these Dryads are just going to feed the Samurai machine here moving forward. As the Bushi quickly targeting down the Stymphalian Bird. Champion clicks through. The army value of Grass falls so quickly here. And Tunison is just miles ahead in this game. He gets himself out. He didn't even need the Shogun for the fight. And Tunison now is on the board. Pulls himself back. Nonetheless, that's the game. And Tunison 1-2 now. I think we might have actually caught up to live. So let's jump in and see if we can get the game live for the rest of this series. Alrighty, so we're going to be, it looks like we're going in onto a Ghost Lake where it's going to be Kronos versus Zeus. I'm not exactly sure. But we are now up to live. Yay! Let's go! Up to live! Alright, let's get into game number 3. Oh, sorry, game number 4. And here we go in the right-hand corner of the map. We do have Tunison, and he's playing as Shenong. I got lied to. It's Shenong. In the left-hand corner, it's Kronos for Grass. Oh, these guys need a little flipperoonie, don't they? Okay, and seeing as we have made it to live, then here you go. Have a little cheeky prediction for Tunison Grass on this one. And see how it goes. You think this is not game 4? They didn't put a recorded game in for me. Oh. Oh, I'm stupid. There's one game. Oh. Alrighty, we're back with game number 4 in the left-hand corner of the map. Spawning in as the Blue Fushi. Currently down 1-2 in this best of 5 series for the group stages of the Champions League. Definitely did not screw anything up, and you guys have got no brain to work out what happened. It's Tunison in the blue. His opponent in the red color, playing as Set. His name is Grass. Relics on the map. We have the heavenly jeweled spear. Can we just ignore that that happened? It's not my fault. I'm a professional here. Ria's crown over here. This is going to be the Citadel Center, Town Center, and Villager Center. Over on this right-hand corner, there is the skulls of Cercipes. On this side, we have the feather of Jingwei. And finally, rounding it all up, it is Huri's hunting bow. Alrighty, so these are the two sort of powerhouse gods, right? You've got the Fushi, you've got the Set. There's a lot of power for both of these gods. I mean, I think the top level. If I had to put a tier list together right now, I'd actually say there's probably like 3 S tier gods or pantheons at the moment for the pros, and then there's the other ones. Funnily enough, as crazy as this patch is, not to talk about too much of the balance, if there's like 3 major powerhouse pantheons to pick, that's kind of wild, right? It's kind of wild, no? 3 powerhouse pantheons. You've got China, you've got Japan, you've got Egyptian, and you've also got Atlantean as well, which isn't that far behind, unless you've got Uranus, which is obviously the best god in the game. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it, I say, to all you non-believers out there. Anyways, the map is Marsh, an amazing map here for Set, as he's going to be able to grab a huge amount of balls in the middle of the map. One thing that we often see from Set players is spamming out a couple of priests nice and early. You don't need to rush your second town center or anything like that, because you can just spam priests, get yourself the animal army, put pressure onto your opponent. You know, it's funny, the Rapple. We played a game where I showed you how good Uranus was. I don't know if you remember it or not. Nonetheless, let's focus on this. Let's focus on this shenanigans here, guys. Come on, let's lock in. Nothing went wrong before this game. We were following this series perfectly well. I mean, very happy about the lack of. Let's not jinx it. Touch wood. Touch wood. Touch wood. Alrighty. The Monuments to Soldiers coming up for Grass in the main base, as he will be looking for potentially a whole bunch of Anubites here. Anubites are sort of the powerhouse unit for Egyptian at the top level in the classical age. The reason is mostly for the raids. You get in, you can snipe villages really easily. It's very difficult to defend against them, which is pioneers. That being said, with Yatza and with the Nijar, they do lose a lot of power. So maybe against Fushi, not the best idea. Meanwhile, the animals all moving into the center of the map, and I am yet to see Grass make these extra priests out. Now, luckily, his animals will be able to kill off the enemy monkeys here. A couple of pioneers is not going to be enough. Tunison in the main base has got himself his Imperial Academy. He's not going for a second town center just yet. And we will see a barracks going down, as well as Grass taking the central town center, of which Tunison is very much aware. And not only that, all the animals over here now starting to get healed back up. And Tunison is not going to be able to really make a whole lot of progress here denying this town center. But the problem with the town center is there's not really a lot on it. Yes, there's a gold mine behind it, but there's no fat pack a hunt. It's a little bit off to the side. A little bit off to the side here. And we will see him moving over onto the water buffaloes. But over onto this side, Grass says, hey, excuse you. You think you can go for a town center and pressure me at the same time? I don't fall for that stuff. I got 2 Anubites here. A little bit of miscontrol, though, from Grass, or good control from Tunison, more like. He does get that block off instead of losing a Quailfu there. He keeps them both alive at half HP as 3 Quailfu now going to make their way over to the town center. And Grass is, do we run in there and kill that and then risk dying to the Pioneers? He says no. Up onto this side, Grass is going to be swinging around here, trying to deny this town center, and it looks like he's managed to do so, which is brutal. In fact, Tunison deletes the settlement, and look at it. He's now down to 284 gold, so he can't even place another one down. So Grass has gotten everything that he wants early game here. Tunison on the other side has to go, what do I do? Do we go for a big all-in here against Egyptian? Who's going classical fight? That's crazy. Do we come back later and try and get the town center up? He's putting a marker down. He's going for a fast heroic, it looks like. As the Yatsa snipes one villager, but then dies. Generally not the best value there. You want to keep that Yatsa going. But the market is up. Oh, he just bought some or sold some wood for the gold, and now he's going for the town center regardless. That being said, even if he gets this town center, he's not out of the woodwork. Yeri's got a gold mine. Yeri's got a peach blossom spring, but this peach blossom spring is close to here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a heroic age coming in very, very shortly here for Grass. And then if you can just wander forward and put a Migdol down here, he shuts this off. He shuts this off. And life is very, very tough. Plague of Serpents gets dropped down, going after the Quailfu. Too little, too late, however. And all the animals dying on this position is absolutely huge for Tunison. Grass goes absolutely madman style. Loses all of his animals underneath his opponent's town center. And all of a sudden, Tunison is just going to have an insane amount of food to just eat here. The villager differential, though, looking equal. That's not ideal. That is not ideal. An equal villager differential here is not ideal in the slightest. Spearman's still coming out, but the heroic age is going to be on the way. Now, the question here is, do you go Nephthys so you can have an Ancestors to try and place this Migdol down safely? Or do you go Sekhmet and maybe don't even worry about the Migdol, but just come and lock this position up with a whole bunch of barracks units? Slingers, Spearmen. Tunison Yatsa on its way. The priests, they do notice it, and that will be a dead Yatsa unless Tunison pays attention. Oh, never mind. The priests forgot to throw that final little bit of pain there as the Anubites still searching for villagers to snipe in the main base. Let's get a little shankaroony there as the Quailfu. Oh, the Quailfu do manage to get that ghost building down, sniping the Anubite, shutting down all that pressure. But yeah, Nephthys is going to be in. But I do think, if Grass wants to be risky, walk in here and drop the Migdol. If he wants to be safe, walk over here and drop the Migdol. I don't like the safe option here, to be honest. I don't know if he's got the stuff to do anything else. A couple of spearmen against the kid. Can the spearmen kill the kid? The kid used to win this fight. I don't know if he wins it anymore. He's lost a lot of power, I think, as the villagers are coming in onto this spot. The priests are in with some healing ability. As the villagers will start shanking down Najjar, and Najjar will end up dying. But Grass has just revealed what he's doing. Is there any answer to it, though? There's no units out for Tunison. He's going heroic age. Migdol Stronghold up. Not a Migdol Stronghold. A siege works. Grass doesn't want to wait for it. He's going siege works here. A military camp coming up for Tunison. Siege works first. Migdol stronghold behind. Siege towers coming through. I almost think empowering the siege works to get the siege towers out faster is the better idea to take this town center out. But it doesn't matter. He's rolling forward. Town center has been abandoned here. No. There's Terracotta Riders. They will be able to kill off the first. They will be able to... Ancestors gets dropped down. Migdol's stronghold is up. The Ancestors are in to try and take out the Terracotta Riders. Is there another Terracotta Riders coming in? The siege tower survives. This town center is gone. War Elephant to come through. Grass is saying, no, we're not playing around. You don't get an eco advantage on me. We are ready to go. He breaks the town center and then he's going to look for the main base. However, wait. There is a heroic age in now for Tunison. He's got himself the teenager. This guy's the teenager here. Can clean up all those minions quickly. Buildings falling though. Is there a ballet up somewhere? Yes, one ballet to come through. And now Grass has to make a decision. Does he walk in and try and kill the town center? Or is he going to rotate all the way around and try and kill this ballet and kill this gold mine? Another idea, considering you got the cheaper Migdols, is to just come in and drop the Migdol on this side. But he's got a long way to walk. He's got the elephants. He's got the spearmen. He's got everything he needs. He's also got the villager advantage. And he's going for a third town center as well behind this. Grass says, I don't need to finish the game right now. Let me take even more. Let me take even more of an advantage here. The Grass finishes up his town center. 3 town centers and a dream. Tunison on the other side says, time for another ballet as a couple of camel riders, chariot archers come through. Grass not paying attention on this side. He does have the army to take these units out. And now he's going to rotate around to the side. There is a wooden wall there, but he can kill that easily. Villagers getting sniped onto this spot as well. It's going to be a bit of an issue. Grass's army so slow with those siege towers. It's painfully slow. He's got 1 Migdol. He's got 1 Migdol, 1 barracks. His production is so low. Look at the resources. Is he thinking Mythic Age here? He's got so much favor as well. He can drop another Plague of Serpents if he wants, another Ancestors soon. He can hold on to it for some extra favor. White Horse Cavalry coming up here to hit the villagers. I almost think you ignore this, garrison the villagers and just say, no worries, let me put pressure onto the bottom. The siege towers are in. You need to defend yourself if you're Tunison. And more White Horse Cavalry are coming through. As Grass's Migdol stronghold does get spotted here. It's going straight after the Pharaoh. Pharaoh's going to pull back. We'll keep that one alive. Migdol stronghold will be completed. Immediately. Siege crossbow. A siege works. Going to come through as well for Grass. As he's locked off the left. He's locked off the right. The spearmen are in to defend these raids. Horus is pre-queued. But this here is going to give Tunison some time. Some time to break out of this spot. A machine workshop coming up on the front for some more of those crossbows. That being said, if Grass gets to the Mythic Age and has Horus and has Tornado, things will be very difficult for Tunison moving forward.
Into you.
The spearmen are sitting here, waiting, watching. There's no upgrades on them for the moment. He's now starting to grab them. Medium spear, serpent spear, ballistics. Up onto this side. Villagers getting sniped down. And This is the advantage of the White Horse Cavalry. It is the raids, but if you're going to just leave your base and you're going to get gold star, it doesn't matter if you're in front by a couple of villages or you lose a couple of villages if you grass, but grass is just trying to wait here. More barracks coming up as now the army decides it's time to charge in on the front as the army pulling up onto the top, sniping those camel riders. Tunison is in his element now. He has got the speed advantage. He's charging through. Chariot archers on the back aren't going to be helping in the slightest. Elephant, a little bit of assistance there in tanking, but the spearmen not in the army. And then the Tunison White Horse Cavalry hit the villagers just as the spearmen are leaving. Lightning weapons to get dropped down. The army of grass falling so quickly. And you have to ask the question, this is the second game we've seen a greedy Mythic Age getting punished. Should he have just stayed in the class, in the Heroic Age, spamming heavy spearmen. All the villagers on the top falling. Grass's Migdol on this position goes down. The White Horse Cavalry smothering the villagers on the top here. Horus is in. Tornado gets dropped down, but the cavalry are fast enough to just pull out. Not very much damage there from that one in the slightest. There will be upgrades for the spearmen, though. They will become very, very powerful here. But look at the villager differential. You wouldn't be able to tell that we're watching a 3 versus 1 town center game here with one player at 67, the other one 37 villagers and falling. The Avenger charges right at that Najjar there, gets sniped down. The army of grass, he's got 0 food in the bank. He's got 0 units in the bank. And he is losing everything here. Tunison is just going to slowly push through this Migdol stronghold. Like, here's the thing. He's got so much time to play with. He doesn't even need a town center. He just needs to be concerned about gold here, of which has just run out, but he doesn't have the Peach Blossom Spring either. All he's concerned about is getting to a gold mine. This one. This one. All Grass needs is to beat this army. I say all he needs is to beat this army. That's it. He doesn't need a Migdol. I don't understand the chariot archers. I don't understand the Migdols. He needs barracks. He needs spearmen and slinger. So with this Migdol going down, this gold mine going the wayside of Tunison, the advantage is maintained. Tunison's got the eco advantage. He's got gold. He's got the military advantage. And the siege crossbow is now going to be taking out the Migdol stronghold over here. And the White Horse Cavalry are back on the raids, taking every little bit of units out that he possibly can. Tunison isn't allowing anything to survive here. The siege works up for grass, but what else can he do? A couple of chariot archers to try and snipe down some fire archers on the back, but grass says, nah, I'm too far behind. I've lost too many villages. The game is done. What an insane comeback here from Tunison. Absolutely insane comeback here from Tunison. Grass had this game in the bag. Absolutely in the bag. But that Mythic Age choice, even the third town center was excessive. If he stays 2 TC, drops more barracks, makes more spearmen, stays and gets heavy, and even gets upgrades, stays in the Heroic Age, makes more siege towers, and pushes this position. I don't know what Tunison does. Well, I do sneeze, and let's jump back into the scores. We've got a game number 5, guys. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought we would have a game 5 in this series. Not me, that's for sure. Alrighty. Let's see if we can find this final game. Alrighty. Into the final game we go. And let's have a little look-see at it. Hey, we've never seen this one. Let's go. Alrighty. One game remains. 2 competitors. This is just the group stages, guys. These guys are just getting their toes wet. They're just dipping into the pool here and asking the question. The right-hand corner of the map, Tunison playing as Shinon. The left-hand corner of the map, Grass playing as Kronos. Let's check some relics out. Eye of Ornlu, the Pacifist Axeman and Samurai, plus 5%. Tail Feathers of Heaven. Some extra divine damage for the infantry. On the bottom side, Little Crow's Circle. Food and gold cost, minus 50%. And on the bottom, the Titan's Treasure. Age upgrades, cheaper. It's been an absolute mad series here. These guys are so closely matched. In fact, I would go in so far as to say, for the group stages, according to Esports Elo, according to matchups, according to everything that's happening in this group stage, this is technically the closest series we will see. Technically. They literally seed 8 and 9. So I'm not surprised to see us getting to a game 5 here. I am not surprised to see us getting to a game 5 here. And for the final game of today, the final series of today, what better can we get? We're getting treated here, ladies and gentlemen. We've had an amazing day of Age of Mythology. If you didn't watch the start of the stream, there's literally 3 other series we cast before this one. This is the final series for today. Tomorrow we've also got some series happening as well. I believe we've got Recon versus Aetherial is what I want to say. I mean, let me just have a little check here. There is, Recon versus Aetherial tomorrow. I believe that's it for tomorrow. Nope, there's also Nullus versus Deceive. Unless I'm reading that wrong. So it could be 2 series tomorrow, actually. Alrighty. It's double gold mine, Shenong versus the Kronos. Now, there is a very small amount of gold on this map. 6,000, 12,000, 18,000 a player. Which does mean that if this map goes the distance, it goes very, very hard. Everyone is going to be fighting for that last little inch of gold. And then you have to basically take your foot off the pedal once you realize the gold is about to expire. Let your opponent make the mistake of wasting units in that moment while the trade is getting online. And that's where you find your win in those moments. And if both players do it correctly, it's a thing of beauty. We will be seeing the classic Temple time shift from Grass. As he is going to be looking for some early game pressure. He does deconstruct the Temple there. And Tunison says, man, I got to quail for this guy builds this stuff really quickly. I'm not afraid of this. But this does delay a couple of pioneers from coming out. So little bits of pressure to come through here for Tunison. Sorry, for Grass. And I say that pioneers are delayed as there's already 2 pioneers out, grabbing relics and returning to the base in time. I almost think Grass should just be like leaving his pioneers, not his pioneers, his Prometheans out and just waiting for something else while he goes for whatever he wants to go for. As the citizens They're making their way over to this position. Are they going for the forward town center here? Oh, this is dangerous. I've been stung by this. I've been stung by this one too many times. Why is this dangerous for Kronos? Well, the problem here is that being close to the Chinese base, he's going to be able to build crossbows. So you see a counter barracks coming up onto this side as the town center is going up. He's going to be able to build crossbows and start sieging this down. Temple coming back. Already Rushall coming through. Now, luckily for Grass, or maybe on purpose for Grass, he's not playing against the Golmang China, so he doesn't have to worry about the forest protection plus crossbows, but it's still going to be a challenge to hold against all of that. There may be things are different now that the economy is a little bit different. I'm not sure. The Yatsa snapping away. Hero citizen going to come up here and say, "Excuse you. This is not your place to be. This is my town. I am sheriff of this town. Get out of here." Alrighty. Garnath on the way, getting the gold mine. And we actually see the hero citizens trying to be very sneaky. And the thing is here, Grass getting a couple of Terma out to deal with the pioneers. Man. Wait, does Tunison not see this? Oh my god. How? How do you not see this? They're literally right there, dude. How do you not? Oh, okay, now he sees them. Okay, nice. No Terma coming in just yet from Grass. He's getting pushed back by just 2 pioneers. As the the Yatsas pulling their way over here. And Grass says, "Alright, let's kill this." You could also shoot that caribou down there. And that caribou might return back over onto this. But anyways. A military barracks carrying down. And we are actually seeing 1 catapulti on the way. As the Terma hero into the main base. This is not an answer for these Yatsa in the slightest. You need melee heroes against the Yatsa. Up onto this side. Does manage to spot a little cheeky oracle over here. No valor there to hold on as he also snipes the Promethean offspring. Great control from Tunison. As the Murmillo coming in, trying to pick off as many of these as he can. Heroizes 1 Murmillo hero there to try and get some damage, but not going to be able to make much of it. As the Theft of Fire coming through for Grass. Economic upgrades are going to be coming in as well. And this is going to be one very, very scary Kronos coming in a little bit later. The question really is going to be, how scary is it for Shenong? Houses coming up on the back here for Tunison. He is making some units. Is he going to go full crazy mode here? Is the question. There's Caraballister here. There's lots of units actually coming through from Grass, which is sort of surprising. Because the classical army of Shenong does generally beat the classical army of Atlantean. You need that heroic age army to sort of compete. But Tunison at the moment, he isn't building the units which he needs to beat this. He's got only a handful of Javelineers. He needs those Javelineers out to kill off the Caraballister. They will be popping out soon, though. As a couple of them do pop through. And once you get like 5-ish of them, they're going to start really causing some problems. The Yachts are diving to their death there. How many times have we seen a unit dive to their death in that side as the lightning weapons comes down? Javelineers sniping these ballists. The stuns 1 up on the back there. Also going for the final one there as it also gets stunned up. Not going to be able to get pulled back. In fact, he does get pulled back, but the Dow do manage to clean up on the front side there, sniping that Terma as well. A nice try from Grass to try and dodge the Terma there. This Grass now has to pull back. Tunison in full spam. And maybe Grass has got what he wanted out here. There's not a single fire archer being built from Tunison, which you generally need. But there's not that many Murmillo in on the side of Grass either. And maybe the missing link here and why Tunison feels like he doesn't need any fire archers is that these Murmillo don't have any unique upgrades. No Bite of the Shark, no, obviously not yet, any rear upgrades. So he's like, okay, we'll just keep on making these military camp units. Just full Dao, full Wuzu Javelineer, and call it a day. Now, Grass has to be really careful here because these, while the Carabals have 50% PS armor, the Javelineers, they do so much damage here to them. Some more Dao getting built. And there is also a Taltier in here. That's scary there because he can come in and just eat one of those Carabalister if he gets on top of them. So that free Taltier is probably the Baihu is the best one for this situation because he can literally jump in onto a Carabalister and just end it. But the Taltier is a nice second one there. And then again, maybe the Tao Wu does crush, right? Don't get a bunch of damage done onto those Carabalister because he's only got 85% crush armor. It's like 150 crush or something, right? Can't remember. Anyways. Another military barracks coming up onto this side. Tunison still pumping stuff out over here. Making his way forward. There's enough favor for another lightning weapons. He hasn't been making Quaofu barely at all. He's literally made 5 Quaofu and he said, that's it. That's all I want. 5 Quaofu. Now decides to charge in on this town center. The Javelineers here. All he needs to do with those Javelineers is snipe the Carabalister and then he's going to have his absolute way with Grass in this game. But Grass is here saying, let's try and get Heroic Age. Same too on the other side is Tunison trying to do the same thing. He did just lose a little bit of gold. I think he's maybe making attachments. No. Getting his Archer upgrade to make his Javelineers a bit stronger. Grass is out of, or not out of food. He's building farms. He's still got some berries. He's still got the goats here. He's got himself some chickens. Throws the market down. And now it is going to be Hyperion. Has it got a choice? I'm a little surprised to see the Hyperion. Generally, against any of these big defensive civs, when I'm playing as Kronos, it's like you make Behemoth to break through. But in saying that, China does struggle versus Destroyers, so you don't need the Behemoth. And maybe you need the Chaos instead. But nonetheless, Tunison is defended for the time being. Grass has to sit back and wait here as well. Both players have got these gold mines under control as now we see some citizens moving up to this gold mine. I wouldn't mind seeing Grass being a little bit more sneaky with this. Wander in and grab this gold mine first and foremost. A little bit more risky, but you know that Tunison's got the slow army. He's not going to send anything up there and kill them, except for maybe a Yatza. So if you just send the heroes over, or heroize all the villages and move over here, you're good to go. Meanwhile, a house coming down for Grass, he might be thinking, grab this town center, secure these gold mines, and then he can just rotate to the top with this gold mine expiring and take the entirety of the top side, sacking this side. Same thing that Tunison could try that as well. Finish this gold mine off, abandon, move up to the top. We see a palace coming down here. I would love to see another palace coming onto this side and literally just leaving this town center and saying, I don't care anymore. As long as he finishes this gold mine off, it's going to be very challenging for Tunison here. Tautier eats one of those bad boys. Upgrades coming through. A large amount of Murmillos. Heroes also on the way. There's not a lot of favor in for Grass here. He hasn't made a single Oracle. He's getting himself the medium or heavy infantry. Gemini also coming through. There's Divine Judgment on the way for Tunison. The army here looking incredibly strong. As Fey Beasts does get dropped down over here. The heroes get pulled off, immediately deals with that. Another lightning weapons here, though, for Tunison, as Grass probably regretting using his chaos too soon there. The military differential is literally equal, but the Javelineers are brutalizing those Corabalister on the back, and the population, the military resource value plummets there for Grass, as he's going to be dropping a palace onto this spot in an attempt to hold on in this game. Now 2,400 gold over here, a palace up, a nice way to sort of attempt to hold this, but Tunison here, he should get a machine work. There's the machine works, and get himself some siege in, and then he can break through this position, no problems. He charges in onto this spot, right underneath the palace. A great defensive position here for Grass, but Tunison's got so much military advantage. Corabalister falling over on this side. And we do see Grass now grabbing gold up here. Again, grab that forward gold mine first. Leave that one for later. That's where Tunison is going to struggle. He's got himself 2,000 gold left. That's literally all the gold on the map for Tunison that's secured is 3,000 gold here. That's it. Like, arguably here, Tunison is in a really, really difficult spot if Grass finishes this gold mine up and drops a palace up the top and spams units and defends up here. He doesn't need this town center. He doesn't need this position. Sure, there's farms here, but that's your fault for setting these up here. Dow Swordsman coming through, trying to finish off this town center. Now Grass is back up to full pop. This is a strong army. The town center will definitely fall here. There is a Mythic Age potentially queued up for Tunison, though. That's the scary part. How do you kill that dragon? But if he uses that, then all the gold is gone, basically, from it, right? He's got 1,200. How much gold does he have left after he spends all that gold? He's got another 2,000-ish gold remaining. There's now Huang Di queued up. More Contarius coming through here. I'd love to see Grass just send some Contarius into the main base and get some villager kills. This army here is so slow. And these buildings here are they have no value. There's zero value in these buildings. You can just leave this spot. Grass now moving forward, still trying to defend over here. The villagers trying to grab the town center on this side. Contarius come in, clean the siege, crossbows up. No problems. Contarius versus heavy Dow Swordsman. Is this a fight that he can take? Is it a fight he can win? The Terma are pretty useless here. They're trying to take out the Wuzhu Javelineers at the very least. Dow Swordsman holding the front line, but they aren't able to win this fight. He just invested into Huang Di and he's taking fights. There's the Zhu Chu, though. I still don't know how to say that. There's the Chinese Phoenix. As at the very least, the Satyr can try and take that one out. It's such a scary unit, though. Walls up onto the top. A couple of military barracks up here. Still no palace up on this spot. A palace here would defend against that dragon as well. That Ying Long coming. The gold mine over here about to expire. 600 gold left in it. Even if Tunison gets over there, it's not a big problem. The villagers sneaking into the corner. They want to market. They want a trade route. Surely. You have to be thinking trade route here. Third town center coming back up for Grass as well. And he manages Atlas. Incredibly scary moment in this game for Tunison. Out of gold. Contarius finally hitting the center of the base. The villagers all garrison. Some serious economic damage getting done now. Grass does need to be careful to not lose too much stuff here, but Now the dragon gets called in.
Correct.
And that's totally fine as the Yinglong gets a couple of zaps off, but the army will pull out of here. No problems. Zhu does end up getting sniped there from afar. Town center back up for grass. He's at full pop. He's going to have a implode. Now the implode here won't kill these units. Well, it will kill the Javelineers. Maybe. Does this make them... It does. It will kill the Javelineers. It will not kill the Halberdier. It will not kill the Dow. But it's going to take them down to 80 HP. Or maybe 100 HP if they have their full upgrades. So half HP them. And then you also have to somehow deal with this dragon, this Yinglong. Do we see that palace up over here? Not just yet. Grass could be in trouble here. If you had all these villages on this gold mine would be gone. And this one would have 6,000 in it and you have a palace on there. You wouldn't have to invest again. But the Yinglong now is in. The citizens on that gold mine are under attack. Town center about to fall. Well, getting targeted down. At the very least, there will be an implode very, very shortly here. And Tunison, he's going to lose all these villages to the implode. He's going to lose them all to the implode. Watch the implode get clicked up here. He clicks it right up here. The peasants are running. I don't think they can get out of here. It's going to be close. He gets most of them out of there. Some of the Dows get pulled as well. Up onto this position. Citizens getting taken out. The hero arc is trying to chase them. Got to be careful with those Arcus. Do not want to be losing them in this moment. But the actual main army of Tunison is falling here. And Grass has got no gold income either. Both players are on 0 gold. Kontari is sniping villages while this is all going on. There's still 400 gold over there. There's still a little bit of gold in the main base here for Grass. He can still keep making units. Another free Zhu to come through. This guy is going to be huge. The Yinglong sniping units, and Grass needs to pull back. The gold mine has been secured by Tunison. The game continues. The village is back onto the gold mine up here. However, now Grass is the one in trouble. He's got no gold mines remaining. He's in trouble. He needs this position. He needs a trade route. He does come back over here. He will finish this gold mine up. All that matters right now is this gold mine. That's all that matters here. A trade route could not be needed more in this moment. Grass with the second palace. Can he finish it up? The Yinglong still 1400 HP. Jutsu to come through. Drop that special down immediately there. Does get sniped, but it's still leaving that fire on top of the units. All of those Arcus nearly dead. The double Argus here. Absolutely key to holding this position as the army of Tunison melts. The Yinglong also going down now as the palace and the hero Arcus take it down. The game turns in a huge way as the Wenzhong to come in and steal an Argus or something could be huge. Coming in to take out the villagers on this position. Has Tunison started a market? Answer, no. More units making their way across. No champion available for Tunison. The villagers all getting cleaned up. As Grass may just inch out a victory, but I don't think he can really win just yet. Start the trade route. A market gets built by someone. Tunison in the main base is putting it over here to come to this, at least to this town center is fine. Get into the corner. Another trade route, another market. Start spamming caravans. You're playing Shenong. You do not lose this game until you have 0 gold income and 0 units. The Shenong army gets so strong. But Grass now gets himself a gold mine. He starts his trade route. He's got his markets up in the top corner. Got to pay homage where homage is necessary. Double market here in the Matrius position. That is the Matrius market for those of you playing at home. It's the army coming back up for Tunison. And he's got the Wenzhong, so he's able to steal one of those Argus. Grass isn't paying attention. He turns. He takes the fight. But all the damage to come through from those Argus onto this position is absolutely gigantic. But Grass's army melts there. As the villagers up onto this gold mine, and the game has yet again swung. Tunison just took the biggest gamble charging forward there, and Grass was not there to pay attention. Loses his army. He's still training guys out. He's getting himself fanatics. The citizens dying on this town center. He needs this gold mine so much more than this town center. This town center, I don't care about it in the slightest. Another palace up here would have been huge. And now Tunison says, not this time. Not this time. A ballet, and I am securing the remainder of this gold mine. The trade situation. You can sell some food. How many llama caravans? 2. 2 llama caravans. To 3 mechanical ox carts. However, there is the gold mine. The Qualfu grabbing the ballet. Grass needs to be up there harassing this. He can't be allowing gold to get into Tunison's back pocket here. The ballet, 5 seconds from completion. There are one. There is one champion destroyer here. Grass can't take this fight. He needs a trade route. He has to fight underneath his palace. But Tunison's now got the supplies to do something crazy. Sacks the Wenzhong. A little bit of a mistake there. He's got the supplies to do something crazy, which is just break through this, shut the trade route down. All the llama caravan starting to pop out. We see a fire siphon. This is smart from Grass. He needs to force the army in to fight underneath these palace. Killing this ballet is going to be huge. The army ready to charge in. One more fight. Grass trying to micro here, trying to pull back, trying to get as much damage as he can. In hindsight, maybe the fire siphon wasn't the right idea, as the army here of Grass pulling back, trying to stay outside of the Wusu javelin ear range. The Hundun getting huge value as the army there of Tunison does end up melting underneath 2 palaces, as it should. He pulls back, but more units are streaming across the map. The trade route slowly accumulating here. 15 llama caravans. On the other side, 11 mechanical ox carts. There's still gold remaining, though. Ladies, we're going late game. It's 2 TC. Neither player can secure the second town center. The Zhuchu is looking for raids. Neither player can really push each other's position out. I mean, the fire siphon take this ballet down does seem like a good idea. Does seem like Grass can make that work. The fire siphon will be able to take out the crossbow there. Such a strong unit there. Such a strong unit. The Wenzhong charging forward here. Can steal away a satyr if he wants. Going straight in onto that. Steals one. Snipes it down. Valor gets dropped down. Grass trying to win this fight here. You have to ask yourself the question, where are the fire archers? They're finally starting to show up. Grass dives into his palace here. He does have a trade route now started. It's not crazy, but at least it's giving him some income. Fighting underneath the palace here is going to be a big help. So the fanatics popping out. They're a great answer for the Dao swordsman, but the one Chinese Phoenix is going to put some dampener on this army. He's going to help so much here to clean this all up. And Grass's military population drops. He's got the Arcus queued up. And the game isn't over. He still has these palaces still holding on for his trade route. More military buildings to come down. Grass has got 10 military barracks up at the moment, but I don't know if that's enough here. He's trying to micro and get himself in. And now Tunison finishes up the gold mine, puts the town center down. The trade route situation, 16 for Tunis, and both players are going to be very much struggling for gold here to get themselves going again. The army on this trade route, inching towards victory, taking the trade route out, slowing this economic train down of grass is going to be absolutely vital. Satyr's coming through, Contaria's coming through, Arcus coming through. The units of grass, he's got one in both of those palaces, but I mean, he doesn't have anything else here to hold this position. Citizens falling in the main base. Grass has fought valiantly, but I think he's out of steam in this game. And he does tap out as Tunison, by the skin of his chinny chin chin, somehow manages to break through here. One different decision from Grass in this game, and this game would have been completely flipped. Grabbing the forward gold mine first, as fast as he possibly can with the palace on the back. Tunison would have been lost. No doubt in my mind here, Tunison would have been lost if this gold mine had been secured. Instead of going for the town center here, dropping a palace down on this gold mine. What an amazing series here, ladies and gentlemen, and a great way to finish off the day. Tunison gets the dub. He's going to be feeling great about that. Grass, he's still got a chance here in his group. Losing one game isn't the end of the world. He's got to beat, I think, Chasing the Sun. He's got a game against the Mister, where upsets can happen. Grass played an incredible series here, though. Very, very strong in this one. But Tunison just that little bit stronger. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you're hitting the follow button. Make sure you're following everything. We are on Discord. We've got the schedule coming out daily. Liquidpedia's there's also updating. The VODs are there on YouTube to watch. So if you've missed some games, go over there and check them out in the live section on my YouTube channel. That's the game. That's the story. That's the games for tonight. Alrighty, I might, it looks like one of the Russian guys is doing a little bit of a cast on, oh no, he's playing. I can't tell. He's watching? I have no idea what he's doing. He might be watching the qualifiers or something. I'm not going to send you guys to that. There's nothing more for tonight. I am done for today. There is Blackadder's doing some casting. I can send you guys over to Blackadder. Does Rapple want to stream? Is he done? When is Rapple's first game? He's playing on Wednesday. Okay. All right. Let me find someone. Let's send you guys over to I am super. All right. I'll see you guys later. I don't know who this guy is, but enjoy. Is it with 2 A's? All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Oh, never mind. Here's disabled raids. I don't know who to send. Is Blackadder going to keep doing some stuff? Right, I think he might be done. I don't see anyone to raid. Maybe we can send you guys over to Age of Empires 4. No. I might just head off. See you guys. Bye. Oh, Naka's doing okay. Yeah, fair enough. Slash raid. Meta plays RTS, right? No, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It's been a lot of fun. Some amazing games. We'll see you tomorrow for some more. There's 2 tomorrow, and there's a bunch next week as well. It's going to keep going on for several months. No, for several weeks. All right. Bye for now. Bye.